Hello, Internet, and welcome to Creative Live. We are here at the beautiful Landmark Event Center, and we are so excited to have Doug Gordon back in the Creative Live house for the wedding project, wedding photography project. My name is Kenna Klosterman, and this is my lovely co-host, Susan Roderick. How are you doing this morning, Susan?
I'm excellent. How are you, Kenna?
I am so pumped. Doug
pumped to have Doug here.
Is so much fun, but is also an amazing educator. So you guys are in for a treat these 3 days. We're going to do a few minutes of pre-show, so let us know in the chat rooms if you can see us and hear us, and let us know where you're joining us from so we can give you a shout out.
And we would love to introduce you to our in-studio audience. So everyone, we're so glad to have you here in the studio, actually at the Landmark Inn. Why don't you let all the people at home know who you are, maybe what you do as a wedding photographer, if that's what you do, and where they can find you online. So who should we start with, Kenna?
Start with Randy.
All right, let's start with you.
Hi, my name is Brandy Leafty, and I am a wedding photographer in the Seattle area. I live in Mill Creek, and you can find me at brandyleafty.com or on Twitter at brandleaf and Instagram at brleafty. So
welcome.
Great.
Thanks.
Good morning, everyone. My name's Tara Brown. You can find me on Facebook at Tara Brown Photography. My website's tara-brown.com, and I'm on Twitter and Instagram at the Tara Brown. And I'm from Seattle. Thanks.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Silver Lane. You can find me at www.silverlanephotography.com, and that will link you to blog, Facebook, anything you need. I am based out of Fort Lewis, Washington right now, and I'm soon to move to San Antonio. So San Antonio photographers, find me on there and say hi. Thanks.
Hi, hello, Sammamish. That's where I'm from. And my name's Melissa Heitkamp, and you can find me at melissaheitkamp.com. I'm very excited to be here, Doug. Looking forward to learning from your experience and all your knowledge. Very excited. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Trina Hepner, a wedding engagement boudoir photographer based out of Linwood, Washington. You can find me at psphotography-video.com, and also you can search PS Photography on Facebook.
Hi, my name's Michael Matty. I'm from Edmonds, Washington, just north of Seattle. You can find me online, michaelmatty.com. That's M-A-T-T-I. And there should be links on there for Twitter, Facebook, and everything.
All right, fantastic. Well, once again, you guys represent everybody out there online, and any questions that you guys have, we know somebody out there has them, and we're looking forward to your questions as well. But before we get started, let's hear who's joining us. So, Susan, who do we have online?
Well, we're waiting for those cities and countries to come in, Kenna. So give me 1 minute. Get back to me in just a second.
All right, fantastic. Well, everyone, let's go ahead then and just get started, because it is just about that time. Welcome again to Creative Live. We are so excited to have Doug Gordon in the house yet again for the wedding project. I'm just going to take you through a quick tutorial of how to watch today's class, how to ask questions and chat, and how to purchase the course videos. There's one place to watch Creative Live, and that is creativelive.com/live. You can take Creative Live on the go on your iPad, iPhone, or Android-friendly device. So wherever it is you are throughout the day today, you can take Doug with you, and what a treat that is. Okay, when you're anywhere on the Creative Live website, you can go to the live event directly by going up to where it says Watch Live, and you can hover over that, and it will take you then directly to the live page. Once you get there, this is what it looks like. You'll be watching the live stream there. Right beneath the live stream is where you can go ahead and purchase anytime access to this entire workshop. This is a $149 workshop. However, you can purchase it now during the live event for $99, and that is the easiest way, just there right on the live page. Next, we invite you to join us here in the chat room. You guys are all over the world, but you can be here virtually with Doug Gordon and with us here. So the best way to do that is to open up the Chat Live with Class participants, to click on that button. It'll open up a new dialog box, and there will be 3 tabs across the top. and these are our chat rooms. So the first one is the Creative Live room, and this is where we invite you to have your on-topic conversations with each other. So we know there are thousands of you wedding photographers out there that are going to be with us over the course of these 3 days. Come on into the chat room so you can share with each other your ideas, your links, all of that. Secondly, we have the Creative Cues tab, and this is the room for you just to ask your questions for Doug. So we have a team of folks who are behind the scenes moderating those rooms. Just drop in your questions. It's just a one-way vehicle for questions for Doug, and we will ask as many as we can get to when they are on topic. So again, drop in your questions, but also let us know where you're joining us from. And finally, the Creative Lounge. This is the chat room for you guys just to have fun, get to know each other, and build community. So good morning, loungers. Great to see you back. In addition to the chat room, you can also ask your questions on Facebook and Twitter. So go to facebook.com/creativelive. Give us a like if you haven't already. We are over 75,000 strong and growing. We know there are so many more of you out there. So head on over to Facebook so that you can interact with us there. Again, this is a social live event. Use the hashtag DougLive. We're going to be using that over the course of the next 3 days. We'll look for your questions and your comments there. So once again, a note about how Creative Live works for those of you who might be new to us. During our live broadcast for 3 full days, anybody all over the world can come and join us for free. We are here to raise the bar of the photography industry, the creative industry, and allow people to have access to world-class experts like Doug Gordon for free. We also do a free rebroadcast every day that loops overnight for those of you who might be asleep right now in other parts of the world, or if you've missed it earlier. Then, for those of you who love what you're seeing, who know that you need to have anytime access to this course so that you can go back and rewatch it, maybe you can't even make the whole live event for the 3 days, you're going to want to go ahead and purchase the course. And it's $149, like I said, for all 3 days. However, when you purchase during the live event, so over the course of these next 3 days, it is only $99. And it's an incredible investment for you and your business. Next, we want to take a look at the course page for this actual workshop. So the Wedding Project has its own page. If you have not already, highly encourage you to enroll. Again, enroll for free. That's going to give you reminders and everything you need to know about this course so that you don't forget and you don't miss it. Another place to purchase anytime access is directly here on the course page, and you'll see how much time you have left to get the $99 deal. This is also on the course page where you will access the files once you purchase the course. So we provide you with the files as high-definition files in addition to the low-res versions, which you can then take on your iPad or any devices so that you can have it with you on the go. In addition to being able to download all of those sections in bite-sized chunks, you can also just stream and watch the videos directly from the Creative Live course page right there. All right, so we are giving away more fantastic prizes. I believe I heard that there are over $6,500 worth of prizes that Doug has brought to all of you out there that we are going to be giving away over the course of the next 3 days. So you really want to participate in this contest. All you need to do is listen for your favorite Doug Gordon quote or tip, and I have no doubt that there will be a ton of those. We're looking for things that are educational, that are inspirational, and just fun. So on Facebook, you're going to click on the icon that says Doug Contest, and then you're going to fill out your quote. You can enter the contest on Facebook once per hour. However, on Twitter, you can enter as many times as you would like. So the way you enter on Twitter is, again, your favorite quote or tip, and you're going to want to make sure that you are including @DougGordonPhoto, his Twitter handle. Make sure you're following Doug. And then you must include the course page URL that you see there on the screen, and that is a shortened version of the full URL. You can just go and cut and paste that from the course page. That is how we search for those tweets, and that is how you can officially enter the contest. So as I mentioned earlier, we are so thrilled to have back in the Creative Live house Doug Gordon. Doug is a one-of-a-kind photographer, a one-of-a-kind human being, world-class educator, owner of a huge business, Patkin Photographers, and he is going to blow your mind over the next 3 days. So please join me in welcoming Mr. Doug Gordon. Good to have you back.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody, for coming. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you, everybody, for watching at home. As you probably all know, Creative Live today actually switched to a widescreen format. I'm not actually this fat. Okay, so they changed everything right away. I have not gained that much weight, but I appreciate being the experiment for the widescreen. So we have a lot to do over the next 3 days. I have a lot of excitement I want to offer to you. This is my dream workshop in every way, shape, or form. For the longest time, people always asked me, what you teach in your workshops, do you actually do it on a wedding? And the truth is, yes, that's how we've been able to survive as long as we have. My business has been around for over 27 years now. It started off as a family-run business with myself, my mom, my dad, and then eventually I had to kick them out, as all good kids must. It's time for them to grow up and go on their own. And what happened basically was over time it kind of evolved. I am someone who's very systemated, someone who's very oriented to do things in a certain way, a certain procedure. This way I know that what I show my clients is what I guarantee them. So over the next 3 days, the things that we're going to be working on, we are going to cover everything from the sales perspective to the engagement session, to the bridal loan, to the groom alone, to the family, to the bridal party, to the reception, to the ceremony. I wanted to issue as many challenges as I possibly could that would kind of show you the real wedding day. And being in Seattle presents that to me perfectly, because the fact is now, when I want to go outside for 2 hours, in 2 hours or 3 hours for the engagement session, I have no idea what's going to happen. Lighting is always changing. It's always evolving. The weather is always playing. We always have different scenarios with the family. The bride's parents don't like the groom's parents. The bride's brother is the one guy who's out there. She has the maid of honor who she doesn't really like, but her mother made her put her in. We have every scenario that you can imagine, and we are going to go into it in detail, because the one thing I've learned over the 24 years that I've been a photographer is that photos sell themselves. There's something that you have to do in order to get people to buy photos, and it's not saying this is great, you should buy it. It's a matter of getting them to understand process. In the beginning today, I'm going to try to motivate you. I'm going to try to get you excited, because I think that's where every class should begin. If I got you excited, you're going to go and do what you need to do. If I have you excited, you're going to want to jump out of your skin to do what I'm doing. And that's what we're going to talk about. We're going to talk a lot about inspiration and understanding where it starts, because photography, frankly, is the greatest job in the world. We get to go to happy events in people's lives every day. We get to go up and be a part of something that's going to last forever. Long after you're gone, I'm gone, or even the subject's gone, history is going to remain alive through our eyes, our feelings, our emotions, and everything we are as people. Our job matters, regardless of what the new Yahoo CEO says. The world is changing. It is changing. It is evolving. Photographers are more important now than they've ever been before. We just have to work harder and give people value for what we're doing. And we're going to talk about that, because I don't want people to think that I am a low-end commodity in terms of my job, my profession. And this started, not just everybody's jumping on the Yahoo CEO, but the fact is, it's not about that. A couple of years ago, CBS MarketWatch ranked wedding photographers as the 10th highest overpaid profession in the world. And they ranked motivational speakers as the 3rd most highest overpaid profession in the world. I am excited because I got on 2 of the top 10 lists. So the fact is very, very simple. We are not overpaid. We are not someone who our job doesn't matter. It's just a matter of we have to do it different. We have to think differently than we ever have before. Because the fact is simple. Everybody who picks up a camera says, I'm a photographer, I can do this. I'm a photographer, I can shoot on P for Professional, TTL, whatever the heck that is, and go out on my way and take candid photographs. So this time, this 3 days is going to be about learning how to create a story. The great thing about a photographer isn't just documenting what happens, it's being able to create. A wedding is just that. It's a fairy tale. It's something that they've dreamed their whole entire life of. They waited for it. They waited for that moment. But those of you who are married in here, those of you who are married at home know one thing. A wedding is anything but a fairy tale. There are so many variables that occur during the course of the day. Example, when I got married, I grew up as a wedding photographer. I started at 11 years old with my dad. I thought the weddings were the most magical thing in the world. I was married at 24. I remember my first dance and sitting there and I'm singing to her and her looking around saying, the cake is wrong. Your sister's wearing this dress. Your friend over there is an idiot. What is going on? There's nothing magical about it, but I needed to create it, and I learned that through time because emotion will always be a part of it, but you have to create it. And it's what happens in the pose that's going to create the naturalness of the moment. And we're going to work on that for 3 days. I promise you, you are going to leave this class with more energy, more excitement, more knowledge of how to get it done than you ever have before. I want this to be the most hands-on, intensive. I am bursting at the seams to go after you and have fun. Don't worry, they'll give me drugs to calm me down at some point during the course of the 3 days. So let's start where it begins. Inspiration. What is it that inspires you? What is it that inspires you to do the things you do? What is it? What makes you happy? What makes you want to go? Is it money? Is it self-worth? Is it love? Is it family? What is it that gets you to that point to jump out of your skin? You need to identify it. What is it that excites me? I look at you and I'm excited. I think about the thousands of people who are watching and I want to perform beyond anything that I've ever done before. When I go to a wedding, I think about the emotion. I think about the feeling. I think about all of that, and that's what inspires me to go. But what also inspires me is my wife, my children. I do the things that I do for them. They make me, when I'm tired, want to get up and go. They make me, when I'm tired and feel like I can't do it, want to work harder because I know that's where it comes from. It's that energy, and that energy is going to get me through. That's what makes it happen. It's understanding that inspiration is not something that's going to interrupt you. It's something you have to want. You have to want it so bad that you can taste it. I'll admit it to you. My dream was not to be a wedding photographer. My dad was a wedding photographer, and he had 2 other jobs. Who would have ever thought that success would be this bountiful in terms of this profession for most people? I was a baseball player, a failed baseball player. I was someone who grew up with a cannon of an arm, was able to throw a 98-mile-an-hour fastball as a 16-year-old. And God, that was the only thing I thought about. You could tell by my English language skills that I obviously was not much of a student. If you've ever read my tweets or my Facebook, I don't know how to use there, and there. So there's a lot of big problems there. So I'm lucky I had another skill to move on. But the fact is very simple. I'll never forget that when I got hurt, I gave up on myself. I had achieved the pinnacle. I was going to play in the minor leagues. Everything was great. And then one day I felt a tear. And I gave up on myself. And with everything I've accomplished as a photographer, I realized one thing, that I'm always going to live with that regret that I didn't try. I was afraid to fail. And I can't do that. It's about understanding what I want to do, what I want to accomplish. You are going to leave here inspired. The people watching this are going to leave inspired, I promise you. But inspiration and motivation are great for about 10 minutes. It's all worthless without any action. It's not about you being motivated and inspired today, tomorrow, or the next day. It's about you going out, going home, getting off your rear end and doing it. Putting it into practice and knowing that no matter what, I'm going to do this. I am not going to be afraid to fail. I'm going to be afraid not to try, because life is about taking chances, educated chances, and moving forward in any way possible. It's about understanding that fear will kill you. It's about understanding that, like life, fear is that little dark room where negatives are developed. Do we understand and what that means? If we put it in the back of our head, we're never going to be able to succeed. I want it so bad. I can taste it. I dream of one day being the best photographer in the world. That's an impossible dream, though, isn't it? I can't be the best possible photographer because you could think I'm great. You could think I'm average. You think I'm hot. You think I'm a little bit chubby. You're looking at it saying, he is magnificent, and you're looking, say, that's the body I want. And I understand that. The fact is, it's a matter of knowing what you want, how to move forward, and understanding that nothing is going to stop me. And even though that's an impossible dream, I keep working at it every day, every moment. I keep moving forward. And understanding that there are no boundaries. Why do we create boundaries? There are none. There are no limits to what's possible if you choose to go beyond them into the impossible. What am I saying to you? I'm saying, do you have a dream? Do you? Do you dream of what you want? Do you want it to be about money? Do you want it to be about prestige? Do you want to be where I am and be on stage and all the other great people who've come before you on Creative Live? If you do, it's a matter of dreaming about it and putting those dreams into action. It's a matter of having a passion so deep and so strong that nothing will stop you. It's about having the courage to take chance, take risk, and understand that you cannot, again, be afraid to fail. You have to be afraid to not try. It's about understanding that you are powerful beyond any measure imaginable. It's understanding that you have power to go above beyond. It's about understanding all of that. And if you put that into place and realizing that you're not afraid of being inadequate, you're afraid of being powerful beyond any measure. It's not a matter of getting to the top. It's a matter of staying there. That's when the work starts. Why is it that every tremendous athlete who gets the big contract, all of a sudden, the career starts going down? I got what I wanted, so I stopped working as hard. And the fact is, it's not about the money for me. Yes, I love the money portion. I love having that success, but there's nothing more that I want than your approval. I work every day, and although I realize that I can't have all of you love me, it doesn't mean I stop trying to make you love me. It doesn't mean I stop trying to make you want to emulate what I do. It's about understanding that you need to find a role model. I was blessed. I worked with who I think is the greatest educator in the photography industry of all time. I studied under a gentleman by the name of Monty Zucker, and most of you probably don't know him, but believe it or not, he is the reason that most photographers follow principles that they do. He understood light, he understood posing, he understood motivation, he understood how to make people get into positions that make them look great. It's about, again, reaching out and changing. Make it your goal today to give much more than people expect rather than a little less than you should have. What does that mean? Well, as you've noticed, we're failing as a country in a lot of aspects. We're going out and doing things halfway. We've fallen behind in the technology area. We've fallen behind in education because we're doing what we have to rather than a little bit more than we should have. And the fact is, that's what happens with customers. People ask me all the time, Doug, where do you advertise? How did you get all these weddings? I let my clients advertise for me. I don't spend a single dollar on advertising. It's about giving them more so that they love you. It's about developing a relationship so they love you. The best place to advertise, quite simply, is with the people you already have. It's about making that connection. It's about making the relationship. If you print an extra photo, don't say, I'm going to keep it and try and charge them for it. Give it to them so they remember that you did something nice. It's about going above and beyond. If we go above and beyond, we are going to be so much happier. It's about understanding that we have an inner strength to accomplish anything we want. It's about understanding that in order to go places, we need to have a vision of what it is we want to accomplish. It's about understanding that there needs to be a commitment. What is commitment? Commitment is realizing that failure is not an option. Commitment is realizing that in life, I am going to get knocked down. I'm going to get knocked down, but it's not about how hard I got hit. It's about how hard I can get up. It's about not the punch. It's about the knockdown and getting up and keep moving forward. That's how winning is done. That's how we get where we want. It's about understanding determination. I am a bull. I am an absolute bull. I am determined to be the very best. I will never stop attempting that. It's about being courageous. Who would have thought that business was about being courageous? I'm looking at you six, and I have scared the hell out of you in the first 10 minutes. They're all like this. The fact is very simple. Courage is about taking chances. I'm not asking you to risk your fortune. I'm not asking you to spend money. I'm asking you to take educated decisions. Don't be afraid to not go out there and do something. And most importantly, it's about having the passion to survive those difficult moments. All the time, when I lecture, I'm constantly giving excuses. When I do portfolio reviews, I'm constantly giving excuses of why things don't look the way they should. I'll even get it from my own staff. I have 22 photographers who work for me full-time. And I'll ask them, why does it look like this? What happened here? Oh, Doug, the lighting was bad. The people wouldn't cooperate. My camera was acting funky. This was that. There's always an excuse. It's never, let me listen, you're right. We all do it. Even when I studied under Monty and I decided, Monty, look at my work, I'd be like, He doesn't know what he's talking about. He's an old man. I got this. And then it took me another 10 years to learn what I had to learn. It's about stopping to not making excuses. It's about understanding. When people fail to reach their goals, they'll give the same types of reasons. Doug, I can't do what you do because I work another job. I don't have enough time. Well, I'm busy too. Let me give you a little rundown of what my life is. Besides running my business, I also coach a 14U national travel baseball team. That's my real passion that my son plays on. I love those boys more than anything you can imagine. And that's probably one of the biggest pieces of my life besides my family. But I don't make excuses. Last week, we left on Thursday. I took them all to Disney World, and we played in a baseball tournament. It was incredible. They were spectacular. We are a small little local team where I picked the best 12 kids of 24 possible kids. And we went up against Puerto Rico. We went up against Panama. We went up against the Carolinas. We went up against the Floridian teams, Alabama, and we won. Because we wanted it. They wanted it bad, and they realized that it's not about it. They took the chances they needed to do. But I got home at 12 o'clock on Monday night in the evening, midnight, and I was on a flight to come here to Seattle, leaving for the airport at 4 a.m. because I needed to fit everything in. I didn't make an excuse of why I had to leave or do it. It was about making the time to do it. You can't always have an 8-hour sleep night. And that's not always good for you either. It's about realizing I got to work at times that are interactive to the family. I work in between and put my family first. It's about prioritizing. It's about understanding. I don't have the money that you have, Doug. I can't go and buy the D4 or the D800. I can't have pocket wizards. I don't have it. Well, then you're going to find a way to be creative with the money that you have and look at used equipment. It's not about the camera. You're going to find out it has nothing to do with the camera. I could do the same thing with my iPhone at this point. Maybe I can't get a 20 by 20, but if I find the light, if I see the light, if I feel the light, I'm going to be able to create it. So the money is not the most important thing. I don't have the technology you have because I can't afford it or I don't know how to use it. Well, guess what? I didn't always have it either. I was 16 years old when I shot my first wedding, and I was using a Bronica ETR that was older than I was. And I had a flash on camera. I had no idea what I was doing, but I made it work because I wanted to be the very best. And I was making $150 a day. Do you know what that was like in 1990? $150 a day. I was so thrilled to be making that money. But then I kept pushing, and what little money I had, I invested in the right spots. It was about understanding I don't have the experience you have. So guess what? You don't have the experience I have, but you got that opportunity today. If you don't have the experience, you better practice. Go and get someone dressed up. You better go and do whatever you need to do, because when you have all of these reasons, what do they have in common? Based on the perception of a lack of resources, you all have this. It's not about the resources you have. It's about being resourceful and making up for what you don't have. If you don't have time, you better be creative with the time that you have and find a way to get past it and find a way to make time and do the things you need to do. If you don't have money, you better have love, caring, and passion and understanding beyond anything you can imagine, because that's what's going to pull you through. If you don't have the technology, the passion to work with what you want is ahead there. You are Creative Live. It is the greatest asset in the entire world. You get to watch hundreds of workshops a year. I didn't have this. I would have to buy the video from my instructor that I liked, and then I'd have to watch it over and over again. Give you an example. When I bought Monty Zucker's videos, I didn't watch them once and be like, yeah, this is good, got it. I watched them over and over and over again, and they were on VHS tape. I watched them so much I had to buy them again. Here was my schedule. I'd watch them every day, no BS. This is at 17 years old. I'd go to a wedding on Friday. Before I left, I'd watch the videos. I'd get home at midnight. I'd watch them again. I'd get up to go do a wedding Saturday morning. I'd watch them again. When I got home after doing 2 weddings on a Saturday, what do you think I did? I watched them again. Before I left on Sunday, I watched them again. And then when I got home, I watched them again because I needed to keep putting it in and watch them over and over and over and over. I'm thrilled when students like you buy my educational material. It's great from a financial standpoint, but I'm telling you and everybody at home, don't buy it if you're not going to watch it. Don't buy anything if you're not going to use it. You have this workshop right here. It's not a matter of just seeing the workshop. It's a matter of absorbing the workshop. I'm going to put so much information in front of you for the next 3 days. It's impossible for you to absorb it all in one shot. So if you buy it for $99, I want you to buy it, but I don't want you to buy it if you're not going to watch it. Don't bother. I don't need the money that bad, and neither does Creative Live. We want you to learn it. We want you to understand that if you don't have the experience, you need to resolve to fall down flat on your face. Because you are. You're going to fall down, and you could either just stand there, roll over, and be like, I'm done, or you can just go and try and get up and fix it. I asked you before, what is commitment? I said, realizing failure is not an option. You want me to give you a terrible statistic? In the United States in 2012, 54% of Americans got divorced. Now, as a wedding photographer, I'm beyond excited about that. Okay, but the fact is very, very simple. It's very, very simple. It's a matter because it's easier in some cases. People don't want to work the way it is. I'm married. I just celebrated 15 years last month. You think it was easy the entire 15 years? Look at me. Do you think it was easy? It's very difficult for her. I'm very high maintenance. I am a woman in every way. Okay? Don't mean it any like that. I've got to have an all-female audience almost, except for you, Michael. So now the fact is very simple. We worked at it. We fought through. We made a conscious decision that doing it the right way and working harder was better than the alternative. Because the fact is, everybody dreams that the grass is greener on the other side. The grass isn't greener. It's just been watered until someone comes and kills it. Okay, keep that in mind. That'll be a good quote. Good, I came up with that right here. What is the difference that makes the difference? That's hard to understand, isn't it? That's kind of a weird quote. The difference that makes the difference boils down to one thing. It's about understanding where you are. Where are you? What point are you at in your life? Is this what you want to do? Is this the career alternative you want? Are you loving this job so much that you'll do anything to do it as a career? My career dream was a baseball player, and I've had a wonderful run as a wedding photographer. I never dreamed it's what it would be, but I have a new dream. My dream is to be a photographer on Main Street, USA at Disney World. That is my dream, because I love Disney World more than anything in the world, so much that I'm building a home there. And one day, I want to watch families like you walk in and take pictures of them, because I just love the joy and the happiness that I see. I'm going to get to that goal. I'm going to work hard at this until I get to the point where I can retire and do that. And it's about understanding where you are. I could give up and be like, I'm going to go do this today, but I realize it's not so realistic for me to go do that right now, considering I have a family to support and kids to go. It's about your beliefs. Beliefs have the power to create and the power to destroy. It's up to you. What does that mean? We all put negative thoughts in our head. We all put negative energy in our head, and it's quite odd how we do it. We're afraid. We are. I keep saying it. It's a matter of having positive energy. Whenever I get a little bit negative, I am so lucky to have a wife who always says, positive energy. Just think positive, and it'll get through it. I'm now at the point and realizing in my life, you know what? I don't worry or stress over anything anymore, because it all finds a way to work out. It all balances out. I have heard 1,000,000 times in my life, Doug, you are the luckiest person in the entire world. You are so lucky. I'm not lucky. I put myself in situations for good luck to occur. I put myself in spots where good things can happen. People ask, how did you possibly, or why did you get recommended by over 40 catering facilities? How did that happen? Because I asked. Because I went to them and said, who are you recommending? Nobody. I'd like to be recommended here. I'm really, really good. I asked. I was the guy, believe it or not, who never had a girlfriend in high school. I know you are shocked. You look at this and you're like, how is that not possible? Because I'm in love with him right now. I see the way you're looking at me. I feel a tad violated. Okay, it's all good though. I like it. Okay, the fact is very, very simple. I didn't have a girlfriend because I was afraid to ask. I was afraid to try. So that's what really matters. If you put yourself in those situations, good things occur. My advice to you is very simple. When you leave here, or if you're at home and you're wondering what to do, it starts with having a plan. Do you have a plan of what it is you want to accomplish? Do you have a vision? Those are important fundamentals that you're going to need to succeed at a high rate. Those are important fundamentals that if you don't have them, how could you ever know if you're succeeding if you don't have a plan about what it is you want to accomplish? It's about this. One reason so few of us achieve what we truly want is that we never direct our focus. We never concentrate on one power. We never concentrate our power to one thing. Think about it. You have a lot going on in your life. You're probably families, you have bill concerns, you have all of this. But how could you ever be truly great if you don't concentrate that one power. If this is what you love, if this is what you do, you have to find not resources, but resourcefulness to get you there. It's a matter of finding a way and working at it, even if it means, okay, the kids are in bed at 10 o'clock, I'm going to go watch Creative Live for 2 hours. If it means I don't have the money to go and advertise, I'm going to go work for free to get experience. I'm going to do these things, and I'm going to do it in a time because I don't want it to affect my family. It's about concentrating your power and knowing no matter what, you're going to get there. It's about, again, defining your vision, understanding what it is you want to accomplish. You have no idea of the giant capacity that we can immediately command when we focus our resources on mastering a single area of our lives. You know why? Because as much as I love baseball, as much as I love other things in my life, I concentrated on becoming the best possible photographer that I could. Here's one of the things that people don't realize. How much time do you spend on the creative side of your business? How much do you spend on the technology side? And how much do you spend on business? I bet you business is a small little fraction over here. Creative is all the way over here, and technology is all over here, and then you got the small little part. Because you never realized, in order to truly master this, in most cases, you need to be able to make money doing it. And you should make money doing it. Because the fact is, saying you're doing it, and you're like, well, I'm doing it because it's a job, I'm a mom, and I have spare time, and I want to do it. That's great. But after a while, there's going to come an event that pops up when you have to miss a family event or something like that, that you need to think about that. If you're going to leave your family, if I'm going to leave my family, as much as I do, which right now isn't as much as it used to be, I probably do between 60 to 70 weddings a year now out of the 1,000 that our studio does. I do about 60 to 70. I damn well better make sure that I can give those kids the things they need and the things they want. It's about understanding it. Remember, this person, the CEO said, our job's not important, it doesn't really matter, you know, anybody can do it. Well, you tell me, when I know what I'm doing on July 14th of 2015 when I'm at the Goldstein Bar Mitzvah and I'm missing a family barbecue or an event. How great is that? Is that great? Can I call in sick? I can't call in sick. I can't call in and be like, oh, my kid's got something, I can't come today. People waited their whole lives for what we're going to do that day. Not just about weddings, it's about sessions. It's about understanding my job really matters and about focusing. It's about not compromising yourself. That's my beautiful, loving daughter who means more to me than anything in the world. I adore her. And what I've learned from her, she is so strong-willed, even at 12 years old. She's so strong-willed. She wants to fight everything I say. And as much as I get angry, she never compromises what her beliefs are. She wants what she wants. Am I supposed to kill that in her now? I don't, do I? My wife and I made the decision, we have to let her be her. We have to try and reel it in a little bit. But don't compromise who you are. It's one of the things that we do, especially now, today, when we've become desperate. When we've become desperate and we need to make the money, we're lowering our prices and all of that, it's fine. If we want to lower our prices, I'm not saying don't do it, but I'm saying don't compromise who you are. Don't let them walk on you. Because what I've learned over time, dealing with close to 1,000 brides per year and over 5,000 portrait sessions and school photography and event photography and sporting, is that if you give them a small little inch, they are going to take miles upon miles because we have changed. Our clients have changed. And it's a matter of understanding. Now, here's the thing. If you want to be successful, it starts with taking a path to that success. It starts by when you leave here, when you walk out of here saying, I love all of this, but this is one thing that's really, I love it. Go and do it. Get up and go and do it. Figure it out, go and do it. Because most people think success is kind of a straight line, and you're going to see exactly what I'm talking about. There's always a way to get where you want to get. There is. No matter what, you will find a way if you are resourceful. And it starts with you being committed. Again, what is that commitment? Are you committed to what you're doing? Or you think about it. Have there ever been times where you kind of just laid it up and said, oh, I'm going to go to bed, you know, I'll do it tomorrow? We all do it, don't we? Well, that's the difference. The people who are extremely successful and are successful are the people who are tired. They want to go to bed, but guess what? They don't. They keep working at it. And it starts with understanding what a success cycle is. Most people think that it's a straight line. That's what most people think it looks like. It looks nothing like it. It looks like that. It looks like a whole bunch of squiggly. I got this from one of my friends. I don't remember who it was. It could have been, I think it might have been Tamara Lackey or Kevin Kubota, I think, drew this up, and I stole it from them. What it really looks like is that. It's a mess. It's going all over the place because you're going to have ups, downs, and everything in between. Even when you're successful, one day something's going to come in, and all of a sudden you finally got money in the bank, and guess what? You drop your camera in the water. You forget it somewhere. It happens, but it's not about being, oh, yeah, be upset for a little while, but move past it. It's about understanding. We all say today that there's so much in front of us. You go on YouTube, you go on Creative Live, and Creative Live has 100 instructors, and what you're trying to do is take information from all of those instructors, and that's great. The problem isn't a technology overload. It's failure to filter what you really truly like and what you really truly want to get from it. Because we want to take everything, and rather than become our own entity, we become 30 other entities of mixed proportions. We take a little bit of everybody, and that's okay. But first, we have to decide what's the most important and go out and get it. Don't settle for what is in front of you. Okay? Make your decisions. So I still got some more inspiration, but I want to see what you're thinking, or anybody at home. We have some stuff over there, Miss Kenna?
Yes, we do, Doug. People are inspired. Classical Romance says, okay, just bought it, Doug. I will watch it to death.
Good to hear.
And Snap Turtle, Doug is so inspiring and motivating. I need this. At 59, age can be a distraction. Doug reminds me where my focus should be. Thanks, Doug, for all that you do.
Excellent.
And we have some questions coming in if you want to take some about this topic.
I haven't done anything technical yet, but we'll figure it out.
No, about this, about
people
inspiration. People
going to wonder how I got this hot.
Yes,
It's definitely, it's working out once every 3 years, in case any of you want to know. If you stick to that regimen, you're going to be hot like this. Okay, Miss Susan.
I have a question. How often do you recommend people reassess their business goals or their vision?
Daily.
Daily.
I reassess every day. Here's something I do that has worked really well for me. I take a half hour every day. You know, I tried the meditation thing. I thought it would be great for me, but as you can tell, I'm a little too to ever do that. But I take a half hour every day. I walk around the block, and I clear the mechanism. I clear the mind, and I try to think of doing something I've never done before. On my weddings, every day, I started with, okay, today, I want to do one pose that I've never done. Then it became, I want to do one pose of the bride alone. I want to do one new family pose I've never done. Then it became, I want to do 5 poses. And it just kept growing and growing. Every time I kept reaching into the box. And now, one of the things you're going to see, if anybody saw, I put up some preview teasers. Now, one of the things that I do, that I have so much fun with, is I don't walk into a situation and look and say, oh, this is obvious. I walk into a situation and say, where is their complete and total garbage? Like a dumpster, like finding it. I try to challenge myself, because if I didn't, I'd get bored, and then it became a real job. So the answer is very simple, Susan. I reassess daily. I reassess my goals. Give you a big one here. Most of you who know me know that I picked up the name of Flow Pose King. I created flow posing, and when I started it 15 years ago, it was 10 poses in 5 minutes. I can now do over 100 in 5 minutes if I want. I could do it blindfolded. At the recent WPPI, I actually, because I had done it 40 times in a 3-day period, I did it backwards just to see if I could do it. And the problem is, people at home think that's all I can do. I teach it because it's a necessity for photographers. I firmly believe being able to create a rapid amount of poses is going to do it. But the fact is, if you've watched me from the beginning until now, that posing sequence changes all the time. Changes all the time. I'm reassessing daily, and I think you need to, because you'll find out a lot of times you'll get bored with what you're doing, or you'll get bored with who you've become. And that's never a good place to be. I don't want to be that guy.
Which leads me to my next question. From Sir Blocker, what are suggestions to help those who lose interest, motivation, or inspiration, Doug?
Well, it starts with, again, looking at who you are. It starts with understanding, who am I? And if you're losing motivation that quick, maybe it's not for you. Maybe this isn't your true passion. And I don't want to discourage you from being a photographer. You know, there are ways around it. There are things I'm not motivated to do, but you just got to go and do it. And you got to find a way to motivate yourself. Like when I lose motivation, could you imagine? I'm 39 years old and I've done over 3,500 weddings. 3,500 weddings. I've done almost, you think about that, that's almost 100 a year for my entire life. How do I stay motivated? I am as sappy as can be. Growing up as an 11-year-old when rap started first coming out with Run DMC and everything, I'm listening to Lionel Richie and Whitney Houston and Kool and the Gang. And now people are looking at me like something's not right with him because I'm the 11-year-old who loves Lionel Richie and Broadway show tunes. And that's okay, but music inspired me. Movies inspire me. If I were to ask each of you what your favorite movie is, I would learn so much about you. Like the guy, if he says, what's your favorite movie? Oh, I love Blazing Saddles. I love that gassy scene. I know that this is a guy who likes playing around. He likes comedy. I love The Notebook. Makes me cry. I love The Bodyguard with Kevin Costner and Whitney Houston. I love movies that make me cry. I love beaches. I love putting myself through torture. I find love in everything I do, even in Armageddon. I watch Armageddon every time and cry. I watch Pretty Woman and cry. I watch the same movies over and over. If I could watch When Harry Met Sally one more time, I could recite it to you at this point. It's a matter of looking for ways to inspire. Any other questions, ladies?
We have a number of questions about getting started. And so several folks, including D-Photo, Jean Peru, and Tough Toodle, how did you get your first wedding gigs? How do you build your portfolio? How do you get hired when you don't have anything to show the brides? What are the first steps?
I'll give you a couple ideas here, and we're going to touch on this more heavier later in the workshop, but I'll give you a couple here. Imagine my dad worked 3 jobs. He was working roughly 18 hours a day to give the family what they needed, and my mother was working 15 hours a day. So when they first, I would assist him. And then in 1990, on a credit card and a dream, my dad says, we want to open a studio. We have 30 weddings booked this year, which is roughly $30,000 because they were very inexpensive weddings. He said, you can go into the studio and we're going to make you a partner. We're going to give you a third partnership, but you're going to work obviously for free and go and realize. So for $12,000 rent for the year, the utilities and everything, we decided to put it together. Now, if you can't afford these options, where do you get business from? How do you build a portfolio? I'm going to give you a couple here. I'm going to give you a couple genius, actually. If you don't have a portfolio base, you have to learn that giving money is a lot harder to do than giving your time, just like you would for a charity. Okay, so in that case, I'll give you the greatest one I ever came up with, will make you the most popular photographer in the area. If you have children and they're in school, you have gold right in front of you to gain experience, to gain notoriety. I came up with this, and at the time, I was obviously, my business was already big, but it opened a whole nother market for me. Go to the schools. And whatever school your child's in, be like, I'd like to give back. I want to do what we call a family photo night. And what a family photo night is where I come to your school and we're going to charge a $10 sitting fee. Normally the sitting fee is a lot bigger. For $10, we're going to do the sitting for free and we're going to donate the $10 to the PTA. Now our collections, which are normally $200, we're going to start at $30 and then we're going to give every dime that we make over cost to the PTA as well. That's pretty good, isn't it? You will have people lined up to come into this family photo night because you're going to give all the money to the school. It's a better fundraiser than a book sale, than a candy bar sale, than any of these things. And now when people like you, will they call you for their child's communion? Will they call you for their child's bar mitzvah? Will they call you for a family event? You start to build business and build a portfolio. If you are a photographer, and you are sitting at home right now and you need to get portfolio experience, I am going to throw you the biggest gift that I could ever give out. My studio is based out of Long Island. We have 3 there and we have 1 in Orlando. The Orlando clientele is a little bit different, so I'm going to extend this offer for Long Island. If you want experience, you call me, you email me, And you can come and go out on a wedding, or as many as you want, and I'll even let you keep your images to build your portfolio. You can come. The only expense you have is your travel fee there. We have 1,000 weddings a year for you to choose from. You want to gain experience in a hurry and get an education real fast? Come attend a New York wedding. And whatever images you get, you can shoot, you can keep. It's a pretty good offer, isn't it? Now, considering that there's probably 20, 30, 40,000 people watching this, there may be a little bit of a wait. Okay, so set it up. Ladies?
So we have about 45 minutes. We're about halfway through this first
Good.
section. So do you want to keep going, and then we can
Do you want one or
ask
two
you-
more questions?
ask
Or
more
I think I'm
questions?
ready to go then.
Okay.
So let's move on. All right. So again, whatever technology that you have, it's a matter of moving and finding what it is that you want to filter, what you want to keep. What is it that's going to work for you? And this gets me to kind of my biggest point. It boils down to one thing that we forgot about a long time ago. You may ask yourself, why is he so hyper? Why is he jumping out of his skin? Because if I'm excited, who else is excited? You're excited. If I'm excited when I shoot, who else is excited? The clientele. You're going to see that my way of talking to my client, the models, the subjects, is quite different than anything you can ever imagine. I shot my first wedding at 16 years old. How good do you think I was? I bordered on terrible. I could expose right and not much more. Okay, I knew how to pose a little bit. And my first wedding, people asked, when it was right after we opened the store in June of 1990. Someone comes in, they're a couple, and they come in 2 days before their wedding because their photographer got sick. And they say to my dad, they're like, listen, we're getting married. It's July 27th. It's this weekend. It's 2 days from now. We've called everywhere. Nobody is available. Do you have anybody? He goes, I have my son, but I don't know what he can do. You know, he's been training for 5 years. And why don't we send him and we'll see what happens. And we'll talk about what it costs afterwards. I'll give you the highest that I think I'll charge you at this point. And it was a lot. It was $500 for me to show up if anything came out. Okay, so they were desperate. And I went. And when I tell you that even though I may not have gotten every portion right, they loved me. They were 50 years old, the couple. First marriage. They had so much fun. They loved me. But when I look at it, it is putrid. It is absolutely terrible in every way. But they liked me. So what do you think they loved? The photos. They gave me a $200 tip. They gave me a $200 tip, and I was floored. And at that point, I thought everybody was going to give me a $200 tip. Didn't work out that way over the 3,500 weddings. But the fact was simple. They liked me, and if they like you, if they're excited by you, what are they going to do? They're going to buy. They're going to buy. It boils down to emotional engagement in every way, shape, or form. And what does that mean? When you have a studio, when you have a portfolio, one of the things I notice on people's websites is they put all the wrong images. They put the images that anybody can do. Why would you put images of a bride's family? Why would you put images of a groom's family? Why would you put images of a bridal party? When brides think of their wedding, what do they think of? They think of the love story. If you go to Pinterest at this point and you look around and see all those photos, what are they of? A bride and groom. Do you know how many of those photos came from my website? Because if you go to my site, what do you think the entire site is? It's all bride and groom. When you come in and look on our walls, what do you think it is? All bride and groom. When you come in and look at our sample albums, what do you think it is? All bride and groom. I create the story, I create the fairy tale, I create the fantasy. Sales, life, boils down to emotional engagement. You have to get them connected in every way. As a salesperson, you could be the salesperson like a car salesman. Well, this car comes with this, it comes with this, it comes with this, and you list everything it comes with. Or you could talk to them like they're human. I remember when I got married. God, it's been 15 years, but I got to tell you, wedding vendors are like vultures. All they want to do is suck money out of you. I remember the week of my wedding having to sell my camera equipment, sell my watch, sell my ring, so all this stuff just so I could afford to pay it. I know where you are, and I'm gonna level with you. Photography is the most important thing, but we got to be realistic about where it's going to go. It's unfair. You have no idea what you want. How could you? You've never seen a single image of yourself. How could you possibly know that you need 60 photos in an album? You need this, you need that. You can't. Photographers are just trying to sell you a number. I want to talk to you about real things. I think it's more important that you get what you want rather than a whole bunch of numbers. I understand where you're being. It's not about buying the most expensive collection, because the truth is, if you buy the most expensive collection or you buy the most economical, I'm still going to shoot the exact same way because I owe it to you. For you to make the determination in your pricing that, oh, you're only getting 8 hours and you're buying this collection, I'm going to do it. You should always look to shoot the best job you can. Do you know why? Because if you don't, if they are spending $2,000 rather than 10, you still have the opportunity to sell them more afterwards when they like it. You know, that's why I never work by the hour. I can't be the photographer who goes, oh, cake is in a half hour, but time's up. It's going to be another $200. That relationship thing that you work so hard to set up, what disappeared real quick. I don't want to be their business associate. I want to be their friend, because friends don't really complain about each other to each other. Friends will have more respect for you when something doesn't go right. It boils down to emotionally engaging them. And that starts with understanding who you are, understanding your personality. You like that a lot, don't you? Now I see. You didn't realize I had all that going on with the Fonzie jacket and everything. I am that hot. You know, women are always curious about us bigger guys. They know we work harder. So it's very simple. It starts with understanding the personality. Would you like to go kiss the screen, Susan? Kenna?
You're making me really uncomfortable,
You're going to see Kenna walk
Doug.
up and be like, ooh.
You're making me uncomfortable, Doug.
Dougie. I got my members
really
only
fair.
jacket on.
I love members only jackets. So
Yes.
there you go. That's it for
I
me.
knew you were
Kenna.
into me.
Back in the
It
day.
starts with understanding your personality. What is the biggest asset that you have? Personality. Don't worry about selling your work, because in the beginning, if you're not very good, who are you selling? You. If they like you, they're going to like their photos. It's about understanding that emotion will always beat technical perfection. I want to ask you a question, and I want an honest answer. When was the last time you ever cried taking a photograph? Have you? I'll admit it. I am a little you-know-what. I'm a little B. I cry all the time. All the time. Why do I cry? Because I understand the moment. Have you ever taken the time to get to know your clients? It's the biggest thing that we forgot. We're so interested in tweeting and LinkedIn and Facebook and texting, we don't even know people anymore. We don't take time. How could you photograph someone if you know nothing about them? How can you do this? Do you know their dreams? Do you know their fairy tale? Do you know their vision of what it is they want to accomplish? Did you ask them during their family, tell me about your family? Well, I just have my mom. I just lost my dad. And understanding who they are as a person, understanding the damage that that's doing to this bride on her wedding day, what she's feeling, understanding that her dad is sick, her grandparent is sick, understanding that her brother, she doesn't know if he's coming back for the wedding or not, because she doesn't know if the military is going to let him go. Understanding that emotion. If you don't understand it, how could you feel it? If you can't feel it, how could you make that magic? Because that's what emotion is. Joe Busick states it best. I capture emotion. That's what I do. Now, although I differ with Joe on how I would capture it, okay, because my truth is feeling and seeing is quite different. Because the fact is, I told you in the beginning, I don't think weddings are really the fairy tales they're cut out to be. But I believe as a photographer, I am the writer, I am the director, I am the producer, I am the storyteller. And what do I do when a bride comes in, sees all these beautiful images, and she looks at them and she's like, oh my God, I love them, this is what I want. But this wedding that's coming in that she's looking at is a Caribbean destination wedding. It's Ken and Barbie getting married. It's all perfect, but this bride is getting married in the dead of winter because it's cheap. This bride doesn't really like her husband's family. This bride and this groom have different visions of what they want the pictures to look like. He doesn't want to be bothered. He wants to get hammered. She wants a love story. So what do I say to her after the wedding when she comes back and she looks at a picture and be, I'm so upset. These look nothing like what you promised me or what I saw. Oh, I'm so sorry. Your wedding sucked. and your family is just a huge pain, and your groom was hammered. Can I say that? I made you cry. Give me some sugar. I made you cry. I'm going to do that again just because it was fun. Thank you. To all of those of you who are crying at home, buy, Creative Live, $99. The fact is very simple. It's a matter of feeling that emotion. You see, something hit home with her. It doesn't matter what it was. If I was a photographer, I'd find out. Everybody has that. And we forget that as photographers. I'll give you an example of how we forget it. I got married, and my grandfather passed away 2 weeks after the wedding. We all go through that. But as a photographer, before that day, before he passed, and I saw my photos, I remember one thing. If someone came to me, remember I shot film back then, if someone came to me and I'm like, all right, guys, I just want to say goodnight, I'm going home, and it was 1 o'clock in the morning, and they'd be like, oh, can I have one more family picture? But, oh, I'm so sorry, I ran out of film. Because I didn't want to be bothered. Not realizing in the back of my head, this could be the last photo of someone in it. This could be the most important thing that she forgot. And I would say it for 2 reasons, because back then, a roll of film to shoot and to develop would cost you like $40. That was a lot of money to give up on a job. So then my grandfather died. And when, you know how you pull all the photos for the funerals? Except now today where there are no photos anymore because photographers just give CDs. You go to the funeral with a hard drive. Okay, it changed a little bit. But the fact is very simple. My mother could not find a photo of her and her father. Think about it. That changed my whole impression. So this week, these 3 days, you are going to see me break families down like you never have before. You're going to see me take every grandparent photo possible and imaginable, because you have to think of it this way. What would you want as a photographer? And if you don't emotionally engage, how is it going to work? Photographers make this problem, and I've seen it on certain classes and the way they shoot when I've had to analyze them. Okay, bride and groom, I just did the parents. What's next? Do you really think they know what's next? You should know everybody's name. You should know every situation they're involved with, and you should take the time to know them. Not because you owe it to them as a client, but because they're all future clients too. They're all future clients. I don't connect with just you as the bride. I connect with you as the sister, the mother, the father, the daughter, all of them. Because all of you, I want you to build up. Do you know how deep these family roots go? And it starts with understanding emotional engagement. We decided at one point a couple of years ago, we were going to open a franchise studio. And I was going to franchise myself. And it was spectacular. The first 2 years, they did over 250 weddings. That's pretty good. It became profitable in 6 months. But the owner of the studio thought that it would be, he was in an area that he thought was more technology-based. So what happened was he decided, I don't need to meet with clients. I'll just text them, I'll email them, I'll put the photos online. And I had to pull the franchise. And the reason I had to do that was that is not my business model. And guess what started slipping? Because after the 2 years is when my staff left and stopped helping. Everything started to go down because there was no base created anymore. You have to realize that emotion isn't everything. When a client comes in yelling at you, what are they yelling at? Emotion. When they come in and they start crying, what is it? Emotion. When they smile, it's emotion. People ask all the time, I was comparing myself to Joe and the other great photojournalists. In their cases, they're waiting for a moment to occur. I don't believe in that. I believe in creating the moment. So my idea, and you're going to see it, is it's not what happens in the pose. I'm sorry, it's not the pose. It's what happens in the pose that creates the naturalness of the moment. It's my reaction. If I look at you and I'm talking to you and I'll be like, looking nice and happy at Dad, you're smiling, you're laughing, and my expression, and I'm animated, you're going to smile. And now I could change her emotion instantly. Look down and be serious. I just changed it, didn't I? I just changed the connection between her and a dad, her and a mom, from going to here to just by the way I spoke to her. I changed an emotion, and when I can gamut both sides of that emotion, what am I going to get more of? Sales, more of a story. And you're going to see how we do that over the next 3 days. It starts with personal relationships with our clients and with each other. Did you notice, and you people at home didn't see it, when I came up to all of you, I did something that you probably don't have too many people do. How did I shake your hand? And was I out or was I in? I was embracing you. And by embracing you, did you not feel a little bit more connected? It was a little odd that someone had done that to you. Every person I meet, the difference between, hey, nice to meet you, hard, firm handshake. I don't need to be hard and firm. You're not my elder, not that. I want to be connected. I want to pull you into me. I want you to know I care about you. I want you to know that you're important to me. That makes all the difference in the world on so many levels. Notice, I hugged you. I don't even know if she likes being hugged. But it's okay, because that's who I am. And the idea is she's going to remember it. She wasn't feeling it at the moment. She was emotional. It's okay. That's how you connect with people. She'll remember me for it. Here's the other thing. You're going to see me do something that's a little odd over the next couple of days. And if you followed me or you follow me on YouTube, there is one thing that I am always criticized for. It's that I touch my subjects. I touch my subjects. I hear it all the time. If I actually saw someone write on YouTube, if you ever touched me like that, I'd kick your... Really? It's funny. I've probably photographed several 100,000 people at this point. I've never had anybody try to hit me. I've never had anybody threaten to hit me. You got something for me? You look like you want to say something.
No, that's just a lot of people, Doug.
Well, you think about it, over 3,500 weddings.
Yes.
At this point, on an average year, I probably photograph between 15 to 20,000 kids.
Wow.
Between schools, sports, and all of that. And people ask all the time, they're like, you go out and photograph a school shoot? I do. And you know what? All of my school shoots come from teachers liking me, liking that the owner comes out. I don't need to do it. I have 22 photographers. But I go for two reasons, because it starts by connecting with the client, and it also starts with connecting with my employees. How can I ask my employees to go do something I'm not willing to do? How could I ask them, can you go clean the bathroom, if I'm not willing to do it? How could I ask them, you go photograph the school? I could be that jerk boss and say, you know what? I'm paying you, you go do it. But I don't look at life that way. I look at life in a different way, and it's treating people the way I want to be treated. You know why I touch people? Two reasons. What are we most sensitive to? We have senses. We're sensitive. We remember smells. We remember taste. And we remember touch. I'm not sitting there. People think that I'm jabbing and rough. And the fact is, you'll see, I have the same bride and groom for all 3 days, which works out great, because midway through, I won't need to touch them anymore. I'll be able to guide them through motion, pull them, push them, turn them, because they understand what I want because of how descriptive I am and the touch. I'm educating them. And you'll be amazed. I'll give you an example. I just went on a cruise with my family and my nephew, my kids, my parents, everybody. And it was so funny because my wife and my kids, they're like, look at those people over there. You had to photograph them. Someone from you had to photograph them, because we knew, because they were doing this and laughing as they were doing. Remember, tuck, roll, and lean. Sure enough, my nephew was on the cruise with me. They ran in and saw him. He had just photographed their wedding that weekend before we left, because you leave impressions on people. It boils down to connecting with each other. You see, there's one thing I've learned over time. It's never the environment, it's never the events of our lives, but the meaning we attach to the events that shapes how we create the story. There's a story there. And if I was a photographer, I'd find it, because that would be the difference between me capturing true, raw emotion and not doing it. It's okay to cry. It's okay to show the emotion, because would you rather work with a complete stranger, or do you want to work with your friend? Give you an example. How do you think I am as a salesperson? Probably pretty good, right? I sell it over 98%. 98% of what walks through my door books. Not a week later, not a month later, not a day later. Right there. I had a strong debate in this class about how detailed I was going to go into sales, because you think I'm a heavy pressure salesperson? Oh, I'm as heavy as it can get, but it's subliminally. telling you when you walk in, just doing something like this to you, coming in, shaking your hand. Hi, when are you getting married? Oh, and you say August 25th of 2014. When you called, did they check to make sure we were available? Let me just double check before I seat you. What did I just do? I just put pressure on you, didn't I? But I never said a word, did I? Did I do anything? Did I say, you're going to book now? You're going to book now? Someone else is going to come in? Or in the back of your head thinking, oh my God, they could possibly be booked. That's sales. The reason I don't touch on it too heavy is because I know in other parts of the world and other parts of the country, you may be like, wow, that's dirty. It's not dirty. Anybody who sells is going to sell with some sense of urgency and pressure. And if you don't, you're not going to get all that you can. Because remember, if you don't put pressure on them, what happens when they come to me next? I'm going to get them. I'm going to get them. And it's never lying. It's never being misguiding. I sell with a passion and a friendship and make them feel like they're a part of me. I tell them there's always the chance that we're not going to be available when you come back. Price will never go up, but in the event we book, we'll try to recommend you somewhere that may be a little bit more money and more traditional, but at least they're good. And is there a chance I'm going to book? There's always a chance. I'm not going to call you up and say, if you don't come in an hour, we're going to book. I'm just reminding you there's a chance we're going to book. I don't need to put pressure then. Questions, ladies? Because I know I'm going on a different topic.
Always questions. All right, well, Doug, I have a question. This is from Shelby Cobra 87. And Shelby says, Doug, I'm curious to know, what advice would you have for an introvert who is in love with doing wedding photography? I have a hard time taking command of the situation because of my quiet nature, but I still get very decent photos. But there has always been at least one person at a wedding that bosses me around. How can I stifle the doubters? Okay. And you seem so extroverted. Like, how do people compete with that?
You know what? I do. I seem out. Ladies, when I come off this camera, what am I? I'm as introverted as you get.
You're a little shy, yeah.
I'm a little shy. They ask me out. I don't go out. I go back to my hotel room. I'm very introverted because it's a matter of finding that balance. People who are as outgoing as I am on camera tend to be what? A little bit more shy in their daily life. It's a matter of creating a persona and a confidence. I'm very confident when I'm in front of you. But if I sense when I get off that one of you don't like me, it's going to drive me nuts. I'm going to sit and I'm going to focus on it, and I'm going to try to make you like me and do everything in my power. It's a matter of understanding it from 2 points. If you're introverted, over the next 3 days, you should watch everything I do, because you're going to realize what I do in front of you is exactly what I do on the wedding. And just copy it. You copy those areas. Give you an example. Everybody that I've trained, I've taught to act like me and do things. It worked out brilliantly with the guys. Brilliantly. But then I trained the most talented photographer that I've ever trained, and she became one of my dearest, closest friends in the world. And she's one of my best friend's wives now. The problem is, in the beginning, she was trying to copy me. You see, if I'm like, all right, let's go, move along, family, chop, chop, let's go, mom and dad, here we go, moving along at a rapid pace, everybody's doing great, we're going. If I do it, it's like, oh my God, he's so assertive, I love it. If you do it, ladies, you're you know what? They were coming in and saying, I love her pictures, but we were calling her the photo Nazi all day, because all she kept doing was bossing it around. You need to find that happy medium. You need to create a personality. Shooting a wedding is being on stage. Being on stage is how you get people to do it. You need to make them laugh. You need to make them have fun. And I know what this person's talking about. They're talking about while the bride's coming down the aisle, the person comes and steps right in front of them with their iPad. And it's a matter of you making a split decision. If I don't move them, I'm going to get a complaint. Excuse me, sir. You got to step in. Sir, step in. Thank you. Bam. And what you must first do, before you do that, is take an image of them in the aisle with the bride back. You focus on them to show in case you don't do it. But there's never an excuse. Here's what happens. When my photographers come into me and I look at their work and I'll be like, what happened here? Blah, 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 this excuse, that excuse. Would this have happened if I was at the wedding? No. Then it shouldn't happen to you. It's very simple. Introverted just means having a plan. Introvert, just realize I need to create a stage show. Just like I have a show for you here, I have a show on a wedding. If they watch the next 3 days, they will see how I interact with every situation possible. Okay?
So is that, just to follow up with this, because I know this is a problem for so many people. Right? So is it an act? You have to learn how to act, is basically.
You have to learn how to act with confidence. There is a difference, okay? You know, everybody has an act. The way I am here doesn't necessarily mean I'm that way in other situations. There's plenty of people who do that. If you look at all these showbiz people, do you really think they are like you see them? You know what I mean? Do you really think they're all that? They're not. They're just like you and me. We all have our quirks. We all have it. One of the biggest problems that I have from this is when I get off stage and I have all this adulation and I hear all this going, is going home and adjusting. You know what I mean? Just remember, it's not real. It's okay to be shy, but you can't be shy in this profession, so you need to find a way about it. My advice to that person would be watch close to the next 3 days and see how I interact. If you followed me around for a day, you'd see I'm a completely different person than I am. I'm someone that if I get put in a group scenario with them privately, I'm going to need to be the center of attention. And the reason I do that is because I'm lacking what? Self-confidence. Yeah, I am. Believe it or not. Just like most of you, I'm lacking that self-confidence. But when I'm here, when I'm shooting, there's nobody more confident than me. My job as a wedding photographer is not to capture the world as it is. It's to capture the world as what I want it to be. There are no excuses. It's a matter of just getting it done.
Cool. That's powerful, Doug. And thank you for sharing that, because I think a lot of people just assume that anyone who teaches here on Creative Live is super confident, is always, but almost every time, people, you know, knowing that you as well deal with that every day is just, it's very relatable. I see a lot of nodding heads in here and online, so thank you.
Good.
Thank you for that.
Any other question? What time are we in?
We have about 15 minutes before we go to break.
So do I have any questions from you, Interior, before I go on?
And we have a ton of questions online once you're ready.
Okay. Now, one of the things that I think that people forget, and really forget, is before you go to a shoot, do you put something up here? Do you put something in your mind's eye? A lot of times photographers go and scout out territories and set up things. There's nothing good about that, because the day's events can differ based on time, based on light, all of it. Yesterday, they said to me, do you want to walk around and look? I'm like, do you want to go see the reception room? No, it's fine, because the light could change. When I was here yesterday, it was sunny out. Doesn't matter. It's imagine of realizing that everything you can imagine can become a reality if you take a chance. And you can't be afraid to put someone in a pose. When I go to a bride and be like, all right, I want you to stand like this, here, here, here. You can't be afraid to look at it and be like, not working, and move on. I don't press the button just to press it. I press the button to make a living and create art. One of the biggest things that people forget, one of the biggest things that people don't really do, is realizing and understanding this simple concept. It's not about how much you take. It's about how much greatness is involved in it. How many of you, when you shoot a wedding, shoot over 1,000 portraits or 1,000 images? You're going to see me shoot between 400 and 500, tops. I don't take doubles. I don't take triplicates. Maybe of the family here and there. It's about each image mattering. Because the more I take, the more confusion there is, and then it becomes disturbing. I know brides want to say that, and I'm going to tell them, no, I'm going to take around 400 or 500, and the reason why is I'm not going to show you every image. If I were to take a family picture of the 6 of you together, I would take 3 of them, and one you look good, one you look good, one you look good. If I'm in it, I look good in every one. Rather than show you all 6, I'm going to move the heads to make the perfect image, because I want my clients to view me as perfection, don't I? I want them to view it as though I did the perfect setting, and that starts with good light. In our next segment, when we really start teaching, I'm going to show you different lighting variables. I'm going to show you how to use a lamp. I'm going to show you how to use a window. I'm going to show you how to use flash. I'm going to show you how to understand temperature and broad face for short lit. That's what we're going to be working on, because that's what really matters in your photography. But it starts again with imagining what it can be. Looking at this and thinking, I have this chandelier, what can I do with it? I have windows up there, what can I do with it? I have a couch here, what could I do with it? And not saying, if I shoot that way, darn it, there's a big red ugly truck outside. And being like, I can't do it. Finding a way to adjust through camera height, through exposure, through understanding movement. Imagine it, see it. I always laugh when I see people doing this, because they're imagining it in a box. If you stay inside that proverbial box, you're never getting out. It's time for you to get outside that box and understand, I could go down, I could go up, I can see and move. You're going to see me stare at my clients and look like I'm possessed, because I'm looking at them like, and I'm looking at the eye. Because one of the biggest problems that photographers have is they never see the whole picture. They have things growing out of people's head. They have things, vertical lines and horizontal lines, crooked based on an angle. That's not what you do. It's about understanding light. It's about understanding exposure. It's about understanding the type of light. And most importantly, how to flatter them the most. Looking for reflections, seeing different things. If you do this, you're going to be successful. And guess what? I am going to make it so simple for you over the next 3 days. It's going to be as simple as you could ever imagine. Photography, the more you think what happens, the worse it becomes. It's very, very simple. Stop thinking. Don't make it hard. This isn't a hard job. It's about coming into a reality. Whoops. Sorry. You could go back to play. That was the last slide. Very, very simple. And understanding what it is you want to accomplish. So here's what you need to do. Everything I do starts with a system. Once I have that system in place, I can move forward. Knowing that I'm walking into the bride's house, knowing I want her dress hanging on the curtain, knowing I want her shoes hung out, knowing I want her ready to go. Explaining the details and connecting from the front. When you get to a bride, when you meet with a bride, you don't say to her, what's going on your wedding day? You tell her what's going on, because you know she doesn't. She has a vision. You talked about being introverted. Well, you have to control it, because in the end, when you say, I'm sorry I didn't get those images, I didn't get them because your family did this or you wouldn't listen, it doesn't work. When you walk in and see a bride yelling at her family and acting like crazy, you just be like, walk up and be like, listen, you need to chill, just relax, nice and soft, and I just want to let you know there's zero chance I'm going to tolerate that. So we need to get that in check right away. There's no reason for you to be crazy. Nobody wants to put up with your crap. Okay? And do you think I'd say that to her? I will. And guess what happens? You develop a level of respect right then and there. You can't let it be dominated by these different things. You need to really take control. Knowing that when I walk in, I want to do the bride first. Then I want to do the family. Then I want to do the bridal party. Then I'm going to leave early, and when I get to the church, I want to do the groom alone, the groom with the family. Then I want to get the bride getting out of the car. Then I want to get them walking down the aisle. Then I'm going to do knowing what situations are going to come. I'm going to have the readings. Then I'm going to have the homily. Then I'm going to have the vow exchange. Then I'm going to have the rings. Then I'm going to have all those other things and everything set to go. So all of that comes into play. You need to have your system, and immediately after the ceremony, you know what you want to do. Do you know why? Because when I meet with a bride, there is one major thing that I tell her that is crucial and important. Crucial to the success of the whole day. Immediately after the ceremony, you need to tell all of your family they need to stay at the church for family pictures. That will include your parents, brothers, sisters, spouses, aunts, uncles, cousins, anybody you want. If they do not stay, you are going to wind up missing the whole cocktail hour and the party, because we're running around trying to get people. They're at the church, they're happy, they're smiling. And then you're going to hear, well, I don't really like the way the church looks. That's all right, because it's not about backgrounds at the church. It's about the immediate happiness of the family. If I'm sitting at the hall waiting for the one brother to arrive, I'm wasting time. This is the one thing I discovered when training with my dad. My dad is a personality like me. Everybody loves him. But the second he was taking pictures during the party and during the reception, what happened? He became like the worst human on the planet. Even though we told him, get there an hour before. People don't listen. I tell them that during their initial sales session. I tell them again during their engagement session. I tell them again every time I talk to them. The week of, when I call them, to go over the day for the 100th time, I tell them again. When I arrive at the bride's house and I meet the parents, if I haven't already, I introduce, hi, I'm Doug. Thank you so much. Congratulations. You look absolutely stunning. I just want to make sure she told you to make sure that you remind all your family to stay at the church. And do you know, even though I've told her 20 times, how many times the mothers be like, oh no, she never told us. And then I remind them right there, well, make sure you tell them this way. Okay, I'll tell them. And then when we walk into the church before the parents sit down, I remind them again. And then after the ceremony, the bride and groom walk back, they kiss, bam, got it. When the parents walk by, congratulations. Make sure you tell all the family to stay right after we do the receiving line. We're going to do them right outside. And then after the receiving line's done, what do you think I do again? Remind them again. And before I let the bride and groom walk out, I make an announcement. Ladies and gentlemen, if you could, please listen up. I'm going to need the immediate families of both the bride and groom, including brothers, sisters, spouses, parents, grandparents, aunts and uncles and cousins, right over here on the right side of the church after we throw rose petals. If you do not come, you are going to miss the cocktail hour and dislike me very, very much. They all laugh. Bride and groom start walking out. I turn my back. Okay, everybody stay right there. Bride and groom turn around. Everybody come in close for a big family picture. Everybody in close. Looking here. 1, 2, 3. Bam. Nice and happy. Bride and groom give a kiss. Everybody a great big wave and a yell to the video. And then I have one reaction. If the people cheer really loud, I go, whoa, I can't wait to party with you people. Or if they're like, hey, be like, wow, can't wait to party with you people. Family bridal party right this way. Let's go. We want to take photos. Chop, chop. We want to eat. Family bridal party right this way. Let's go. Let's go. Everybody moving along at a rapid pace. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Mom, dad, everybody coming over. I need the bride and groom and the bride's mom and dad. Here we go. Moving along. Moving along. Do you think anybody's walking away? Do you think I'm ever shooting during cocktail hours? You can look at it right now and somebody at home be like, that's really obnoxious. You could call it what you want. It works. May not work for you. It works for me. All right, I know we have 5 minutes, and I'm sure there's some people wondering.
Well, yes, lots of questions coming in already, Doug, for sure. Lots of topics that I know we'll be getting to later over the course of the next 3 days. So I'm actually wondering if you could just spend a few minutes talking about what we are going to cover over the 3 days and what are kind of the goals for the whole workshop.
Excellent. There's a lot of goals. Number one, I kind of got you situated with what my personality is going to be. In our next segment, we are going to cover in detail lighting. One of the biggest problems that photographers have is they have no concept of where light comes from or what type of light it is. And auto just doesn't cut it. Auto white balance is not your friend. I want to make it as simple as I possibly can for you. Make sure that you understand exposure. Make sure that you understand direction of light and how to deal with all of it. Then after that, we're going to do, after lunch, we're going to do an engagement session, which is kind of my chance to get to know the bride and groom. And one of the things you're going to hear me say to the bride and groom during this segment is, I'm not looking to create a Picasso. I'm looking to learn about you and see all your good points photographically and the not so good points that we all have. I'm going to have some great images in there, but I want to make sure you understand what I'm looking for. In essence, I'm lowering their expectations, and when I exceed them by far, what happens? They're like, oh my goodness, he's the greatest. Then after that, we're going to work on the bride alone with her details, and then the bride alone photos inside the living room and that sort of stuff. One of the things that I was hopeful of, the biggest place that people have trouble with light is indoors, because they have mixed lighting. Did you ever notice you're taking your pictures inside of a church and they tend to be very, very orange? That's because you're mixing blue light, which is flash, with orange light, which is tungsten, and you're not balancing correctly. I'm going to show you how to balance, how to understand, and rather than think about using flash as a main light, I want to teach you how to use it as a fill and understand how to balance and balance colors through different means of lighting. Not just flash, but I'm going to use my torch light as a constant. I may use lights like this. All of that to simplify and keep it as simple as possible. And I'm going to turn to you and talk to you about lighting direction, shooting from dark to light. Then tomorrow, we're really going to break into things with the bride and her family. Then we're going to do the groom alone. Then we're going to do the ceremony. Then we're going to do the family and the bridal party. And then the third day, we're going to kick into bride and groom posing. Then we're going to kick into reception. Then we're going to kick into some Photoshop and how I post-produce all of this. Because anybody at home who gets the course, I decided to give you something really special. I am going to give you a PDF of every image that I take, and that's going to be a lot of them. So you are basically getting the ultimate posing guide from it. And we're going to cover sales and see how we make some money.
Wow, Doug, that's a lot, which is why we have 3 days. And I love how you're framing it up that we're going to learn your system, because that's so key. And how many weddings again do you shoot a year?
Me personally, I do about 60 to 70. Our staff does over 1,000. And the thing that I pride us on the most is, you know, most companies that do a lot of weddings, there's going to be a lot of complaints. If you look up my company on Wedding Wire, we are the highest rated company. We are at a 5. We have won every award imaginable, from Wedding Wire, Wedding Channel, Martha Stewart Weddings, to LongIslandWeddings.com. The Long Island Press voted us the best photography and video company in New York State. This is quite an achievement for a staff that large. And the thing I'm proudest of, 2 of them, is in 27 years of business, we've never had an employee quit. And our complaint ratio is under 0.3%. 0.3. For 1,000 plus weddings and over 5,000 portraits. It's about showing something and making sure that you deliver it. And that's what I'm going to show over the next 3 days.
And that was my follow-up question was, what is the key thing that you think is...
Consistency.
Okay.
Giving the client a guarantee. As a client, there's one thing I want to know. What I see is what I get. What I'm promised is what I can get. If I can do that every time, there's no reason to complain. And if they like you, they won't complain. I told you, all of our business comes from recommendations. We're doing 1,000 weddings. We turn down between 250 to 300 a year that we can't do because we're not available. And I'm always looking. You know, one of the things that we started doing in the past 2 years, which helped, is saying them. They really pick up on the system. They learn it inside and out. One of the things I'll do is, if they're going to continue with me and say, hey, Doug, I shot these photos. What do you think? And I see that they're starting to get it. I'm going to say to you, hey, can you come to New York? I'm going to pay for your expenses. I'm going to pay you to shoot for the day and come work for me. I'd rather pay someone from Washington to come than someone in Long Island who doesn't know the system. Because even if I don't make as much, you're building a base and I'm helping you. So all of you at home, I'm looking for you.
Oh boy, Doug. The chat room's exploded when you said that earlier, and people are lined up. They're figuring out how they're going to carpool to get to you.
Floodgates have opened. Floodgates have opened.
Listen, like I said, the more people who come, because I look at it and see it as one of the things that we forgot as photographers is that, in essence, we're a brand. I'm a brand. My studio is a brand, and I'm going to talk about it. If I get you to work in that brand, it's worth it for me. Example, 11/11/11. You know, that wedding date, one of the busiest wedding days ever. We did 38 weddings that day. So I had 16 photographers from all over the world come in, one from Canada, one from Europe, and the other 14 had come in from all over the United States, and I brought in 2 extras for backup, just in case. And it went off without a hitch. Could you imagine doing that many weddings and not having a complaint? Says a lot. Says a lot. All about systems. And that's where we're going to kick in over the next 3 days.
Fantastic. Well, are you guys pumped? Because the people online are pumped to learn this system. So everyone, we're going to take our first 15-minute break of the day. We're going to get into it when we come back, as Doug has already explained. Susan, what are people saying online?
Well,
Doug's hot.
Actually,
Yes.
that is
Yes.
exactly what they are saying, Doug. The internet is absolutely loving this. I'm going to read a few quotes that we've gathered. Angie says, I'm starting to think Doug might be my soulmate. Wow.
Well, that wasn't what I was looking for.
All right, well, this is what you're
Okay.
looking for. Here's the one for you, Doug. Lady JT says, I love Doug. Wonderful energy, inspiration, and talent all wrapped in that hot big guy package.
Would have appreciated just hot guy, but if she wants to add big to it.
All right,
Okay.
one more from C King. What Doug Gordon is saying is 100% true. I met him during my first trip ever to Las Vegas for my first WPPI. Doug was the first presenter I saw. I was sitting in the front 2 rows, and he walked right up to me and shook my hand like that and said, hello, kind sir, how are you? Thank you for coming. It really left a great impression on me.
Excellent.
So you're doing good out there.
Did he say I was hot too?
He did. C King says you're hot. Everyone thinks you're hot. All right, everyone. With that, we will see you back here in 15 minutes.
Creative Live, everyone. We are here with Mr. Doug Gordon, and we are about to give away our first prizes of the day, right? Right, Doug?
Yep.
All right. This is the beauty of being here at the Creative Live experience in person, right, guys? It's pretty darn fun. So first 2 prizes are, the first one is from Bay Photo, and it is a press printed calendar. Tell us about why you use and love Bay Photo.
Well, I want to let the audience know first at home, that calendar is the 12 months of Doug. You will see me in various bikinis and poses, so you have no idea. You can't put your own pictures in. It's going to be me, Mr. May, okay, Mr. June.
And what's December?
December, I am just wearing a snow hat.
Okay. Got it.
No.
Got it. Got the visual. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. No, in all seriousness, out of every vendor I use, Bayphoto is one of the most important ones, if not the most important one. They're my lab, they're my partners, they're my friends. They do all of my prints, all of my albums. They do all of our thank yous, our proofing. You're talking that I think we print roughly 5.5 million prints per year, and every one of them is through Bay. We had the same lab for a very long time, a small local lab like everybody else. Biggest problem with it was they weren't advancing at the rate Bay was. So Bay was able to control everything. If I order something on Monday, if I order an album on Monday, it's already shipped by week's end. I can't beat that. And in terms of all the different things they have, my studio is not built up of the normal things. We have not just regular prints, but we're using collages, we're using clusters, we're using metal prints, we're using gallery wraps. Anything that you could think of, they have. And when people walk into my studio, I want them to see all of these things. And about middle of last year, beginning of last year, they started doing all of my framing. Framing is a huge, huge part of my business because we do all odd sizes, which we'll get into later. We're not just doing 8x10s and 11x14s. We're doing mostly square, extreme rectangle panel prints, so our clients are buying custom framing. We're talking millions of dollars in framing, and Bay does it all. So I couldn't live without them. I need someone I could depend on. I need someone who has a dependable system, and, you know,
wow,
they're huge.
That is one glaring review. I love it. I love
Thank you.
it. We love both Bayphoto. Okay, so the winner of the press printed calendar of Doug? No, not of Doug.
I'll give you one and I'll mail it.
Yeah. Okay,
I hear with
is
Doug.
Kelly Mullaney, who entered on Twitter at Kelly Mullaney, and the quote was, "Make everything you imagine a reality."
I don't think she should have won. I didn't say that.
You didn't say that?
No.
Just up on your keynote?
Nope.
Nope. Okay. Well, too
Yeah.
late.
It was Susan.
The next prize is from Bayphoto, a CD DVD case with a printed DVD and a Nikon High Sierra backpack. Tell us about the backpack.
Backpack's awesome. It's a High Sierra backpack. I have no idea what it looks like, but it's awesome because Nikon made it. Love it.
Fantastic. All right. The winner of that prize is Charles King, and his Twitter handle is at CKing Production. And this quote was, "Make it your goal to give people more than what you think they expect." Always a good goal.
That's a good goal. I didn't say that either.
You didn't?
No.
Well, too bad. We're still giving away this prize. All right, everyone. Let's get back on into it. Keep entering to win the prizes. Again, over $6,500 worth of prizes in this workshop.
And I got a whole bunch of surprises myself.
I bet you do, Doug. I bet you do. Back over to you.
Thank you, Ken. All right, welcome back, everybody. So let's talk about what we're going to do right now. As we all know, when we walk into a wedding, one of the biggest problems we have is the finished lighting conditions. Understanding light is the key and most important element, and understanding the different types of light. One of the things that I've seen over time is that people don't really know what the difference to light is. They think because they shoot a raw file. Did I say raw white, or did I say it with a New York accent? Because my wife always goes, "You say raw." Okay, so RAW. One of the reasons they shoot it is because they're always concerned with light. I'll come out and say it, I'm a JPEG shooter, right? I shoot JPEG because I get my exposures right. Now, the biggest difference is obviously the multitude of color spectrum with it. You know, you have an 8-bit channel versus up to 12 at that point, and it allows you a little bit more latitude in your exposure. But I don't want to be just shooting everything on auto white balance. Although the settings in auto have changed completely and have improved dramatically, the fact is if you don't have white, it's going to be an issue for you. So with all that being said, I want to focus really on getting good, clean exposure and keeping the mixed light to a minimum. That's one of the biggest problems we have, is mixing light, especially indoors, because you look inside this room right now, it's pretty simple. You have two types of light. You have your tungsten light going on, and then you have your natural daylight. Now, obviously, there are settings on your camera for this. One of the things that I've seen over time when I look at people's photos, especially indoors, is that they're looking at them and they're saying, oh my goodness, I'm inside a church, I need flash. I want to make flash not your safety crutch, because remember, in just about every case, unless we're in a studio environment, we want the light to be a fill light that we add. It's always been a fill light, an additive, which means that it shouldn't be dominant. We need to identify our dominant light. Now, what's clear in this environment right now, depending on where you are, is daylight is your main light. And what you need to know is the difference in shades. Like, obviously, there are two different differences in shades. You should be able to look and know that if I walk back to this corner, I'm going to have part of my face lit with tungsten, part of my face lit with daylight. Is this a problem? It's going to be a problem because you have different color temperatures, which means one side will be warm, one side will be cool. And if I'm in auto white balance, especially with my clothing, is the camera going to be able to read things the way it needs to? No, it's going to give me an inaccurate result. If you're home or if you're here, think about it. How many of you are color correcting your images? How many of you know that it's a big waste of time? Because the fact is, you're color correcting them to your monitor. If your client's viewing it at home on their monitor, it's going to be different. If they're viewing it on their 16:9 formatted television, it's going to be stretched. It's going to probably be the contrast, the saturation are going to be through the roof. That's a problem. So in those cases, it doesn't work. But what about setting and basically setting it to your lab, going and making it match your lab? The fact is, you can't, because the lab's calibration is changing multiple times a day, because it's going to change every time the paper changes. It's going to change every time the temperatures of the chemicals change. It's going to change every time the chemicals change themselves. If you breathe on the machine, it changes. So you're never truly accurate. So I'm going to give you a piece of advice. If you never, ever, ever want to color correct again, you know how to do it? Shoot it right. And that's understanding light and understanding temperature. What we do know is that right in here, right now, this temperature here is roughly about 3,200 degrees. That is our tungsten light. We know that our window light is roughly in that 5,300. That's your daylight setting. Now, the reason I mention these, because these are going to be your two most predominant lights. Do you want to shoot in fluorescent? No, occasionally you have to. But these are your two most predominant lights. Now, some people think, oh, if I'm in sunset, what does that mean? I'm at daylight temperature or I'm at tungsten setting because it's really orange. It's not tungsten setting. It's actually much higher. When you're in a sunlight and a sunset situation, you're up at like 7,000 degrees Kelvin. It's quite a difference. And the reason this is important is that little K on the back of your camera allows you to dial it in. Now, you may say, why not just shoot in auto and correct it in RAW? I don't want to spend any more time. Time away from my family, or time that costs me money. So the main thing that you need to look for first is the type of light that you're working in. And it will change. If I am over here right now, what's the main light on me? It's going to be tungsten. So I'd have to adjust my white balance to be in a tungsten setting. If I step up in front here and I have the studio lights, I now have a different issue. If you look, I'm in daylight here, and I'm getting a little bit of daylight here. It's not properly balanced. These are all important things that go into consideration when shooting. Lighting is the key and essential setup for everything. So first things first, knowing the lighting setup. Right above me, I have a tungsten light. But if you look at me, what's the main light on me at this point? It's still daylight. Okay? It's knowing and adjusting to that setup. What they're using inside the studio here is constant daylight setting. Okay? These are regular ProPhoto type lamps. That's what I use for my daylight setting. Okay? Keeping it very, very simple. I'm balancing it at daylight and going from there. And all of that is adjusting to the light and the position in the room. If I was to put the subject right here, my main light again is daylight. But what's going to happen is if I'm shooting back here, if you look in the hallway, which you won't see, depending on my exposure, there's a tungsten light at the main. So the slower the shutter speed, what happens to that tungsten light? It glows in. Now, this is where it gets a little funky, because what's happening inside your church photos or your reception photos in formal situations is you're probably slowing down your shutter speed to let as much ambient light burn in as possible. Now, when that happens, the more the ambient light burns in, that light starts to dominate. And if you're white balanced for the flash, which again is around 5,000 because it's blue light, what's going to happen? Your photo's going to start to, again, get oversaturated. It's going to get overconcentrated, and you're going to have that mixed element. So if I could, if I'm in these situations, I'd probably try to turn off the indoor light. Here's the thing that you must learn: to balance the light. You're looking for less, not more. Now, as much as I love flash, it kind of becomes your enemy, especially during a reception or a ceremony situation. If you can identify what the light is, then you can work with the flash if it's fitting. Now, here's what you're thinking. My flash, my speed light, came with a tungsten gel, it came with a fluorescent gel, and it came with a daylight gel. They're not really tungsten, fluorescent, and daylight. They're set up differently. What they are is gels to get color splashes. They're not balanced to that 3200 number. That's why you have red, you have blue, you have all these different colors, yellow. So what I came up with, and this is not a plug for light, but it's the most important thing that I use, is my little light here. And I know most people know about it. What color is the cap on the light? It's orange. So it's a tungsten family. Now, if I would have photographed myself here, and I know it's hard for you guys to see over here, but the people at home will be able to see it. Right now, I have the tungsten cap on. If you look at me, and I go here, and I put that light on me, if you look at me at home, or if those of you could see me from here, do you see the difference in balance? It's off. So what do I white balance for? I could try and custom, but is that going to correct it? No, it won't, because I still have two mixed lighting conditions going on. So my point is, we don't want to mix light. We want to try to match light. So if I pull this cover off, I have a clear one because this is set for daylight. Now it looks a lot more interesting, doesn't it? Because I have a daylight match on both sides. So if you look at my face, I got daylight here, daylight here. The only thing I have to worry about then is the power of the light, the intensity, because I want it to match. So this light, when I created it, has 3 different types of covers. The first one is tungsten. The next one is going to be a daylight, and of course I have a fluorescent. All right? And the idea is I want to use it as a fill. I want to adjust to it and use it as a fill. That's the same for this light, it's the same for the stage lights, and more importantly, it's the same for the flash. Almost always. So let me explain when it's not. Okay, when using a flash, right now I can get away with a flash and not worry about gels. And the reason this can be is because I'm in a mostly daylight situation. But saying that the predominant light in this room was tungsten, if I go to fill them with flash, if I white balance for flash, what's going to happen to the tungsten? It's going to become oversaturated and overconcentrated. If I white balance for the tungsten and use the flash to fill the subject correctly, which means it would be less light than's existing, right? Because we don't want to fill it to the same f-stop or more. We want to fill it a little bit less just to create catch lights and fill in our shadows. Okay? If I set the flash for underneath and I white balance for flash, what would happen then? I'm going to still turn orange. If I set it for tungsten, but I fill with blue, my subject is going to start to turn what color? Blue, because that's the predominant light. So I'm going to repeat it once again. I know this is complicated. So right now, if we eliminate all the daylight, we make the main light tungsten. If I take an on-camera flash and I fill the subject with the on-camera flash, okay? If the on-camera flash is set for less than the existing ambient, so your exposure compensation per se is -2. Got it? Now I'm white balancing for the flash, but the main light is still the tungsten. I'm going to turn orange, aren't I? But if I white balance for tungsten and I have the flash filling, even if it's under, what's going to happen to the subject? they're going to start to turn blue because you're adding the blue additive light. Now, I know this is complicated, but it's actually simple. Do you have a question here or a question at home on this principle? Anybody? Because you have to get this first. Okay? If you look at me here, and I go here, okay? I think I'll show you so I could explain it better. If you look at me, the predominant light on me right now is what? Tungsten. I'm orange, correct? So by being orange, if I white balance for this orange, but I have all this daylight behind me, what's going to happen? It's going to get really blue. If I take this off and make it daylight, and the rest is daylight, and I balance for daylight, what do I got? Perfect white balance. So identify the light and match the light. Do you understand? Works real well.
We have a question
Yes.
in the audience.
So when you are choosing your settings, then you're choosing for what you have, the big light, and then that'll match in and create the right white balance,
All right.
correct?
Yep. What you said makes perfect sense, but I'm going to explain it in a little bit more technology sense.
Perfect.
I identify what is first the main light in the area I'm shooting, and then I choose to match it.
Yeah.
If I am in a daylight situation, I'm going to use either this, my daylight balanced light, or my speed lights with a pocket wizard to remotely set them, because I don't want the flash on camera. But it's daylight. If I am in a tungsten situation, whenever I can, I'm going to look to match it with my tungsten gel. This way I get perfect balance, and I'm going to show you that. Okay?
So so then you would set, if it's mostly tungsten and you're filling with the tungsten light, then on your camera you're picking the tungsten.
White balance, or I'll
White
dial
balance.
in at 3200,
Okay.
or I'll custom white balance.
Perfect.
Because again, if you go auto and I'm the subject, it's not going to work because there's
Right.
no white for it to read.
Okay.
If you're looking at our two models, neither of them are wearing white. Now, mind you got some neutral setting inside because of their skin tone. But now you're not always going to have a Caucasian subject. You will have a person of ethnicity, a person of color that will change that setting. So it's always best to dial in your setting whenever you can. It's much quicker for you to do it one time because it's not like you're running around saying, I'm going to shoot here, I'm going to shoot here, I'm going to shoot here. You're staying in the same general area, same main light, which means you don't need to keep changing. But if you're in different areas and you're photographing different subjects with auto white balance, you're creating more work. You'll see my exposures and my color are right on the money, and I'm just using the presets.
One last question.
Oh my God, she's
I
making
know.
it all about her.
I'm sorry. Do you have a reason why you choose to use white for your white balance instead of a gray card?
Because I don't need to be technical.
Okay.
The more stuff I carry in the bag, the more things I look. When photographing a wedding, I'm really lucky. I almost always have white. I always have white. I have it right on a gown. What do I need to be white? Right at her. Right. Okay? Good to go? Everybody's got it there? All right. So now, let's talk a little bit about this. So we want to understand something. Once we understand the type of light, we need to understand the direction of light. So what I'm going to ask you guys to do, so you can get the best angle that our home audience is going to get, I want you to walk in between our two cameras right here, on the other side behind them. Okay? So now, you guys can go too. This is very important because this is one of the key elements. And what I'm going to do is bring in my beautiful future bride, Miss Rachel. Okay, so when I look at Rachel right now, you're going to stand right over here, beautiful, and I want you to turn your body direct to the camera, please. If we look at Rachel, if we're looking directly at her, do you notice you want to pick up different things? The main thing after you found out what the type of light is you need to find out where it's coming from. One of the things I see all the time is beautiful light on one side and shadows on the other. If you look at Rachel, she's got beautiful catch light in her eyes. But what's important to notice is that right in here, one side is much brighter than the other, isn't it? So what's happening is we're splitting her. So if we were to take this image, I'm going to grab my camera here. My main light at this point is what? Daylight? okay? So I'm not looking to create a Picasso. So I'm looking right here. I'm going to focus in on her face, and I'm not looking for anything. I'm just in program, just there. And what I'm going to do is spot meter right on her face there. Good, hold it right there, beautiful. Let's take a look and see if we got even consistent lighting. Okay, so from here, that doesn't look so good. We did not flatter her at all. So if you're looking at the image, if you guys could see it, on the right side of her face, what you have going on is you have a fill light, but notice how her face, almost in turn, is starting to look a little lopsided. She's clearly a beautiful young lady. She's not lopsided, okay? But what we need to do first is set up to find a direction of light. This is key. So for you at home and for you behind the cameras, the light is coming. If I'm the camera, is it coming from my right or is it coming from my left? It's coming from my right. Camera right. This side here. So now, turn your body this way. Now turn your head back to them. Now looking at them. If you look at her, because this is one way, this is important because the angle of the face has a lot to do with the angle of the body. So now I have the light going into her face. I have it going directly into her body, right? So I want to look and see if this really flatters her in the end. So let's take a look right here. Good. I'm trying not to flatter you. Don't make yourself look beautiful. Take a look at her. What's happening is I want you to look at her body, but most importantly, look at her bust and the detail of her shirt. It's all disappeared. The reason that that is happening is because the light is blasting into here. I'm exposing for the face, so I'm lighting here. And the other thing is her face doesn't, again, look flattering. Because of the lighting, what I've done on the right side, turn your head back, no, over. Okay, I started to give her a little bit of a jowl. And I'm starting to make her face look wider. Because what's happening is, where's the main light coming from? It's coming from right here. So where is it hitting? It's hitting the left side of her face. What's closest to the camera? The left side of her face and her nose. So, with that being said, that is what we call the broad side of the face. And by having the broad side of the face closer to the camera, her face looks what? Fuller. I haven't flattered her. So a couple of things happen. I had the broad side closer, face looks fuller. I created the jowls. She don't like that. Then on top of it, I blew out all the detail in her beautiful, beautiful blouse. So here's the general rule. You want to light into the face through the body of a female. Once you find the direction of light, whether it's outdoor existing light, whether it's indoor window light, whether it's you creating it with flash or light, you want to find the direction of the light. So in order to make this happen, I found it. I want to turn her body away from the light. Now her body's at an angle. I'm going to open her body up just a little bit on a 45-degree angle, bringing her front leg in. Now turn your head to the light. Now, I'm going to let her know I'm a toucher, so I'm going to touch you, okay? It'll only be a gentle caress. Okay, so I'm going to pull your hair out just a little bit, and now I want you to turn your head to the right a little bit. So now if you look, we have the light coming into her face. This is important. There are 3 parts to her face. Part 1 is a cheek, part 2, and part 3 is the other cheek. How much of the face do you think I realistically want to light? I want to light 2 parts because, especially if it's a fuller subject. So if I light here and here, I'm going to start to get a little bit of a shadow back here. But is that helpful? It's going to thin her face out, right? And the correct posing for a female is turning her head to a high shoulder, tilting her head slightly to the high shoulder, which is a feminine pose. Because if I'm a guy, am I ever going to pose like this? No, but I will pose like this. But if I were to pose like this against the light, my face is going to look fat and I'm going to be split. But if I was with her, I'd come in and be right here. Thanks, Maddie. Come in here. Now I'm tilted to the low shoulder. Our faces are in the same direction. We both got good light. Do I worry about lighting into my chest? No, because I won't have really too much design on there. Okay? Let's look at the difference. Turn your head slightly. Beautiful. Can you sweep your hair off your left shoulder just a tad? You are doing terrific. Your chin down and lean forward at the waist. Stretch that chin out. Turn your head, looking at me here. You are doing wonderful, or as good as you're capable of. Smiling, eyes up. Excellent. Now take a look. We now have the broad lit side turned away from the camera, and we have the short lit side, which is now this side. She looks a lot better, doesn't she? You look flattering now.
Look better,
good.
yeah.
All right. So do you see? Here's one of the things I've learned over time. Bad light happens to good people. Okay? And that's what I did to her in the beginning. Bad light happens to good people. So we have daylight balanced here, and we're bringing it into her face, and we have beautiful soft light. Now, this is going to be another part. This may not be the angle that I go with her for different reasons, whether it be one eye smaller than the other. But what I want you to notice, if you look on the side of her face, on the left side, I've thinned it out and I've started to create a shadow on the back side. Now, what I have learned in this instance, which you're not noticing, is this light, this daylight, is too hot. It's too hot right now. How do I know it's too hot? Because if you look underneath the right side of her chin, seeing the shadow. So what's happening is I'm getting a shadow right back here. There's nothing flattering about it. And what I don't want to do, I'll be right back, is go and start adding reflectors, because on a wedding, you don't have time to work in this complicated nature. And believe it or not, I don't work with an assistant. I work by myself. As young as I started, I never had anybody to work with me, so I got very used to working by myself to the point of preference. So now I keep it as simple as possible. So I probably wouldn't use the big daylight here. What I would use is my torch, and let's look at the results. Is it possible for us to kill that stage light for a second? If we can, and change it to this. And the reason I would change it is because I want to dial it down. So if you look, I'm setting it up here the same way. Now you look at her, all I'm looking for when you look for light is you want to keep it simple and find a beautiful light in her eyes. Just one dot, at least one dot. Do we know what that's called? It's called a catch light. Simple catch light. And now what I'm looking for is this placement of light. People love to move the light further away. The further away, the light, the more room it has to spread. I want the light in tighter. So I'm working probably about 3 to 4 feet away, but I want you to notice, look at all that. Doesn't work as well. So what you need to do is start visualizing the shadow. So I'm going to turn it down. Now if you look, turn your head slightly. All I'm looking for at this point, chin down just a little bit, and I'm looking for just a little bit of light. Now here's the thing, you can barely notice it. Barely notice it. I barely have it on, but there's enough to create that catch light. So turn your head back to me just a little bit, not so much. Tilt your head a little bit to your right. Good. Chin down. Turn your head to your right, leaning forward at the waist. Good. Smiling, just like that. Excellent. That's fake. Good. Smiling. Teeth, eyes up. Turn your head a little bit. Chin down. Good. Smiling. Let's take a look. All I'm looking at is lighting. I'm not going crazy here, but I want you to notice the difference in what small light allowed. All I'm looking for is less light. I don't want all that extra additive light. I want to keep it as simple as possible and lighting into the face, looking for the catch light. Now, let's take a look if we start to play with it and see what happens. Because right now, we're balanced at daylight, right? So let's look if we do it wrong. Let's look at what starts to happen with our color. Turn your head a little bit. Beautiful. Good. Smiling. Excellent. And then we got our image, but let's start to look at our color temperature. She's going to start to warm up. And you see, we're not exactly getting the correct lighting that we need. So understand, when you have it light, have it right, it works. Can I bring you in for a second, Matt? You're going to stay right there. Beautiful. Again, small light, close. Matt, you're going to come on this side of her right here. I want you to turn towards each other. You're going to give your man a hug, squeezing your cheeks together here, here, covering the arm. I'll explain all the posing techniques better. I want you to look at what she's doing, though. She's closing her body up. By closing her body up, what she doesn't realize is she's increasing her weight. But more importantly, she's turning her head in. Turn your head this way. Nope, to me, beautiful. And you're going to lean in close, Matt. Lean forward. Roll your shoulder out. Do you notice that key adjustment? Now, Matt can easily screw this up. And how could Matt screw this up? Matt can screw it up by turning his head. Turn this way, Matt. What he's doing now is what with the light? He's splitting it. He has to be into the light. So lean forward to me. Turn your head, beautiful. And take that hair out of your eye. And all I do is look and see. You're going to turn your head to me, beautiful. A little more, a little bit more. Lean forward by yourself. Matt, chin up. Roll out your right shoulder. Nope, don't turn your head. Now lean forward. Look at the difference in their faces when they lean forward. Lean, come all the way forward, and your chin up. We got perfect posing, but we'll get into that later. Okay? Turning her head all the way to the right a little bit. I'm adding a touch of camera tilt. Looking at me, beautiful. Stop looking like you're pissed off. Smiling, happy teeth, eyes up here. Wonderful. Don't move. Now, if you look, we have beautiful, soft, clean light on both of them, don't we? And that's all because we identified the main light. Now let's take a look at the difference. If I don't have lights, saying you can't afford lights, that's when it becomes more of a challenge. So we're going to move our beautiful bride over by the window. And by moving to the window, what becomes our main light? Anybody? And what type of light is that? It's daylight. So what I need to look at over here is I need to find the direction of light. So I see the light is coming this way. Okay? So I look at it, and that may not go with the angle of the face I want to photograph of her. So that's something I have to debate, and I'm going to explain a little bit later. So I'm going to bring her over here. Turn your body this way a little bit. Now turn your head to the right. Looking here. And what I'm looking for is just perfect light. But I need to know how I want to set it up. And this is what makes light great. She's not going to move. You're going to stay very still, and I'm going to take you from a couple of different angles. I'm going to come along here from the skirts of the window. Okay, so watch where I go. I'm right here, looking towards me, beautiful. Tilt your head a little bit to the right. Turn your head slightly. Nope, towards the window, and tilt your head here. Now turn your head a little bit more. Can I pull you away just a tad this way? Now turn your head to your window. Good. Can I have you come right behind me? Can you got any tether here? Good. We're going to bring camera closest to me. Perfect. And we're looking there. And watch how she turns her head. Just a little bit to the right, eyes to me. So what I want you to see is the light right in here. It's ending as a 2/3 view. That's going to be important because it's not going to be from just this angle. It's going to be from the other angle here. We're going to create two different images. So I'm going to come over here, and I'm going to duck right underneath my cameraman. Turn your head a little bit, beautiful. Nope, other way. Tilt this way. Eyes to me. Now, can you look out the window just a little bit? Eyes right up here, gorgeous. Now, smiling, nice and happy. Turn your head a little bit more. Good. Tilt back this way a tad. Perfect. Smiling, nice and happy. That's fake. Excellent. So let's look at our light and see if we got enough out of it. I didn't. I blew her out. So what happened? What happened was, this is where exposure comes in. I've exposed for the wrong spot. Right now I'm in program and I'm on spot metering. So what I did was expose for the shadow. So therefore, what happened to the highlight? Anybody? It blew out. So I need to keep it simple and expose for the exact spot I want, which in this case, I'm going to be more in the highlight range. So let me go in here, make my adjustments, turn your head just a little bit, beautiful. Excellent. Stay there, and I'm going to make my adjustments just like that. Tilt your head a little bit to your right, chin down. Turn your head to your right a little bit more. Perfect. Now turn to the window. More. Eyes towards me. Smiling nice and happy. Cut. That's big. Come on. Bigger, bigger, bigger. Excellent. Now let's take a look and see how we did with exposure. And see, because I think we may have gone a lot better. but we're still a tad hot on that side. So the key is making sure that you get her face into the light, but more importantly, making sure that you can. Because what you're not realizing is besides the light being situated that way, she's so close to the window, I have to turn her face beyond camera angle. So move a little bit away. This is what I'm talking about finding it. Now turn your body towards me sideways. Good. Kick your leg forward. Nope, other one, left one. And now turn your head. And now tilt a little bit back and leaning forward. Now if you look, I could have her lights. There her eyes are coming out of the corner of her face. But here, I can change that, looking towards me again. Turn your head to your left a little more, a little bit more. And now taking a look at me, you are doing spectacular. You're smiling again, nice and happy. Now look at the difference, how much cleaner it is in terms of the light. And I got a true 2/3 view. Now watch this. She's gonna stay right where she is. And what I'm gonna do when you get the light right, it allows you to move into a different camera position. Eyes straight out, beautiful. Good. Nope, you're still looking out that way. I'm gonna pull that hair out just a tad and tilt the top of her head to me. If you look from this camera angle here, we now have beautiful profile lighting, which means it's hitting the cheek here in the center of the face. And by doing that, it's ending perfectly. So we're gonna get it nice and tight. You are doing terrific. Eyes up, just a little bit, and you're smiling beautiful, looking straight out, happier, chin up just a tad. Good, she closed her eyes, but that's okay. We're just looking at light. Good, take a look, and you'll see. Look at how beautiful the light wraps around her face. Do you see how it's coming on the front side there? That's perfect profile lighting. So it's understanding how to position her to the light to move her where we want. Now take a look. The main white balance right now is daylight, correct? So when we do this, with her body set for daylight, you can come out 1 second, beautiful. Matt, can I have you here for a second? You're gonna slide out, gorgeous. Okay, right here. If we look at Matt, saying Matt's body's gotta go in this direction, it's all a matter of turning his head this way. So we're pushing everything back, but we don't wanna do this. It's not gonna work for him. If we do this, which we can, we're gonna get a good 2/3 view. Now, what you realize is this is a little bit tougher. If we shoot this way, we have all the windows at our disposal. You follow? So hands in your pocket, thumbs in. Good, turn your body sideways. Kick your left forward to me. Turn your head. Tilt the top of your head to me. Eyes here, eyes up. Now lean forward. We're stretching them out. Look at the light. I can tell right here, I got great light. I don't even have to go to that spot. I know I have great light already. I'm at great light at a profile, and I'm at great fight. Chin down a little bit, Matt, looking towards me with your eyes. Again, I'm not looking at backgrounds right now. Be serious, Matt. Look at me. Take a look. If you look, we got good light. We have 2/3 light. We have clean light. He looks strong and he looks powerful. Please disregard the background, but that's simple light, isn't it? Now watch how clean the light becomes. We're gonna change it up. We are gonna bring, you can relax. You guys are gonna come right over here to the center area. You guys are gonna come back by the windows. Can I have you right over here, Matt? Good, so let's take a look. All of this comes into play. Let's take a look right here. Come forward a little bit. This is about as troublesome a background as I can get right now, isn't it? But if I work with the light correctly, and if I work with camera angle, it's gonna work. So what I need you to do is I'm gonna switch to right here on main camera, okay? When we get set here, I want you to take a look. At home, if you guys sweep over a little bit, you should be able to tell that the main light is coming from where? It's coming from Matt's left, or I'm sorry, camera right or camera left. Relax a little bit, don't be so stiff, okay? If you look here, all the light's coming here. So his face, he's almost got a nice profile light to him, to you, which means it would wrap around here. The other problem is his body's too square. Bring that left foot forward, okay? And remember we talked about touch. I'm not doing anything to invade his space. Do you want me to spank you or are you good?
Good for now.
Good. We're close. We got it out of the way for the next 3 days. Don't worry. But the key is turning his face to the light, okay? So the light is over here. Turn your head a little bit, leaning forward, relax. Now I see the light, broadside. So from this camera, I got perfect light. Now I look, I have every bad thing in the background that I can imagine. Everything. It's as bad as it can get. So this is going to become a key, and this is part of what we're going to be doing. But watch how when you start to angle, things can change. Right now I'm on tripod. I'm going to come down here. I'm going to get rid of the tripod so I could get lower. And camera angle becomes everything. Matt, turn your head a little to the left. Now tilt your head to your right. Perfect. And I want your eyes right up here. I'm looking for beautiful catch light in his eyes. Notice how low I'm going with the camera angle because I'm trying to avoid things there. So looking straight out. Matt, relax a little bit. Lean forward just a tad. Hold it. I'm going to change my exposure right now. So right now I'm at 100th of a second and I'm at f4. Tilt your head to your right a little bit. Good. Turn your head to your left. Lean forward. Nice and relaxed. Eyes up. Good. And let's take a look. I should have good light, and I should have been able to eliminate everything in the background. That works pretty well, doesn't it? So you see how much easier and simple it is? It starts with what? Good light. So wait. Now we have him here. What's the lighting setting? We're at daylight, aren't we? We're at daylight because where is all the light coming from? Right from the window. Can I bother you for a second, beautiful? Now, he's here, okay? We have him here, which means we have some issues going on. We're going to put her on this side over here. You're going to come in nice and close, turn towards him, bringing forward here, here, covering the arm. I'll explain why later. Turn your head, and you come forward and bring your heads together. Turn your head a little bit, and when we get into posing, we'll talk about this. Lean forward. By leaning them forward, what do you think it's doing? Thinning them out, makes them look younger and thinner, and we like that. So if you look, their bodies have a lot of lean. It's basically like this. But most importantly, they're into the light, okay? Relaxing. So now I have a good 2/3 light of them, but the problem is I really do have the light blowing directly into her chest. But does it matter with this pose? Why not? Because he's covering it up. So I know that I'm going to lose detail right there. So again, everything is about angle and it's about cropping. Now I want you to take a look from main camera right here. You see all the stuff in the background, right? I already showed you one way to do it, but I'm going to show you another. And we're going to go for a profile image because if I have the light right, chin up, beautiful. Looking straight out, gorgeous. Chin up a little bit, Rachel. You are going to come with your eyes right here. Matt, here too. Great. Stay right there. And now watch how you start to create something different. Looking straight out, you're doing terrific. And you're smiling, nice and happy. Hold it there. Matt, can you fake it a little bit more? Matt, turn your head to the left a little bit. Good. Looking straight out. Matt, I really love the pissed off look. It works well for you. Excellent. And now, notice we have a perfect profile image, perfect profile light, and we're all set. Simple, but watch, you're not done. We're going to turn Matt's face towards her. A little bit more, and now we lean him here. Look down, beautiful. And now look at how you could start to create, stretch your chin out a little bit, eyes down. And what I want you to look at, since this is our main camera, let's come back here. Her eyes are at a very in-between stage. She's trying to look down, but she's not looking down enough, so they're like halfway. I don't want to see any of it. I want your eyes to come right down here to his hand. And then lean forward. I'm going to pull her hair back just a little bit. I'm going to slide this back here. And do you understand why I touch? Because this would take much, much longer if I didn't. And right there. He's right on her. And look from here, from main camera. We're going to stretch his chin out. Eyes down. He's into the light. She's into the light. If I take it from this angle, I have all this broad light here, which is going to make his face look what? Fuller. But if I do a profile, I'm going to get a better image. So I'm going to pull her hair back just a tad, and I want to stretch her face out just a little bit. Eyes to her, Matt, looking down. Eyes down, beautiful. Stretch your chin out. And now, look again. Remember I told you it's about seeing things? Little things make all the world of difference. I have Kenner in the background. I have Susan in the background. I have a door in the background. If I do it right, I can really start to set things up. So what I'm going to do is come down, stretch your chin out a little bit. Beautiful. Excellent. Matt, eyes to her. I bet you never thought you'd see a big fat guy on the ground. Eyes down, no smile. Beautiful. Roll out your right shoulder, drop it down just a little bit. Turn your head to him a tad. Take a look with what you can do with your angles. It's finding something in nothing, and look at how you got the beautiful light start to happen. Pretty simple, huh? So, do we have any questions? I figured we might by now.
Of course we do, Doug.
Relax for a second, guys. Great job.
So Doug, you're talking a lot about angles, and Short But Mighty wanted you to expand on that a little bit, why you shoot not, at an angle versus portrait and landscape all the time.
Well, one of the reasons that I tilt the camera, there's a couple of them. I want to make people appear thinner. So what's happening a lot of times is I'm tilting the camera to the guy to help minimize the size of her body. Like when you look at that finished image there, what I'm doing is pushing her weight to the backside. I know that that's coming at a camera that way. I'm not going to make it finish that way. I'm going to go into like a pano type print that cuts to the edge of the chandelier, which cuts almost all of Matt's body and elbow out. And you'll see that in the finished image. I'm doing it for that reason, and I'm doing it to eliminate things I don't want to see. Because on a wedding, you don't always have the time to go and start moving furniture. Brides and grooms and subjects in general want things done quick. They want them done efficiently. So by tilting the camera, if you look around, there's so many obstacles in my way here. Have you seen any of them? None of them. So I'm trying to eliminate most of them. Okay?
Awesome, thank you.
All right, so the question that everyone wants to know, can you talk a little bit about your gear? So what's the camera using? What lens are you using?
Well,
and also the light that you were showing us earlier.
The light that I'm using.
And tripod and all that.
All right, so I'll go into everything. I'm using right now, my two predominant cameras I'm using are a Nikon D4 and a Nikon D800. The lens of choice that I use predominantly is a 70-200. I'm currently shooting the D4 with a 70-200 2.8. Okay, I'll vary my aperture. I try to stay at 2.8 to 4 generally. I'm looking at spot metering. Okay, on top I have my Pocket Wizard, which is my controller, which is my TT1, which we haven't got to yet, and my AC3 zone adapter that controls the amount of light I'm going to get out of each light. My tripod, I'm generally using, I left my tripod so I had to borrow one. This is a Manfrotto. I generally use an Adorama Flashpoint tripod, and they have a special pistol grip head. The main reason I use that is because it's a lot less expensive. I can't see spending $500, $600, $700 for a name brand carbon fiber. I could get the Adorama one for like half of it. So I use that, and I have the pistol grip. The bracket is something I created. It's my own bracket, and the reason I created it was I wanted something smooth and durable, but you notice the camera has grooves in, so I can change every setting of it. So I have my 45-degree tilt set. The light that I'm using is my own, another little creation I made. It's called a Torchlight. The Torchlight is probably a little bit over 50 watts. It has 3 types of adapters. It's got the fluorescent, the daylight, and the tungsten. The thing that separates it from regular lights is the fact that I'm able to go and the filters are basically polarizing. Whether I have it on max power or I have it on the least power, the temperature doesn't change. That's the most important thing. Plus, it's lightweight. It weighs about 1 pound. The battery lasts about 5 hours and recharges in 30 minutes. And it's basically what I'm using at this point. I'm going to be moving to flash quite shortly. Okay? What other questions?
Did you talk about your light? Did you?
I did. That's my Torchlight.
Okay. All right, you talked about that. Great.
Good. Good to go. Questions over here? Why should I not be surprised?
I'm sorry. Don't be sorry.
I'm teasing you. I love it.
Okay,
I love
good.
it.
So kind of going back to lighting and choosing your settings, I noticed that you were at 1600 for your ISO. Mm-hmm. And so when things were kind of blowing her out, how come instead of lowering that, instead of changing her pose? Does that make
Good
sense?
question. I could very easily lower the ISO. I could very easily do it, but I try to play with my settings to manually set them. Some cameras, I think almost all cameras at this point in a prosumer and up can go to 1600. My point of being there is I'm not thinking about it as heavily as you would think. If it's 1600, if it's 3200, if it's 5000, if I have good light, I'm going to be in good shape. It's all about the quality of light. People say, I can't go to 3200 ISO, it doesn't work. It's not that you can't go to 3200, it's the fact that you're not getting good light and knowing the light. Like, I'll give you an example. Stay on this camera here. Right now, he's almost got perfect light on me. You have to learn to not only see it, you have to learn to feel it. If I turn my head, he now has a perfect profile, and without even looking, I know that I have light here, and I have light go to right here. Now this part of me is going into shadow. If he's got me in good area, I'm gonna have a perfect profile image of myself. And that's the key. Taking things and knowing how to work with the situation. Remember, first we identify the type of light. Secondly, we identify where it comes from. You match it, you fill it. This is pretty easy for the most part, isn't it? The exposures are clean, they're soft light, everything about it's good, and I've already started eliminating stuff in the room. All right? Any other questions? Yes?
Your torch light, is that something you sell?
You know, that would be an absolutely great idea to sell it. We do. We have it available with our bracket and all of our other stuff on our website. We're going to be giving a big discount to the Creative Live audience for it, like 50% off. So it's going to be a nice chunk. I'm hooking some people up here today. I'm in a good mood. Okay.
And Doug, the website? Doug, the website is?
The website is www. I've been here 10 minutes. I'm already selling things. That's not good.
Tell them the website.
www.DougGordonWorkshops.com, and then you could click on the store link, or if you want to go directly to the store, you could go to www.DougGordonWorkshops.myshopify.com. The discount code for 50% off is Creative Live, one word, 13. And you get 50% off of any product in the store except my workshops. Okay?
Great.
So, any other questions before I move on?
Well, 50% off any product.
Any product, and there's a super product in there that includes everything that's probably about an 80% discount. Includes the light, every DVD, every book, every guide. We call it the Super Get Sexy collection. But nobody's seen anything yet. I don't want to sell anything yet.
Wow,
go buy now.
He said super product. That's awesome.
Yeah. 10 minutes left and you can get it now. It goes up. Only 1,200 products left to go.
All right, we have a lot of questions, but let's keep going.
All right, perfect. So now that we have this set, I want to show you and understand the difference. So I want to bring you guys back over here for a second, and I want to bring you guys over here. So right now, what can happen, depending on where I place her, the main light here may change. If she's here, what's the main light? Daylight. If she comes back here, depending on the angle of her face, what becomes the main light? It could be tungsten. So these are things you need to be conscious of. Can I ask you to grab me just one of the chairs from over there, if you don't mind, for 1 second? So what I'm going to do here is I want to bring her down to get more of this light on her, because I may want to warm her up at this point. Or I may want to create my own spotlight. Like if I go in that corner behind Kenna and Susan, I can start to create that. Thank you, fine sir. So let's bring her in here for a second. So I don't have any of this light available, or I don't want it. So I'm going to start to shade it out. Mind you, please don't concentrate on the backgrounds, because I'd be more selective if we weren't working on light. So what I want to do is start to use this light and figure it out. So I'm basically setting the tungsten setting. So let's move her over here. And I want you to bring your arm in nice and close. All right, and what I want you to do, you're going to come in here. I want you to kneel down for me, because I want to get your face on her cheek. Come in here. And now turn your head to your light. I'm going to pull your hair back, and you're going to turn and putting your nose on her cheek. Now, stretch. Bring that arm in a little bit. Turn your head and look down. Turn to her. just a tad. Stretch the chin out. Perfect. There. Her face is now controlled predominantly into this light. So I'm going to try to eliminate as much of this light as I can. And I'm looking at it. Turn your head, beautiful. Eyes down. Okay. Chin down a little bit more. Lean forward and turn your head to her. I'm just going to, I want to pull that hair out so it doesn't look like you're eating it. Slide a little bit more forward for me. You're doing great. And turn there, down. Stretch your chin out a little bit. So now, since I'm no longer using daylight, what's going to be the correct white balance here? I got to go to tungsten. Or I could custom white balance. So let's try it with tungsten. Looking down, beautiful. Turn your head a little bit, gorgeous. And your chin down a little bit, Matt, so your nose isn't in her eye. And stretch it out. So let's see what we get there. I'm angling again, cropping in tight. So now let's look. I'm at 60th of a second at 4.5. And we're in good shape. I'm going to change my white balance real quick. But do they get to see my white balance at home? It doesn't show up, does it? All right, so I got to keep reminding them. Turn your head a little bit to the right, beautiful. And actually go to the left. I want to see a little bit more, a little bit more. Just like that. Excellent. Don't move. So let's take a look. I wanted to darken it up just a little bit. Look at that light. That's pretty nice. Don't move. Otherwise, I'm going to come over there and beat you. Look at how soft that light is. That's in a tungsten setting. Now, I want to bring it down a little bit. So I'm going to bring her eyes up to me, and I'm going to bring my shutter speed to 80. Okay, I'm going to pick up my shutter speed just a little bit. Eyes to me, beautiful. Chin up just a tad. Perfect, just like that. Smiling. Nice and happy. Come on, bring your eyes up here. That's fake. Show me you want me. Good, excellent. And let's take a look. So I sped up the shutter speed just a little bit. And take a look. That's pretty nice light, isn't it? And remember, my finished crop on that image is going to cut through the back of his shoulder and going to work simple from there. So I've changed my white balance just because of what the main light is. Do you understand what the difference is? Watch this. At this point, if I start to play with it and really mess around, look down, beautiful. Lean forward, chin down. Let's take a look. You tell me which white balance this is. What's it set for? Daylight. And they turned orange. Do you understand what a difference it is? That adds an extra couple of minutes to my workflow that I don't need or want. We are about building simplicity. Now, what we're going to do is go into this corner over here, because right now our whole setting changes if we come back over here, and we're getting ready to add flash. You guys can hop up. You are doing an amazing job. You just like being that close to it, don't you? Good. You're going to come right over here. So we're going to go towards this angle here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to eliminate my window light as much as I possibly can. Can I have somebody come hold this close so we can eliminate? Do you mind? I'm sorry. Considering you're the only guy, you're stuck. All right, so let's take a look. What's the main light in this area now? Right? So, the main light is coming from here. What does that tell me? Her face has to go where? Towards the light. So let's take a look right here. You are going to come, I'm going to bring you right over here on the door. I want you to bring your arms behind you. I want you to turn your body sideways this way. Nope, can she go this way? Why not? Because the light's going to be lighting directly into her. So she's got to turn her body away. Kick that leg forward. Good, turn there. Bring your hands behind you. There. Now, look at her face. Look at that beautiful light. But the problem is, it's a downward light, isn't it? So, you see how I pulled her hair back? Is that necessarily the best way to go here? No, because I know I'm going to have shadows underneath. So I'm going to pull it back in here because I want to hide my shadows. I just want to keep them off the eye. So I'm keeping her backside on the wall. Keep that leg there. And now leaning off the top. By keeping her backside on the wall and leaning her off, what am I doing? I'm minimizing it and making her body have more of a curve. No woman wants to be like this. A woman wants to be like this. You like that, don't you? For a big bump back there, I'm looking pretty high. Good. Turn your head, eyes up. Up a little bit. She looks stunning. Now let me add just a little bit to it. I'm going to grab my reflector. I don't remember where I put it. Right there. Good. So now, this is important to note. In daylight and fluorescent, we should be using a silver side of the reflector. If you're in tungsten, what side do you think you should use? A gold or a speckled gold. Take a look at the difference. That's pretty awesome right there. Can you mind holding it? Make yourself useful. Perfect. So now, my white balance is going to be a tungsten. So I'm going to set it for tungsten. Can I get enough tether here? Just want to make sure I don't pull out. Sorry. Okay, so now the key to this image is going to be, again, this isn't my ideal background, but what I'm going to do is try to elevate myself. Because if I elevate, I can bring her face up to the light. So I'm off here, I'm at 1600 ISO, and what should be my white balance? Tungsten. So we go in tungsten here. Good, just like that. Turning your head just a little bit. Tilt your head slightly to the right. Turn slightly. Chin up a little bit. Looking up, beautiful. Stay right there. You're smiling nice and happy. Come on, you got it. Good, excellent. Again, I'm not worried about pose here. I'm worried about good, clean light, and I think I should have it because I'm in a tungsten setting. How does it look? Looks beautiful. That's great light, isn't it? That's as clean a great light as you can get, and look at the clarity there. Works out great. So now, let's watch where it can become dangerous. I'm going to add a flash to it. So one of the biggest problems that photographers have is when they're using flash, they love to put it direct on camera. And that just creates nightmare after nightmare. So again, the great thing about today's speed lights is they have where you can use them in different spots with what's called line of sight. I'm not a big fan of it because it doesn't always function. Right? That's why I use my pocket wizards, because it allows me to hide them behind poles or whatever it may be. But I want you to see what happens, because everybody thinks just because I diffuse them, oh, that's going to work out great. So right now I've set this one for channel A and here, and I'm going to work my magic right from here. So I'm going to shoot there. You could pull the reflector out. And if we look, I want you to look at what happens to this image. I'm going to turn this flash on. So I technically should be right at the same setting I was. So I'm going to move over here. You already see shadows forming. Okay, let me go here and let me pop that flash off. It would help if I turned everything on, which I did not, like the flash. It makes such a difference when you turn things on. They work so much better. Here we go, looking at me here. Let's take a look. I'm bordering on that this isn't going to just look bad. It's going to look terrible. Okay? You take a look. Is there anything remotely flattering about that? And what's happening is I'm starting to mix my color because I have the flash set for 2 stops underneath. It's about learning to balance. Since I'm in a tungsten situation, right now I got to balance and correct. So let me show you how to do that. You guys are going to come right back over here. And what that means is knowing how to fill it. Like I said, when I use flash, I want to use flash in a way that I could balance it. So that means in just about most situations, I want to use it as a fill light. Do we understand what that means? A fill light. So if I go here and I set up and I'm like, okay, right now I'm at 80th of a second at f4.5. If I'm in a fill situation, I want to set my flash wherever it is to 2 stops underneath the ambient light. I want it to be a fill, just like my torch light or just like that. Now, how do I do it? That's the great thing about the Pocket Wizard. On the AC3 unit, I can dial down the power direct from camera. So I know I want it set for 2 stops under, so I'm going to set it for 2 stops under. Now, what's going to be the key here is knowing how to reflect light. Can I have you two right over here for a second? Again, simple light, lighting into the face through the body. So she's going to be here, he's going to be here. Nope, whichever side, doesn't matter because we're not going through posing yet. Giving a hug here, cheeks together, lean forward. The key, you guys can come around again, is opening up the shoulder. So right now, looking at this, I want to fill the light. If you look, I got a little bit of that light going on there. That's no good. Come to me. See the difference? Lean back. Can we make sure? Good. If you lean back, they're tungsten. If they lean forward, they're daylight. Turn your head, beautiful. Turn your head here, here. Turn your head to him, to her, sorry. And you turn your head here. Chin up, roll the shoulder. Now, where do I put the light? Will I put the flash right here? Nope. Do I want to put it underneath? I don't want to light there. What I'm going to do is I want to fill it. So I want to learn to bounce things. That's what makes things look great. So what I'm doing is bringing it up and through here. So I'm going to angle it up just a little bit because I want it to hit that wall and come back. It's supposed to be a fill. It's just supposed to create a little bit of catch light, right? So basically I'm bouncing it off this wall. It's coming from this angle into the face. Turn your head, beautiful. A little bit more. Now, one of the things I have to realize, since I am bouncing it, it may not be enough at 2 stops under. So that's why it makes it quick and easy to dial from camera. I'm looking for a simple background in between. Turn your head to your right, beautiful. Drop your right shoulder. Matt, turn your head to her a little bit. Good, not so much, Manny. Good, looking right here, lean forward. Eyes here, let me make sure. I turned off my camera. Sorry about that in the back. Show me when we're live. Good, looking right here, leaning forward. Just like that, and let's hope. Perfect, smiling, happy teeth. Lean forward, lean forward, lean forward. Turn your heads a little bit this way. Good, excellent. Let's take a look. So now we're coming in. Hopefully I'm tethered because I accidentally turned the camera off. And we are. Take a look at how beautiful and open that is. That is as balanced a light as you could get. I've made the whole room daylight. I got clean, soft, beautiful light. And we've only taken about 20 images, but I want you to think about it. How have my exposures been? They've been right on the money. Because what did I do? Number one, if you learned anything from this segment, we must first identify what the light is. Number 2, find the light. And number 3, match the light. And when we do that, we get as beautiful as we can get. No problems. Understand? Yes. Yeah. Let me come close.
Okay. Oh, this is not weird. So, question. Yes. All right. Do we have a mic?
You need me to be closer?
Yeah. Okay. So, for that other segment over in the corner.
Microphone.
That's not working? I was having a great time.
It wasn't weird at all. For the situation over there, would it be okay to use the torch light instead of the reflector? Or is
of course it would. What I'm trying to show you is alternate lights, because as much as I love the Pocket Wizards and I love my speed lights, you can buy probably 40 reflectors and 2 torch lights for what you'd pay for each of them, maybe 3 torch lights. It's a lot less. So not everybody has the financial resources. Yeah. Remember I said, it's not about resources, it's about being resourceful. If I can't afford to buy a $30 reflector from Adorama, I can take and put, when I first started, I needed a reflector to do what I was doing, so I took cardboard, wrapped it in a white sheet, and then I also did tin foil. That's how I made my reflectors in the beginning, until I realized that the whole roll of tin foil from my mother's house was more than an actual reflector. And she got a little angry with me. Got it?
Yeah.
Good. Ladies?
I just want to say, you just answered Joshua's question, who said, how does a photographer adapt to the lighting challenges you described when on a tight budget? So I like that you're one step ahead of people.
It's all got to be about simplification. If you don't have the money, remember, be MacGyver. Be MacGyver. Find a way. I'm going to use the piano as a reflector later, and it's black because I'm looking for reflection. Based on where I put light and doing it, I have a reflection right there inside the glass frame. I have reflections in the windows. I have light everywhere. Just a matter of finding it. There's a reflection. Just look at the path on the floor. Once you see light, you're going to be great. And in order for you to see light, guess what? You're going to have to watch this video over and over and over and over and over. You're going to watch it until you're sick of me. And just when you get sick of me, you're going to watch it some more. Okay? That's the only way you get it. Ladies?
All right, let's take a couple more questions for this particular segment. And
I have some questions about posing.
Okay.
Okay, a couple people are asking. Photography by Sophia wants to know if you discuss posing with clients before the wedding. And Photography by Sophia is from Puerto Rico. And then Chandalin asked, what do you say to your clients when they complain about how you're posing them, like it doesn't feel natural? I mean, what do you say to people?
It's very simple. I discuss it beforehand. Just like anything else, I say to them, I'm going to pose you. I'm going to put you in the most uncomfortable positions that you've ever been in your entire life, but I'm going to make you look better than you've ever looked in your entire life. It's like working out. You work out and you go through pain to look good. Posing is about doing it. I've never had anybody question me, and if they do, I remind them. Be like, if you don't want to pose and do it this way, I just need you to sign this piece of paper that says your photos are going to be absolutely terrible. And you release me of any obligation for when they're not what they're supposed to be. How many people you think have ever made me sign it, have ever signed it? Nobody. You're in charge. I'm there to do a job. They're never going to remember that they were cranky. They're never going to remember they didn't listen. They're only going to remember that they did not get what they want. Of course I tell them. I have an open door policy with my clients. I tell them everything. That's why we do the engagement session. You see, right now, they're not comfortable at all. Matt is puffing out his chest. She's turning her head here. They're self-conscious, just like any client would be. My job is to make them comfortable. That's why we do the engagement session. Most photographers say, oh, I'm going to charge for an engagement session. You should be including it, just so you get the respect of the client, just so you get them to trust you and listen and learn what you have to do. It'll make your life easier on the wedding day. I know people aren't comfortable posing. Everybody said when I first started lecturing, they're like, oh, he's a Monty Zucker clone. He's never going to last. 15 years later, I'm still here. My business is prospering more than ever because people, it's not that they don't want to pose, they just think it takes forever, and photographers don't embrace it. Here's the difference. If you want one real answer, anybody can pick up a camera and go and take 2,000 candidates of a wedding. Not everybody can do what I do. People come to me because they want a guarantee. If you want to do something different than any other photographer in the world, I'm going to give you the advice right now. You want to do something nobody else is doing? Learn to pose. That'll separate you. I can't make it much clearer than that. Learn to pose. Nobody else is doing it. That's why I still have a line coming to get us.
fantastic. Well,
So great.
I think that even though we have so many more questions, there's things that will come up later as well, I think, and it is that time for us to take our first lunch break already.
All right, well, let's do it.
Yeah, what are we going to do when we come back?
When we come back, we are going to learn the art of body positions. We're going to learn how to pose. We're going to learn how to make people look better. We're going to learn how to work with people of all different body sizes. We're going to learn how to deal with people of different heights. We're going to learn how to put people in good positions to succeed, make them feel good, make them look better, and more importantly, do it quick and efficiently just by understanding basic posing rules. Because nobody has ever come to me and said, hey, Doug, I want to look like you. They want to look better. Very simple.
Doug, I can't believe that the half day has already gone by. This has been incredible. I love that you say that you're going to pack so much information into this course that people are not going to be able to, they don't know what to do with themselves.
I hope they're spinning already.
They are spinning already. So we are going to take a 45-minute break. I would like to read a couple quotes off the internet, just so you see the love that's coming in. Photo by MM, says, I am sucked into this and already have quotes scribbled on my notepad so I can constantly be reminded of why I do what I do and why I want to do. Make everything you imagine a reality. So good way to kick off the day there.
Excellent.
That's right. That's right. And again, once again, I love how you're breaking this down into things that are bite-sized chunks that we can focus on how to learn and learn again and watch again and again. And who doesn't want to watch you again and again and again? Doug Gordon. But that's the thing. You just talked about differentiating yourself, and you need to be distinct and learn how to do that in a way that you can take over and over and over. And what we can do here, what you can do here is learn Doug's system, but then apply that to your own style. And that's what we're doing here. So once again, this workshop is available for you to own so that you can watch Doug over and over and over. And that is $149 for the full 3 days. That is the full 3 days. Sometimes we see the question in the chat rooms whether that's just for today or all 3 days. All 3 days, and as he said earlier, he's throwing in things left and right. And by the way, we did crash your website there for a minute when you talked about the special that you are offering for 50% off on your store. So, but it's back up. It's back up. You're all good. Excellent. So everyone, there is a buy button just beneath the screen that you're watching, and that is the quickest and easiest way to add the Doug Gordon Wedding Project to your Creative Live library. So we will see you all back in 45 minutes. Thanks, Doug.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. Hope you all had a nice break. We are here now outside, and we're going to see Doug at work in that outside environment that lots of you always are asking about. But before we do that, we have more prizes to give away. So the first one is the Kubota Artistic Tools V3, the high fashion edgy pack. Tell us about that.
Well, anybody who does any type of post-production knows Kevin Kubota. The man is an absolute genius. He is one of the most creative, articulate people I've ever met before. And to be honest with you, I could do nowhere near the post-production that we're able to do in-house without him. All right, he's just absolutely amazing in every way, shape, or form, and the Edgy Pack just brings it to the next level. It's absolutely awesome.
Awesome. We do love our Kubota tools and Kevin as well. So I'm just going to wait for a second while that plane goes overhead, Doug, before we give away this prize. And we're okay? All right, so that was a long drum roll is what that was from the plane, the drum roll.
It was a salute.
All right, the winner is JC Lane, and her quote was, "My job as a photographer is not to capture the world as it is to capture it how I want it to be."
It's a good one.
Own it.
It's a good one. Own it.
Own it. All right, that's a great one. So congratulations and thank you to Kevin Kubota. The next prize is an Adorama $100 gift certificate plus Tamarack Expedition 6X. Tell us about these.
Well, Adorama is where I buy everything. I buy my cameras, I buy my tripods, I buy my lights, just everything about it. So I even buy my TVs and electronics there. So you name it, they have it.
All right.
Adorama is like my toy store. It's like my perfect toy store for me to buy everything I want. So love it. $100 gift card. They don't want it, I'll take it.
Yeah, exactly. And then the Tamarack Expedition.
Well, all my bags are Tamarack, and as much as I travel, you have no idea how much I need them. All of that stuff to protect my equipment between all the airline travel and driving travel and all of that. So Tamarack's a huge part of what I do. I put everything I own inside a Tamarack bag.
One lucky person is about to win both of those prizes together, and that person is Joshua Feniger, and he entered the contest on Facebook, and his quote is, "Inspiration and motivation are worthless without action."
It's another good one.
That is the truth. That is the truth. So everyone, congratulations. Thank you to Adorama and Tamarack for those prizes. And we are very excited to add on another contest that we are doing now on top of the quote contest. We're putting on a photography contest. Doug Gordon, tell us what somebody is going to win.
Well, as you all know, I am a huge, huge Disney fan. I spend probably a good 2 months out of the year there. So, to you at home, I have something special for you. I want to give you back something for all the support that you've given me over the years. I want to give back to you and take you to my favorite place. So, as you enter this contest, which I don't know the exact logistics of, and sure Ken will explain, I am going to give you a three-night, 4-day package at a Disney hotel that I will help you get. I'm going to take care of the hotel for you, as well as give you park hoppers, 2-day park hoppers that allow you to go all over Disney World. My gift to you, the only thing you'll be responsible for will be obviously your travel there, your airfare, or your driving. I'm going to take care of lodging. I'm going to take care of your park tickets. You just got to get your airfare and your meals, and you're on your way, and you are going to have the absolute experience of a lifetime. Kenner's going to explain how to win it.
I just love it. I love that not only do you bring to us prizes that are from the companies that you know and love and use, but somebody is going to go to Disney World.
It's the happiest place on earth.
It is. It is. And so again, you can go to the Creative Live blog as well as creativelive.com/blog to find out all the details on how this photography contest is going to work. It's also on Facebook. When you go to our Facebook page, you'll find all the details there. But essentially, you want to see people's finest and best wedding photo. And so everyone, you can enter the contest. Doug is going to look for the winner, is going to select the winner based on creativity, image quality, and technique. Again, your single best wedding photo. And I'm just excited to see all these entries come in. You can enter through noon Pacific time, noon on Friday, so that's 2 days from now. You have until then to enter. You can vote. You can ask your friends to vote. But Doug here will pick the ultimate winner. So thank you for that, Doug.
It's going to be exciting.
And I can't wait to see what the chat rooms are saying. So with that, I will hand the show back over to you, and let's get shooting.
Thank you very much. All right. Welcome back, everybody. So what we're going to be doing now is we're going to want to welcome you into the world of the engagement session. But the big thing to understand is how we pose and manipulate the body and set the client up to get the most out of the experience. As I told you earlier, one of the big things I want to do is let them know that I'm not here to create a Picasso. I'm here to find out their good points and the not so good points that we all have. I'm looking for different things, like one eye smaller than the other. I'm looking to see if there's a bend in the nose, a crooked smile, a part in the hair, something that maybe I want to hide, or something that I really want to jump on as a positive and really make it stand out. So that's one of the biggest things I'm looking for in the sequence. So we have to start by following our basic principles and know where the light was, as we said this morning. We obviously have identified the light. We know that it's daylight. One of the things we have to look for is the direction of light. This is one of the tougher times. So if we look up, we know that the sun at the time right now, so you're looking at roughly 1 p.m. In the Pacific Northwest. I know the sun's almost directly over me or slightly behind me, so the direction's becoming important. If I look at all of you behind main camera over here, I start to see the deep dark shadows in the eyes. So I'm going to fill them one of 3 ways. I'm either going to use my torchlight, I'm going to use my reflector, or I'm going to use fill flash. Now the fact is, I'm not looking for extreme detail in this lighting condition. I'm looking for slight fill. So whatever I use, I'm going to put in slightly underneath the main. One of the key things that I need to address that we didn't get to talk about this morning is focusing on how we expose. So to make it really strong and clear, everything I do, I'm using spot metering, and I'm usually exposing under the shadows of the eyes. I'm trying to make sure that there's no more than a quarter stop difference between the shadow and the highlighted area of the subject's face. Now, the key to it is knowing how to meter. If I'm metering off of a Caucasian person like myself, it's obviously a lot easier because it's a neutral site. If I'm photographing a person of color, that's where things change a little bit. You have to understand exposure compensation, the value of it, and what to do with it. So if I'm photographing a lighter person of skin of color, example would be someone like Halle Berry. Not too dark, but dark enough where it's going to make a difference. I'm going to expose and change it. I'm going to go exposure compensation minus 0.3, which is roughly a third of the stop. I'm telling the camera as it takes the reading, it's not as dark as you think it is. And I'm telling it to underexpose the image by a third. If I'm photographing a mid-tone person of color, President Obama, I'm going to look to do it at minus 0.7 of a stop, which is roughly 2/3 of a stop. And again, it's because of the darker skin. If I'm photographing a person that's really dark, example being someone like Wesley Snipes, I'm going to go with probably 1.0, a full stop. Now, here's the question. If I'm photographing an interracial couple, such as my wife and myself, what am I going to do? I'm going to focus on who? Very simple. You're going to focus on the Caucasian individual because they are neutral. The key is we don't want to play with anything in terms of underexposure if I don't need to. If I could get a reading off a Caucasian person, I'm going to work off that reading, and it's going to make it a lot easier and a lot more effective for me. If I'm photographing a group of mixed people where there's 5 people of color and 5 Caucasians, I'm probably still going to take that reading off the center if I could have a Caucasian person in them. One of the things you may have noticed, if you're photographing a group of all people of color, one of the things that happens is if you notice on the edges of it, the people on the end start to get darker. And you tend to think that it's the light fall off from your flash or your fill. That's not true necessarily. In most cases, it's your lens selection that has a natural vignetting on the edges, and because they're people of color, they tend to go darker. So we need to be conscious of that. We don't change our white balancing. We don't do anything. All we do is work with exposure compensation. Light-skinned person of color, minus 0.3. Mid-tone, 0.7. Real dark, 1.0. Focusing on that. Everybody clear? Got it? Interracial? Caucasian person. And it's always spot metering. But the key is to make sure that there's no more than a quarter stop difference between the shadow and the highlight. I feel the main light coming through, so I know that I'm hot here and here. I want to try to keep the faces out of that. So I'm always going to look to move the subject into a shaded area. The key of what I want to accomplish is go from dark to light. I don't want to put the subject in a bright area out here and shoot into these trees, because if I'm exposing for the brightness of the subject, the trees are going to go what? Underexposed, looking darker. If you're wearing darker clothing, darker hair, it's going to blend in. It's not going to work at all. We got it? All right. Could I start with my beautiful girl, Rachel? You come right over here. So now the key is to understanding posing. There's some basic rules that we need to work on that we discussed this morning. She's obviously in a full face, straight to the camera, basic mug shot. Over here, if we turn this way, head back, straight mug shot. It's not going to work. There's nothing flattering about it. Her body becomes full. It becomes not as flattering. She looks heavier. Doesn't work. So we want to turn her body to whatever the camera is. We want to keep the body at basically a 45-degree angle. So in this case, if this is our main camera, she's going to kick her right leg forward, okay, and bring it in. I want you to look at how she is now. Because of the way her leg is, it looks fuller. But by pushing it forward just a little bit, come over on your toe, bring it in here. Just bring it in closer to you, though. Just like this. We're bringing the toe. You notice she's starting to curve. That's what every woman wants to achieve. They want to start to have that S curve. Now, the key to it is she's at a 45-degree angle to the camera. I want to open the shoulders up. I want to keep them open, relax, bring her hand up just a tad to create a separation from the body to outline. And as we said before, her face, we're going to go through the body. So we want to light through the body into the face. But the most important thing is there's a couple rules here we need to focus on. The first and foremost rule of the face is to make sure that the nose never, ever, ever crosses the bridge of the cheek unless it's a profile image. What does that mean? So if you're looking at me here, right now I'm in a 2/3 view. But the second I start to turn, where you see a little bit of the eyelash, eyebrow, a little bit here, the nose turns, it starts to get fatter. It gets longer. Nobody likes that. So do not let the nose cross the bridge of the cheek. Understand that? And more importantly, when we have a higher camera angle, we want to make sure that the nose doesn't cross the bridge of the lip. So if she brings the chin down, keep going down. You're going to look all the way down. Keep going. Keep going. As the nose goes down, what happens? It spreads and it becomes wider. That's the last thing that we want. So no nose crossing the bridge of the cheek, no nose crossing the bridge of the lip. Now, one of the most important things, chin up a little bit, Rachel, is we want to always try to keep our weight on our back hip. By keeping the weight on the back hip, okay, what's going to happen is we're pushing our excess weight back. That's really important. If I stand here, I look fuller. But by pushing back, I start to look thinner. And now the key is by pushing back, that's naturally going to make my body come forward. By coming forward, by pushing her hip back, turning her head, and leaning forward at the waist, what happens? We start to tighten it here. So what I want you to imagine is your forehead pushing out, chin up, because we want to do what? We want to get a beautiful jaw structure going on. So the more we lean forward, the tighter the jawline. The tighter the jawline, the more definition to the face. If you're sitting at home, or as you guys here, if you just lean forward, do you feel your face tighten up? What a difference it makes. So we're tightening up. So you're always going to see me tightening my subject's face up. And the last key, especially with a female, she stays there, hand up a little bit, is this shoulder. This front shoulder becomes a problem because the natural tendency is to roll it in. By rolling it in, you're going to get more back edge of the shoulder. I don't want to get back edge. I want to roll it out because it creates a better bust line while tightening the neckline. And that's what we're looking for. We want to tighten her up as much as we can. So basically, you're getting a tuck, a roll, a lean, and you're getting everything good for camera. So it's very, very simple. If I can do this, I'm in real good shape about what I want to accomplish. So from that standpoint, it works. Now, one of the things with the groom, if we bring in our guy real quick, Matt, you're going to come right over here, fine, sir, okay, is setting them up to look relaxed. And this is where I start to set up my bond with them. You're going to come here facing your beautiful future wife. Okay, look at how she changed her feet already. She already adjusted her feet. By bringing them closer together, her body becomes stiff. So what I want her to do, I'm going to explain to them in very simple terms, and I always talk to them, and I'll ask them, did anybody in my office tell you what this is about? The whole idea of what this is about is for me to find out your good points and the not so good points that we all have. Now I'm looking to really jump on what I like and what's not so good. I'm not looking to create a Picasso, so don't worry. They're going to get better as they go along, and you're going to feel me tugging and leaning. I like to touch a lot. Is that okay with you? All right, and I'm looking at you, and you're so handsome. How could I not help it? Okay, so I'm leaning forward. And you notice, I'm always contacting, I'm always going for the personal touch because I want that connection. Now, when I start my pose, I want to start their body language from the bottom. So in this case, they just happen to be perfect height. I'm real lucky. But if Matt was shorter, come down a little bit, what would I do? I never, ever, ever, I shouldn't say never, ever, ever, 99.9% of the time, I don't want her taller than him. Because if she's taller, to the camera, she looks bigger, and she never wants to be associated with bigger. So what I'm gonna do is start with the base of her legs by opening a wider base and kicking that left leg behind him. Kick that left leg behind. Now bring this leg forward and in on your toe. Now, look at how the body position starts. We're shortening her, coming down, turning her head away. Ultimately, I want her eyes at the level of his lips. That's how I want to work. Relax, you could stand up. So I'm opening the legs to create a wider base. In this case, if I want him shorter, I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to open a leg, kick it behind, especially with a wedding, because I'm going to have the gown to cover that interior area. So now, coming in close again, put their arms around each other. Their body is creating a V. I want you to bring your hand, your thumb, into your pocket, beautiful. Just like that, creating a base. I don't even need to see it, okay? But notice automatically, a V. It's as boring as it gets. Now from here, I'm going to turn her head, and he goes in close, and I get them into the direction of light. Turn your head a little bit, Matt. Now, look at her leg. I'm making it broad. Her leg is bigger, so she's got to kick that leg in again on her toe. Bring your toe right to here, beautiful, and bring it in closer to you. Now, do you see the difference in the body language? As she opens the shoulder up and they lean forward, the lower part of their body kind of blends together. That works really well, doesn't it? So these are basic posing rules. Remember, tuck the back shoulder, roll out the front shoulder, head in, and leaning forward. And if I do this, I'm going to be in pretty good shape, all right? And I'm leaning them forward. You don't realize it, but it's a much better angle. Can you lean forward a little bit? And can I ask this camera here, can we take a side shot, if possible, to see how much they're leaning forward? So we're focusing here, and if we look from here, they're literally leaning forward roughly probably about 2 feet. This makes a world of difference right from this angle. Okay, so now, once we're set, I have to look at them and make my determinations. Now in this case, when I'm ready to go, I know that I have good light because I have the light coming from roughly behind them, hitting off the white concrete and coming back up. How do I know this? I look into the center of their eyes. And all I'm doing is looking right here, and I'm going to create 3 basic boring images of them. I could shoot this in manual, I could shoot it in program, I could shoot it from aperture priority, shutter priority. All that matters is that I expose and lock on the face. Traditional boring image. Now I'm looking at it, I have a full-length image, so I already have disruptions because I have all the wires. Am I going to take a full-length image then? So if I'm not going to take a full-length image, I don't want the disconnect. So what I'm going to do is start and go through. Her hand here. Now look, she's a thin girl, but when her arm goes up, what happens? It gets bigger. We don't like that. So what I'm going to do is bring his hand in to cover it up. It not only covers the arm to thin it out, but it also closes it and shows that they're into each other. Turn your head a little bit, beautiful. And I just want to make sure those loose strands of hair aren't where they are, because those become things that become a Photoshop nightmare for me. Turn your head a little bit, tilt your head to a mat, and lean forward. Tilt a little bit. So now, I'm ready to go. Michael, look at the difference here. That's beautiful light. Michael, can I bother you for 1 second? So these are going to be my close-ups. And right here, I would normally be by myself. I'd have an Adorama flashpoint stand and tripod holding it. But what's going to start to make it more interesting again is my cropping. Turn your head a little bit to the right, beautiful. Now leaning forward, chin on me, looking at me. Matt, chin down a little bit, bud. Good, you're looking right here. And again, right now, I'm at 400 ISO. My exposure's even, and I'm ready to go. I'm going to crop them in the left corner, chin down, beautiful. Looking right here, and your eyes up. I'm using the left quadrant, smiling nice and happy. Can you fake it a little bit more? Turn your head to your right, beautiful. A little more. Now tilt the top of your head to him. Smiling. Matt, that's fake. Excellent, good. Keep those eyes open, beautiful. Stay right there. I want to make sure our eyes are open, happy teeth, and let's take a look. If we look, we got beautiful light, we got soft light. So stay there. The whole idea of setting this up is to make sure that each pose can lead to another. And when I'm shooting, I'm thinking beyond. If you notice in the image, what's happening is that I'm off-centering it to one side because I'm thinking of an album. I'm thinking of a page. I'm thinking of a story to unfold. So now, she's gonna put her nose right on his cheek. Turn your head to him, chin down, tilt your head to her. Notice the refinement. By tilting the head to her, no separation, but look at her chin. Michael, you're going to slide out 1 second. Roll out the shoulder, which in turn forces the chin to go forward. Look at him. Eyes down. Just like that, we have our image. We always want to elongate the face as much as we can. Chin down, lean forward to me, Michael. Good, just like that. Stay right there. You're doing terrific. Michael, chin down. Wonderful. Smiling, Michael, looking at me. You are doing great. Happy, Michael, teeth. Happy, happy. Eyes up. Don't move. Keep those eyes open. Now, look at each other. Now, look right here. Do you see what happens to their chins? They have to open those front shoulders up. And by leaning to me this way, you're going to get it. But the key is not to allow this hair to fall into the background and break up the profile of the image. Look at each other. You could stand up taller and stretch your chin, but look at what happens when they pull forward. Keep it flat. So we're going right in here. You guys are doing absolutely great. The key here is eye placement. If she looks into her eyes, they look partially closed. I want to bring her eyes at all times above the line of sight. If they're looking at the camera, it's above me, slightly, like this much. And if they're looking at each other, she looks at the forehead. Michael, stretch your chin out to them. I'm sorry, Matt, stretch your chin out to them. Look at each other. You're doing great and working it, getting it nice and close. Smiling, Matt, teeth. Come on, you're working it. Don't move. Watch how easy the next image comes into play. Turn your head to me, beautiful, all the way to your right. Now lean your body in. Bring your nose to her cheek, on her cheek, Matt. Turn your head to your right, beautiful. Now tilt your head to him. Now, nope, turn to me, tilt. Now lean forward. Good, turn your head to your right. Matt, can you come in with the reflector? And look at the difference. Look at how beautiful and look at how quick it is. Because I've already started training them and how descriptive I am, I'm moving my hands up, down, forward. Looking right here, you guys are doing spectacular. We're keeping all the vertical lines. Matt, looking down at her. You're serious. You're smiling. Drop your shoulder, Rachel. Nice and happy. Lean forward. Rachel faking it, smiling. Beautiful. Happy teeth. Excellent. Don't move. And you look quick and simple and easy. Now, if you're looking at the images here on my screen or at home, you're probably wondering why I'm giving so much crop space. Because 99% of my images, I'm going to crop into a square or an extreme rectangle because you can't get them framed at your local drugstore and you can't get them printed at your local drugstore. It has to be custom, which increases the likelihood they come to me for prints and frames. So we're following. Before we even knew it, we already got 4 images done in a matter of seconds. Now from here, I'm going to change it up a little bit. I'm going to bring his back hand, in this case his right, around. But if you look, his hand, he's got that big man hand, the manual labor hand. Nobody wants to see that. So we're going to use her beautiful hand, the other one. this case, because this is what has a ring on it. But here comes one of the problems. Look at the way the hand is placed. It looks sloppy and it looks like it's slapped on there. And the other thing is the hand looks fuller. So everything we do is based on posing hands. So the key to the hand is my hand placement in it. Notice where my thumb is. It's directly in the palm with my other finger on the index finger. And all I'm going to do is push down and crack. As much as possible, I want to see the side of the hand. And the reason I want to see the side of the hand is because it doesn't look as full. If I turn it over like this, I'm going to have a hot exposure here. So I'm focusing on right in here. I bring the hand up to the hip. I push the shoulder back, lean forward, look down at the ring, and bring your nose to a cheek. Stretch, don't push so hard. Don't push, relax, let me control you. The key is not to let him push so hard that the nose gets scrunched up, just like that. And there's our angle. Now, my camera height for all of these is going to be slightly above eye level. Turn your head to your right a little bit, beautiful. Lean forward, both of you, looking down at your hand, gorgeous. Stretch that chin out, turn your head to your right. Tilt the top of your head to him. Looking there, you're doing terrific, eyes down. Notice my camera is tilted to him, which in turn raises him up. Chin up, beautiful. Look out at my hand, smiling nice and happy. Teeth, come on, you got it. Don't move. Now watch the adjustment we make. Matt, turn your head to me. A little more. Lean your head in close to her. But look at the light on his face. Can you help light up her face for me, Michael? And now lean forward, Matt. Turn your head to your left. Turn your head to your right, beautiful. And tilt the top of your head to him. Now lean in close to her. Hold on. You see what he's doing? Relax 1 second. He's bringing his chin in, which in turn is bunching up her hair. So we're going to fix her hair, because that's always our concern. Close your eyes. And then tilt and turn. And you tilt the top of your head, leaning forward. Don't let that chin go in. It's going to make it look awkward. Now, again, I'm thinking about off-centering the page. Turn your head, beautiful. Look out at my hand, both of you right here. Smiling, nice and happy teeth. You're doing great. Don't move. I just created another 3 poses without moving anything. Simple and quick and easy exposure. And that's the whole idea. Do I have any questions from you guys right here? I'm getting them kind of used to what I'm doing. Do we have any questions at home? Keep going? Okay. So now what I want to do is start to make my adjustments and use different areas. So if we can kind of turn this way, I'm going to bring you both over here. Again, the idea is to find areas in different spots, like under this tree. When I look at this tree, I see a lot of different openings that we can do here, creating a foreground. So I'm going to bring Matt in. He's going to cross his feet and notice his body setup. You're tempted to lean him back like this, but if you lean him back, it becomes feminine. I'm going to lean him forward and off the tree. You're going to come in real close, beautiful. Thumbs in your pockets, crossing your feet. Good. Your thumbs in, Matt. Put your back against the tree and lean the top off. You come in right here behind him. So bring the leg back there and then kick that right leg in. And notice, by kicking that right leg in, do you see the sensual connection between them? And now from here, here's the thing that happens. Photographers get so tempted to sit and try and get them looking at the camera. I already have a couple of them looking at the camera. The goal now is to think bigger and think broader in terms of what we want to do. So I want to create that story. So I'm going to lean her forward, roll out the shoulder. I'm going to sweep her hair back again. Turning her head to me, lean forward, look down. Matt, turn your head into her. Nose on her cheek. And if you can get in nice and tight, don't move. If you could pull in tight here, you'll see right in his neck, we got all of this going on. I want to try to get rid of that, and it's all simplified by pushing your chin out, Matt. Do you see the difference? And turning her head here, now looking down. Now the key here is my choice of lens. I'm using a 70-200, 2.8 lens. I'm zooming out, which is going to help compress the background, and more importantly, it's going to start to blow it out. It doesn't matter what aperture, what mode I'm in. It could be program, it could be aperture priority, it could be all of it. But I like creating this foreground, and by putting them in a dark area, am I concerned about all of that junk back there, or is it going to start to blow out? It's going to blow out, right? So I'm going to ask you guys to clear, and I'm going to come back here. Again, everything I do is based on camera angle. Leaning forward to me, I'm sorry, sweetie, look down, eyes down. So now from this point, I'm looking to shoot up a little bit, and I'm looking to use the tree as a foreground. Excellent, stay right there. Wonderful, don't move. So let's take a look. I think I screwed up, I forgot to exposure lock. Hold on one second. Oh, I'm actually okay. I did exposure lock. Now, look at the difference. The first one's a vertical image. Do you see where I'm using the tree and the background's blowing out? Watch what I do now. Eyes up to me, and now I'm going to go horizontal and crop from right to left. I'm using the lower right-hand quadrant of the image. Now, Matt, tilt the top of your head to her. Excellent. Stretch the chin out. You're looking at me. No, not that much, Matt. Don't push. Eyes to me, beautiful. And now I'm shooting up towards him, and you're smiling. Hold on one second. Let's take a look. Her eyes are up. Do I worry about not getting the perfect reflective light in her eyes? I know that I'm getting reflective light off the sidewalk. Did we see that last image? Can we enlarge it? Take a look. You can't really tell that they're not in a great spot, are you? Now from here, look at the different dimensions. Look at each other. Look at each other. And now again, I can change my angle. So I'm here now, which is giving me that. I'm going to move over, and I'm going to adjust and decide to try to shoot up a little bit, looking at each other. I'm coming down. I'm going to crop at the waist. I'm tilting towards him, which angles up, gives me some treat. Matt, lean your body to me. Turn your head to her. And leaning, stretch your chin to him, beautiful. Looking up, and you're smiling, nice and happy. Look at his forehead. Excellent. I'm at 60 at f4, and let's take a look. We're angled up, and I created 3 completely different images, didn't I? I never moved them. That's the whole idea. Now, mind you, when doing this, I'd be more connected to them in terms of having it set up, but it works out beautifully. Now, let's take a look. You're going to step out for a second, Rachel. Matt, stay right there. So, let me talk to you a little bit about working with a guy alone. One of the biggest intangibles with guys alone. Question?
Yeah, Doug, before that, I thought maybe with the two of them, we could take some questions. Is that all right?
Of course.
All right, let's do it.
Let's grab some questions then.
Did you want to ask about the compression?
Well, I did. Okay, so I saw this earlier today, and I wanted to ask it again because it came up again from Thok, who says most of the pictures that you're taking is with smaller apertures like f8. Shouldn't we use apertures such as 2.8 or 4 or similar? So could you explain again about how you're using your 70 to 200 and you can get the similar effect?
They said, the question was, they felt I was using f8.
They thought you were using f8 instead of f4.
No, in most cases I've been at 2.8 or f4.
Okay,
now,
you have
the
been.
idea of being wider open is that it allows me to open up the backgrounds. So I'm shooting at 2.8 and f4, and what I'm doing, because of my distance to the subject, is it allows me to simulate how the background is going to be in a depth of field situation. For example, if I were to shoot you at 85 millimeter 1.4 and I was real far away, 1.4 isn't as small as you would think, it widens. But if I get right on top of you at 1.4, my depth of field is extremely shallow, maybe a matter of inches. So I'm using the wider depth of field and I'm shooting at a more zoomed out so that I can compress the background as well as soften it. But it's not just that, it's about how much light I'm allowing in. I'm allowing less light on the subject, shooting from a dark to a light area, which is opening it up in turn.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
A couple posing questions keep coming up, Doug, and people would like you to explain a little bit more how to do full body, leaning with the full body. So Keith asks, tell me more about the leaning and when to use it. I have found leaning forward looks good with waist up, but not so good full body. What is the secret for leaning with full body?
It's just a matter of making sure that you're open. The camera can't see it. If I'm here, if you keep looking, can't see it. If you're close up here on a full length, depending on how you crop or your camera height, it's going to make a difference. So my suggestion is, especially with a plus size subject, is knowing the right camera height. If you were photographing someone like me and my wife, I'm obviously bigger, she's smaller, but I'm not exactly much bigger in terms of size. I'm overweight, but I don't border on roundness. I'm going to keep my camera height for a full-length image at roughly waist level. But if I'm dealing with a plus-size set of subjects, I'm going to raise the camera height up above eye level, which in turn makes me look thinner and makes the lean a lot less obvious.
Great.
All right? As long as we stay open and closed like this, we'll be fine.
Great. Well, I think we can keep going. Just wanted to get a couple
Good.
of those in.
Perfect. So now let's take a look. If we go under the tree and see what's going on, he has put himself in as feminine a pose as he possibly could. And this is what guys tend to do. A guy doesn't want to look feminine. He wants to look strong. He wants to look powerful. And that's the whole idea. And he's not doing it at this moment. So what he needs to do is stand straight up, cross your feet, lean against the tree, thumbs in your pockets, and now lean the top of your body off, open, tilt, turn, forward, tilt. Relax, relax, don't overdo it. Good. And now we got good posture, and he's all set. The key to this, though, is making sure, okay, that we're able to make him look strong. One of the things that happens commonly is that photographers have guys smile in alone portraits. Can you look and smile at them? He doesn't look so good. It's like, hee! It doesn't work. Guys want to look strong. They want to look powerful. They're like, yeah. And they got it. All right, so from here, we're trying to work it out. Now look at his head. If you see, he's tilted to his high shoulder. Again, a feminine pose. Tilt to your right. Turn your head to me and tilt to your right. Now lean forward. Relax. Turn here. Now, I'm not liking what I'm getting out of the lower half of his body. So now I have to work a little bit differently. I'm going to work more, tilt your head, from the waist up, because it's going to make him look stronger. So from here, look at how many different things that I can do. So I'm set up. Tilt your head to your right for me, Matt. And let's see. Let's make sure I'm good on my wires here. Thank you. Looking at me. And here we go. So we're about to have a problem. So what we're going to do...
Doug, I'm sorry. We actually have to break now because it just started to rain.
Yep.
So we need to get all the gear inside, everyone. So bear with us. We'll be back shortly. Welcome back, everyone, to Creative Live. We are here again with Doug Gordon. Don't worry, you didn't miss anything. We just had to come inside because of the rain, but we are quickly going to just turn it back over to you, Doug.
Excellent.
And this is, again, real life. This is what happens.
Real life, real situations, real wedding, real engagement. That's what it starts with. So it's about understanding exactly what it is that you want to accomplish. Now, I'm confined to literally probably an 8-foot by 8-foot area, but I can't control weather. But what I can control is how I make them feel during that time. So I have to use the situations I got. I'm going to choose to shoot in this general direction because going in the other direction, there's a lot of things that I want to hide. It doesn't work for me. So from this standpoint, I'm able to control where they are, use this opening, and start to, again, create different things. So let's start to push the envelope and give her an idea of what we're going to do. So we're going to bring her in here, and what I want you to do is you're going to take a seat on here, and you're going to lay back on your right elbow going this way. So your fanny, slide to the middle a little bit. Now bring your legs up this way and lay on your right elbow. Can I bring in, you're going to turn on your side for me. Nope, but turn facing. You're going to rotate this way. You got it. Bring your legs up, curl them into you a little bit. And now you got it, laying down on your elbow. Can I have our handsome future groom? So we're going to bring your legs out just a little bit. So bring your legs down, your body down to me a little bit this way. And then turn on your side on your elbow. And from right here, we're going to bring Matt in behind her. The idea, again, is I want to create camera angle and work within. So you're going to bring your hand up over his head, and you're going to lean in nice and close. But notice when her arm goes up, look at where we put the arm here to cover it up. Now, what's going to be important, because she's so tight on the chair here, is making sure that my camera angle makes it appropriate for fixing her, and I don't want to make her look larger. Again, because I know she's going to be in a profile position, I want to bring her hair back out of the profile, and I want you to come down this way, Matt. Bring your body here, and then lean in close. So put your hand underneath her neck. Nope, the other hand. One hand here, this hand here, and now pull into her nice and close, stretch your chin. Looking at each other. You don't realize it, but I have beautiful wraparound light coming through right here. What I'm going to do to fill this is literally an 8x8 room. Could I shoot with available light? Yeah, but why not use some fill? So I have my Pocket Wizard flare. I have a Pocket Wizard over here. It's right next to the camera here, bouncing off the inside of the wall. I have it set for 2 stops underneath the ambient light. By doing that, I'm going to fill into her face through her body. Now I want to make sure that her legs come out just a little bit, working there. And I want to try to make sure I'm able to thin her out as much as I possibly can. So looking at each other, leaning in nice and close. I'm obviously going to start up. I'm looking here, and I like the high camera angle. What I don't love is obviously the tree going through his back. So I'm going to try to move just a little bit to get as much out of it as I possibly can. And again, sometimes it doesn't work the way I want. So I'm going to crop in here. I may even cut into the legs a little bit. I'm spot metering and exposure locking on there. I'm in a manual mode in the feet, and just like that, smiling, nice and happy. Let's take a look at our image. I got beautiful soft light coming into the face again. 2 stops underneath. Look at what happens to the background. I'm sorry, sweetie. The background blows out completely, making it that much softer, and you don't know that you're inside this little boxed room. Now look, 1, 2, 3. The poses lead to each other. So the first one, they're looking at each other. The second one, they're going to lean in close, give her a kiss, Matt. Just like that. Hold it, close your eyes. And now look at their kiss. Don't move. The key here with their kiss is they're both puckering. There's nothing natural about it. Nobody looks good when you're like... So what we want to try to do is just press. Just press, nice and natural. Go right in there, and notice we're cropping right to the base of it. Because if you look on the other one, I left his leg in. Now, by cropping there, it makes it more natural. He's in, and I know that I'm going to crop through the middle of his back. Now, from here, I'm going to leave her by herself. Matt, you come on out. We're going to make the beautiful Miss Rachel hop up. And what we're going to do is bring her behind the chair. I'm always trying to take her and separate her from the background. And if you look, she automatically thinks that it's going to be a traditional shot. I don't want traditional. I want different. So I'm going to turn her back to me. I'm going to put her elbows on here, and I want her to bring her head back all the way to me. Bring your head all the way back, nice and sexy. You're going to turn your head away from me. And now, all the way back. We pull the hair out of the face, Look at how beautiful the hair looks. Your beautiful light hitting in a profile position. If I want to come from this angle here, head back a little bit. I know it hurts, but that means it looks really good. Okay, from there, and we're shooting up right there. Let's take a look. Can you spread your arms a little wider, beautiful, so you can get your head back more? A little bit more, and turn it to your left. And now your head back more, just like that. And look at the beautiful light hitting her. Look at the spread. We're metering and again and exposing on the face, just like that. Can you bring your left arm out a little bit on the chair? Excellent, just like the other one, hanging off the side. But there you go, just like that. Head back a little bit. Perfect. Take a look. From there, again, you can relax 1 second. We got great light, we got simplicity, and look at the beautiful color. The background's glowing, it's blown out, it's got a lot of depth, nice and simple and easy, works spectacularly. From here now, you could stand up straight, beautiful. We're gonna bring our man in. Can I have you back 1 second, Matt? And I'm using the chair again. I want Matt to lean forward, crossing his feet. He's strong, he's powerful, leaning forward, looking at me here. And now watch what we do. You're gonna come around on this side here, beautiful. Good. Actually, come around the other side. I'm sorry, I like that a little bit better because of the light. Good. So we're bringing it here because this way, whatever little available light I have, I'm bringing into the face and through. She's hiding behind him. Lean forward a little bit, and you turn your head to him and lean forward. Lean forward. Good. And again, the hair is important on so many fronts because it allows me to create shadows and also create shadows that I don't want. Turn your head a little bit. Looking down, stretch your chin out a little bit and leaning forward. Eyes down, take a look at what we get. So we want to make sure our cropping is excellent. So from there, we're doing great. So I'm going to slide over just a little bit. You're doing wonderful, just like that. Eyes there, hold it, nice and relaxed. Beautiful. Now, looking up at me, beautiful. Perfect. Look at the way the light hits. I love it. Nice and soft. You are doing wonderful. And you're smiling beautiful, just like that. Happy. Come on, give me a little bit more teeth. Chin up. Good. Excellent. And our flash is filling the eyes again at 2 stops underneath. We are just looking for a little softness. Now let's watch what we do here. You're going to slide off 1 second. We're going to get rid of this here. And what I'm looking to create, again, is as much of a storyline as I could possibly get. So let's take her and bring her on the wall right over here. And now when I look, I see a lot of great things happening because of the light. So look at what we do. You're going to open your legs a little bit, beautiful. You're going to kick your left leg in between her legs. Your other left leg for this one. Good, just like that. You're going to take your left hand and bring it up around his head. Hand here, now leaning out. And you're going to lean off the wall. Again, it's all about the hair. Turn your head to me, beautiful. And you're going to bring your nose to her cheek again, turning out, leaning forward, and take a look. So from there, not a great shot. But when we go over here, we have a great shot if we use the wall correctly. So we're going to use it to create depth, but his hands got to cover up. So I'm going to pull my camera from back over here, and I'm going to bring it in nice and tight. Again, looking to work and use the wall and use as much of it as I possibly can. So right in here. Eyes down, lean off the wall a little bit, beautiful. Eyes down, roll out your right shoulder. Turn your head to your right, tilt the top of your head to him. Nose, good. Eyes down, beautiful. Stay there, just like that. Hold it right there. You are doing great, leaning off the wall. Just a little bit, perfect. I'm using mostly natural light with a little bit of fill coming in. And now, turn your head away from her just a little bit. More. Now tilt the top of your head to him, beautiful. Turn your head to your right. Notice we're turning it to the light. Matt, tilt your head to her. Turn your head to me, Matt, a little bit. And your eyes are right here, guys. Looking straight out. And you're both smiling, just like that. Smiling, happy teeth. Excellent. Now watch what we do. We want to learn to use the wall as a foreground. So you're going to come out just 1 second. I want to use the wall as much as I possibly can. And I want to start to pick up different textures. So what I'm going to do is bring her into the wall in here, turning your head, but opening her up. I'm opening her up to get the light to her. Again, I'm making the best out of what I can here. Just like that. And you're leaning out, lean forward, looking down. Her face is to the light. which is coming from here, and then I got extra fill light coming in. I have the speed light coming in at 2 stops underneath my ambient. Turn your head, beautiful. Just like that, but watch how I crop. I'm gonna go in and use the texture of the wall. Looking down. You're doing great. Eyes down. Lean forward a little bit. I'm going to change it. I'm now at 100 at F4. Turn your head to your right. Eyes out, looking straight up. Come right here with your eyes. Nice and happy, beautiful. Smiling, happy teeth. That's fake. Come on, big. Yes. And look at that beautiful fill light coming in. We got beautiful soft fill light coming in again. 2 stops underneath, and I love how soft and perfect the light is. Again, it's about creating something from nothing. Can't stress that enough. Come right up over here, and I'm going to ask you both to hop in. Do you mind standing here, or are you scared?
Oh, no, I'll stand.
All right, climb on up. Be careful. Hold on to me till Matt gets up there. Please be careful. Matt, you okay? Now, here is construction of the body. It's going to be really crucial. Turn your body towards me a little bit. Now, wrap your arm around the back of his head, but bring it around the front. Nope. Take your arm, give me your hand, and bring it around here. Now, bring your hand up here, and what I want you to do is kick your right leg forward to her, and you kick your leg in front. Nope. Keep it there for a second so I could explain. When she brings this leg forward, she doesn't realize it, but she's gaining weight because I'm only going to get inner thigh. And what's going to happen by getting inner thigh is it exposes it, making it look wider. So by kicking the front leg forward, she gets a sexy tone, but she's got to turn her body towards me. Nope, the other way. Turn your body this way. Now kick it forward. Now lean in and look at each other. Sweep your hair back. Excellent. And now lean to me just a little bit, but look at each other. And pull that hair out of the profile. Look at how beautiful that is. Again, it's about creating something from nothing. This is what I have. This is what I deal with. That's a wedding. Whatever's there is there. You can't go and change the date. You can't go and change the weather or the time. So let's take a look at what we get. Looking at each other, nice and soft. Matt, stand up straight. You're looking way too femme. Good. Leaning close to her. Excellent. Looking chin up to him, beautiful. Just like that. You are doing terrific. Don't you move. Stay there. Let me get my exposure right. So now I got good exposure. I'm down at 160th. 4, smiling. Good. Give her a kiss on the forehead. Just press your lips on her forehead. Nice and relaxed. Close your eyes. Lean your body to me. Perfect. Stay there. Wonderful. Now, watch what we do to change it just a little bit. We're going to change it. We're going to go for it. We're going to get a little risky, you okay? Yeah. Bring your hands around him like you're hugging him. Good. Kick your left leg between his legs. Good. Can you hold on to her? And what I want you to do, can you lean out to me a little bit? Can you dip your head back, beautiful? Push your pelvis in and arch your head back. And you go for that loving. Can you lean your head out just a little bit? Now, I want you to notice where his hand went. That's where it normally would go. The problem is it exposes the arm and it makes it look fake. We won't want to do that. We want to make it look tender. Head back all the way. Can you bring it out? And you go get some neck loving. Head back. But look at what he did. We don't want to see him. We want to see her. Go behind. Head back. Can you lean the top of your bodies without falling to me? Oh my God, this is work. Here we go. You're doing terrific. Take a look. Head back. Take that hand off the back wall, Matt. Good. Head back. And you know what? I'm going to turn the flash off. And the reason I'm turning the flash off is I don't want to cause any unnecessary shadows. I just want to use what's right there. So I'm going to go into program mode to make it as quick as possible. I'm going to meter on the shadows and the highlights right on top of the face, exposure lock. And I forgot to turn off the flash. Hold on 1 second, so it's going to overexpose it a little bit. Head back just like that. There we go. Take a look. Look at the background blowout. Look at how soft it is. And you got a nice, strong, sexy image. Then I'm going to bring them down real quick. Be careful. And watch how we finish up. You be careful too, fine, sir. Kick your left leg in between. You're going to have your back to me, beautiful. And bring your head all the way back. Wrap your arms around there. Head back all the way. Hold on to it. Bring your hands up around her shoulders. Just like that. We're doing terrific. Head back. Go kiss her neck. Close your eyes. Turn your head to your left a little bit for me, Rachel. Perfect, and your head back a little bit more. Perfect, because we all know we never get enough time. Now, we got our image. Let's take a look. It should look real nice, real clean, simple, soft, and easy. Did that last image pull up? Take a look. So, again, the segments, you guys can relax. Segments all boil down to one thing, keeping it simple and soft and easy for them. That's what it's all about. Kenna, do we have any questions?
Always. We always have questions.
Susan, welcome back.
Thank you so much. A couple people have asked, and this is from DMR, who says, could you please explain how to set up the external flash 2 stops under ambient?
It's very simple. It's my Pocket Wizards. My Pocket Wizard is a unique radio trigger unit, and I have what's called an AC3 zone controller on it. On each light, because I set the lights into variable entities so that I could control light A, light B, light C, I turn it down right from the camera. The only difference between that and the line of sight that a Nikon or Canon flash offer is the consistency that it's going to fire all the time. So it makes it perfect. The zone controller just makes everything so much easier for me.
Great. Yeah, I think people were getting a little bit confused as to how that works. Again, are you in manual or are you in TTL?
Here's the thing. Whether I'm in manual or TTL, doesn't matter. If I have the flash in manual, that means I got to work a little bit harder because I need to know my guide numbers, know my situations, and all of that. So I'm going to have to work off that. If you're in TTL and I feel like I don't want it to match, TTL is basically through the lens. So if I'm putting out f8 in the lens, then I turn the flash down 2 stops from the zone controller. If I don't have a Pocket Wizard, I just turn it back as I have the on-camera flash, which is my trigger. I make that my main. I make the others the remotes, and I just say A light, I want down -2 in exposure compensation. B light, I want down -3 or I want +1, whatever it may be. So I'm controlling it from camera. It doesn't matter whether it's TTL or manual, just as long as you know your settings. Most people are using TTL. I know that I wanted 2 stops underneath, and I also have to account for all reflective lighting.
Fantastic. Can we take one more question before we go to break, Kenna?
I'm ready.
If you have one.
I do. Okay, Chucky D asked, he's from San Francisco, how do we get more details in the background while keeping their faces properly exposed?
Well, it's very simple. If I want detail in the background, I'm making a very conscious decision. What that means is I need to expose for the background. I'm going to look at the background and say, okay, this background is f11, which means I need to shoot at whatever it is at f11 at 200th of a second. And then if I do that, I need to put f11 a flash on them. Let's take a quick look of what that looks like. Do we have 10, 15, 30 seconds here? I'm going to turn this around. Can you guys just give me a hug right here? I know I'm going over. I'm sorry. Lean forward to me. So I'm going to do the Sunny rule here, which goes to 200 at f11, and I'm going to change it up. So let me go here. I'm going to go into manual mode. I'm going to turn the flash on. I'm going to set it for 200 at f11 because I want it to work and get better light. Turn your head to your right, beautiful. Lean your heads in close together. Matt, leaning close to her. Right there. You are doing great. Looking at me, turn your head a little bit more to the right, beautiful. Just like that. Look at me, leaning forward. Lights on, flashes on. So now what we're doing is matching the light to the background, smiling teeth. Happy, Matt? Lean forward. Excellent. I don't think we fired there, did we? Hold on one second. Let me turn it off because I forgot to turn it on to sync it. Here we go. So look at how much underexposed it is because we're exposing for the background. When we add the flash to match, turn your head to your right, beautiful. Smiling. Excellent. So let's look. Now I've matched it with flash, and what happened effectively is the image becomes flatter and it becomes more boring. And the reason it didn't come out was I have the exposure compensation down, I believe. One more. I'm sorry, guys. Real quick, let me make sure it's pointed at him. I forgot to adjust the exposure compensation from one stop there. Hold it right there. You're doing great, guys. Look at me, turn your heads to your right, lean forward just like that, cheeks together, smiling happy. Excellent. So now I'm blasting them with light, and ultimately that's going to equal out on the background because I'm no longer exposing for the subject, I'm exposing for the background. Didn't go the way I wanted, I don't know why, but I know we're short on time. I will get to it during the course of the 3 days.
Awesome.
Any other questions?
Appreciate it.
No, I think that's great for now. It's time to take our next break. So we're going to take a 20-minute break, everyone, so we can get situated again for the next segment, which is what are we going to do when we come back?
Next segment, we're going to start. We're going to get her ready to go. We're going to do our bride alone segment. We'll start with the dress hanging and go from there, working in an interior room. And then we're even going to try to get outside a little bit during it.
Weather permitting.
Weather permitting.
All right, fantastic, Doug. We'll see you all back in 20 minutes.
Hi, everyone. I'm Arka.
Welcome back, everyone. We are about to go into our next segment and see you photograph our lovely bride getting ready. But before we do that, we have some big prizes to give away. The first one is from Bay Photo, $100 off a Pacific album, plus from Triple Scoop Music, Doug's Signature Series Music Collection. This is a $499 prize. Very cool. Can you tell us about your Triple Scoop Music Collection?
You know, it's probably a little bit on the sappy side, isn't it?
With you? No.
A little bit on the sappy side, no. The music is just, it's incredible. I love it, the selections, and with all the Animoto slideshows and everything I do, I firmly believe the music and the pictures go hand in hand. It brings it all together, you know, and the music's phenomenal. It took a lot of time to pick that out, and it was kind of from the heart in terms of the music. I just love the artist. I love the genre of it. I tried to make it very diverse, and I hope people enjoy it because it's a really cool collection.
And your point comes back to that emotion that you started talking out in the beginning of the day about, and that music definitely, for me, adds to the emotion.
So much depth.
So thank you to Triple Scoop and Bay again for that $100 off of a Pacific album. The winner of this prize is Samantha Rizzo. She entered on Facebook, and her quote, "One reason so few of us achieve what we truly want is that we never direct our focus. We never concentrate our power. Therefore," I believe you probably said next, if we do that,
we're going to be a lot more
then
successful.
we will achieve.
Yep, we got to focus our attention on one thing at a time.
That's right. That's right. Awesome. Well, congratulations for that prize. Now, for the grand prize of the day, this is a $507 prize, and one lucky person out there is going to get a Pocket Wizard with the Mini, plus the Flex, plus the AC3 triggers.
You'll be able to do what I just did. You'll be able to remotely fire everything. You'll be able to control your zones. Can't ask for more than that. Give it to me for free.
That is an incredible prize, people. And the winner is Skur Garrett. And his quote from Doug is, "Beliefs have the power to create and the power to destroy. It is up to you." It's a good one as well. Full of amazing quotes today and every day. You are Doug Gordon. Thank you to everyone for those prizes and for you bringing them. Again, over this workshop, we're giving away $6,500 worth of prizes. So thank you for that. Make sure you go to creativelive.com/blog to find out for tomorrow and the next day how to enter to win, also what you can win from all those folks. Plus, tell us again about the discount that you're giving everybody. Everybody wins at DougGordonWorkshops.com.
I saw that they're taking advantage already, so that was nice to see. To anybody who purchases any of my educational items, whether it's our core decks, whether it's our DVDs, whether it's our posing guide, whether it's our bracket or our light, you get a 50% discount using the code CreativeLive13, 50% off. And on top of it, we have a whole special collection called the Super Get Sexy Collection with everything, including all the videos, all the DVDs, all the decks, all the guides, and the light. Total retail value is like $6,400. Wow. If you use the discount, once we discount it, it's down to, I think, around $800 or less. So you can't beat it. So take advantage of it because it's only going to be there through this week only for Creative Live.
And you get to be Doug Gordon.
Just not the whole thing.
Just not the whole thing. Thank you for that. Creative Live 13, DougGordonWorkshops.com.
Correct.
And we will also remind you when you go to that Creative Live blog to check out the photo contest that we are doing right now. Check out those details too, because Disney. We'll talk about that again.
We're going to talk about Disney, and we got another big prize we didn't mention for the next couple of days.
Oh boy!
Brings that total up a lot, worth over $20,000.
What?
We'll talk about it tomorrow.
I'm so sad. Where did you come from?
You know, we'll talk about it tomorrow.
All right, everyone, back over to you.
All right, very good. Welcome back, everybody. So what we're going to do now, we got the engagement session. We definitely saw that adversity affects us in different ways. So one of the best things that happened during that is you saw that I'm going to deal with different things and different scenarios in terms of lighting and conditions. But you can never, ever let your client know what exactly is going wrong or going on. One of the things I try to do is, one of the biggest things in my collection, which obviously I can't really do for you on Creative Live, is our boudoir. The boudoir session is so important to me. and my clients. Now, I remember being about 16 years old and coming up with that and saying to my dad, I want to do something different. I want to do something unique. I was a year into shooting. It was probably when I was 17, actually. And I said to him, I want to do something different. These brides wear all this exciting lingerie and different things like that. And I think it would be wonderful. They look beautiful. And I want to make women feel good about themselves. And he said to me, you're just being a 17-year-old pervert. And he may have been right at the time. But what I didn't realize is once I got into it, how elegant it could become, how wonderful it made people feel about themselves, and more importantly, how profitable it could be. It became something that I would say that probably 80% of our brides do. 80% of our brides. That young lady I was telling you about who works in my studio that I trained, the Photo Nazi girl, she is filled with boudoirs. She does almost 250 boudoirs a year in studio, besides all the ones we do the day of the wedding. Because the truth is very, very simple. If you can make a woman feel good about herself, you can get her to buy whatever you want. And it's important. You should want to do that. It's an experience. It's the same thing if you're doing maternity sessions or things like that. Take people and what they feel self-conscious about and make them look better. So normally I would start my session at the home with that. We're going to skip ahead, but please know it's something that if you're okay with it and you think it's going to work for you, you should do. So I'm going to start with what minor details I have. I don't think I have a bouquet or anything like that, correct? So I'm going to work with the details I do have, which are typically the dress, the shoes, the earrings, the bouquet, and different things like that. One of the things that I look for is I love doing shots of the dress hanging. I love doing it, but I find people ruin it all the time. It's such an easy photograph to ruin. You notice it's always hanging up. It's hanging in a window or something like that. The problem is, how do you expose for it? One of the things that happens is people will expose for the outside. This clearly isn't the ideal background for it because I have everything outside and I have that big bar going through the middle. I'm going to have to Photoshop that out, whether it be through a clone or, a content aware. I'm going to get rid of it. But the key here is, do I want to see what's outside? Not really. I want to get rid of it because I have the cars, I have different things, they're distractions. This is solely focused on the dress. But here's the thing. It requires little to no adjustments. All I need to do is realize that my dress is in the shadowed area, isn't it? It's dark inside, so if I meter and expose for the dress, what's going to happen to the background? It's going to blow out. And if I do that, I'm in pretty good shape. So one of the things that I want to set up, this will be my first image. Again, I'm not in love with the background, so I need to overexpose it and blow it out. If I don't get enough exposure to blowing it out, one of the things that I'm going to do is go and adjust according by using exposure compensation. I'm going to tell it that I want it to expose, and then I'm going to use a Kubota action in my post-production called HD AUG. And what that's going to do is pull it all the way back with like a high-pass filter. All right, so going from here, the setup, I'm looking, and all I do, to be quite honest with you, I don't want to get the top. I don't need the strings hanging. I don't need anything. I just want to off-center it to one side, make sure I get the top part of the dress, and if I'm right, because it's shadow, I should blow it right out, and you take a look, I have my image. Now you may say, why do I got the curtain and those different things? I know I'm going to crop that out. I know I'm setting it up to be a 5x10 so I could use it on one side of a page, keeping it simple. The other thing that I want to do is focus on the detail of the gown. So I want the light to almost pass through. Although I have nice detail there, I want to be able to adjust. I always try to keep distractions out of the background. So what I'm looking to do is bring my camera height up just to primarily focus again on the detail. So it's a very simple shot. I'm using the more wide open aperture and I'm just looking to get my detail. And you look, it's beautiful, it's soft, it's crisp. Now you may say, what are you going to do with that? It's nothing. It becomes a background image on your page. One of the things that photographers are always searching for when building albums is background images. Keeping them simple, understanding the process. Whoops, didn't mean to do that. So what I'm going to do right here is I want to again set up my details. So I'm looking right in here to use the window light and the reflective light. This stuff here drives me crazy. I'm looking to always avoid seeing the inside of the shoe and seeing the name of it, because it's generally nothing flattering. So again, the pearls creating your focus, going right in there, just like that, and again, telling the story. Now, generally, I would probably go to an 85 millimeter 1.4. But again, I'm realistic that not everybody has that. So if you can work with one lens, if you have to work with one lens, it's okay. One of the things that photographers tend to do is overshoot the details. And what I mean by overshooting the details is they focus on getting too many different angles of it. How many images are they going to buy of this? Not a lot. It's going to be one image. Now, mind you, if there's other details like the invitation, like the flowers, like the rings, I'm going to get all of those as part of the story because I want to bring it all together and build a page of stories. But this is what I have, so this is what I deal with. And again, I'm setting it up to be quite simple. I'm looking here. I don't really need to do anything big, and I'm focusing right there. I'm looking for the reflections, making sure I got what I want. I'm focused, I'm locked. Now take a look. If you notice first, what I did was lock in on the earrings, and that allows the shoes to soften up completely. And then I don't worry about anything. Now notice, what makes that image is what? The backlight kicking off the table. Because I exposed for the front, the reflective light off the back of the table became beautiful, didn't it? And you see where the edge of the table ends? Guess what else is going to end there? My crop. I'm going to crop along that top horizontal line. I'm going to make my image. So in one image, I was able to create a different story, but with everything. Okay, so it works out quite simply, to be honest with you. So everything I do, again, is about the little details. Focusing on little details. Brides spend months, possibly years, planning this stuff out. We really need to focus on it. So I'm going to bring my bride in right now. Now, although she's in a robe, normally, if she wanted, I would bring her into whether she'd be wearing a lingerie or anything like that, I'd bring her in. But I never want to make her feel exposed. That's the key. Now, normally she'd be wearing white, okay? So how do I do this? It's by making it soft, bringing her in to kind of feel what's going on. I want her to feel the texture of the gown. I want her to see it. You're going to come behind it, beautiful, and looking in right in here. Now, come behind it a little bit more, and I want you to lean out with your head to me. Okay, turning your head here. And notice how I'm using the veil. I'm going to discuss this in a little while. I'm bringing her, if you look right from here, you see the light hitting her too hard here. So I want to bring her forward and her eyes down. Again, simple. I want to keep control of it. So I'm creating two different images in terms of texture. I'm going to use the texture of the gown and take a look right in there. Looking down, beautiful. Now, soft light, her eyes aren't up, so I don't really need to worry about reflecting light in. I'm using what's existing. I'm exposing for her in the shadow area. Notice her cropping between the lamp and all of that, and it works out great. I have beautiful detail in the gown. Now, look at how her veil is glowing translucent, isn't it? So let's take a look what happens when I start to move around and look for a profile image. Looking down, beautiful. Okay, just like that. So I'm picking up, tilt your head to the dress. Nope, turn your head back to me. And I'm tilting in the direction she's looking, which is camera right, and ultimately angling her up, and look at the difference between the two. Okay? You're going from here to a profile, 2/3 to a profile, and we didn't come up there, did we? There we go. Take a look. I'm blowing it out, and what's happening is you don't even realize it. I'm using the dress as a high key setup, aren't I? That's pretty nice, isn't it? Nice and soft, beautiful, serene. I want you to think about it. How many doubles have I taken? Is there really a need? She looks stunning. So what I'm going to do at this point is I'm going to take the dress down for her. One of the things that have happened over time, and I slide in, whoops, is I have fallen on multiple occasions. One of the things that happen over time is I start taking images of her getting dressed. As we know, brides love to run late. And this here is the biggest nightmare there is. You could either let the maid of honor do it, the mother do it and be there for 45 minutes, or you learn to do these things. So she's going to go and get dressed, and I'll kind of explain what I mean. Thank you, beautiful. Over time, I've become a maid of honor. After doing it as long as I have, I'm always volunteering to help them get dressed, to help them zip in, to help pull it tight. Now, you may say, you're a man, what are you doing? If I'm photographing them in lingerie, if I'm photographing them in, as compromising a position as can be, there's no reason I can't be their friend and kind of guide them through them, because remember, time is of the essence. If I let you sit there and take 2 hours with the makeup artist and do these things, it's not going to work. When I walk into a home and the bride doesn't have her makeup or hair done, but her mom or sister's getting it, I got to move her into that chair immediately, because nothing can happen without her. That's the control of the day. Nothing can happen without her. I say to my brides all the time, and I say it laughing, but they understand I mean it. God help you if you're late. When I get there, I expect you to be in your robe. I expect you to have all of these things ready and be ready to go. Do not keep me waiting. Okay, I do not want to wait because we don't have time. Now, mind you, I know that it's going to happen sometimes, but I build variables into it. Some of you may say, well, he's arrogant, he's pushy. Because in the end, when it doesn't work out the right way, who's responsible for it? Is she going to remember that she was 2 hours late? I don't think so. It's my fault. Is she going to remember that she was fighting with her mother that day? I don't think so. Is she going to remember that the makeup artist screwed up her hair? I don't think so. And if the makeup artist screwed up the hair, if the mother's cranky, if the times are running late, whose responsibility is it to fix it? It's mine. That's our job. That's what we've signed up for. So for me to blow through and get that stuff done, I'm always going to ask this question. I'm going to have the mom, would you like me to help? Of course, I'm not going to ruin this moment for you if I help, am I? I'm not going to ruin this moment. No, I'll let you finish up. But if you want me to help get started so we can move along, because I know it's most important that we enjoy this day without interruption. Because the one thing you hear about photographers is that we take every day, every moment there is to do this. We don't have enough time. The photographer ruined it. I don't want to be that guy. Like I told you in the beginning, everybody loved my dad. They loved him. But the second the photos weren't going on time, it was always his fault. And imagine being 11 years old and seeing people turn on your father. It kind of pushed me to the point where I said, I'm never going to shoot during a cocktail hour, and I'm never, ever going to lose control. My dad gave me once a very valuable piece of information. He said, whatever you do, never stop talking, because they will listen to whoever's talking. So in the absence of real leadership, you need to listen to whoever's talking. Guess who's always going to be talking? It's going to be me. Yes?
So do you help them come up with the day of schedule?
Of course I do. That's part of the planning. I want to understand. I want to know ahead of time when I look at that bouquet of flowers and there's a little photo on it. I want to know who it is. I want to use that to set off an emotion. I want to know everything, every little thing. I want to go about time. What time are your flowers arriving? I'm going to start 2 hours before, so I'd like the flowers there 4 hours before. What time is your makeup artist arriving? I want to know that. I want to know everything. In our business game plan that we sell has every form that we've ever produced, and it has an entire schedule of the day so that we go over it. I know everything from the hairdresser's name to the makeup artist's name, and do you think we call these people and go over every detail? We bet, you bet, and if I think they're going to be late, I'm going to change my times accordingly. Everything is about scheduling. It's about timing. Can I be late for the bride's house? No. So why should you be late for me? Got to deal with that situation. Everything is about time. Yes?
In advance you do that? Because I've had brides be like, well, I'm not sure, I'm waiting for this person to get back and this person.
Well, I start by asking the questions at the initial setting. When they're filling out contracts, whoever's filling them out goes over those details. And then how many times do you think I go over them before?
Probably a lot.
every single time I meet them. Every time I meet them, I go over it again and again, because if you've ever been to a wedding and all of a sudden you're like, all right, I need the bride's grandfather. He died. But wait a minute, it's on my paper. I filled that paper out a year ago. Grandpa died 2 weeks ago. It happens. You need to be detail-oriented. The more details you have, the easier the day it is for you. The more details they give, the more they trust you. A bride and groom shouldn't have to think about what they want or going to do that day. You should know. You know why people hire me and pay the money they pay for me? Because they know that no matter what, I'm going to get it done. Just like the engagement session. No matter what, I'm going to make them look like what they saw. Yes?
So you make it sound like you meet with them a lot. I mean, how often do you meet with them?
I meet with them a lot because they are my friend. They are my family. Remember, I meet with them as much as possible. I tell my brides and grooms they have an open door policy. Your first engagement session is for me to kind of figure out what you want, what I want from you, what I want to see. If you want to come back and do an engagement session every week until your wedding, I don't care. Keep doing it. I'll give you a free 8x8 portrait every time. Why am I giving an 8x8 portrait? I'm guaranteed a sale of a frame, aren't I? And the more they come in, the more cooperation. Bring your mother, bring your father, bring your sisters, bring your brothers, bring your grandparents, bring everybody. I'll shoot them too, because we are the family studio. And when they walk in, I know who they are, I know when their wedding is, I know everything about them. It's about personal relationships. How many of them do you think come in every week? They don't. I think the most anybody ever did was 4 engagement sessions. And I was fine, because you end up spending thousands of dollars on portraits and frames. Just makes us look better, personal relationship. Okay? Good. So, can I have my beautiful bride? Now, I have her in sequence, and I'm ready to go. Now, with everything, like I told you, there is a whole set of posing that I do. I call it flow posing. We know that term. So that's a simple way for me to start and really make magic happen. Now, one of the things that photographers are very afraid of is shooting into windows. They're petrified of it. I love windows because it's high-key photography. It gives me beautiful light. It gives me light that could do it. Most people in this room would be shooting which way? Right towards you guys, because it's easier. It's simple. But easy isn't fun. Easy isn't glamorous. Now, I would do her in the bedroom, I would do her in the mirror, and all that stuff. So what I would do is I'd probably start in the mirror, and what I'm going to do is come right over here, okay? Because this is the bedroom. I'm going to pretend that this is a bride's home. I have a mirror right over here. Now, one of the things that photographers love to do is kind of play with mirrors and say, okay, look in here. This way I see this light stand and I see everything behind it. I don't look at a mirror that way. I know that the main direction of light is coming from here, isn't it? So I'm going to bring you back here, beautiful. Now this is, just hang on to it, okay? We don't need any bad luck. So I want you guys to come back by the window so you can see what I see. Now let's take a look at this mirror here. It's pretty straight. Now, if we were to look at this here, I want to bring her as close into that mirror as I can possibly get. Now, let me talk to you a little bit. I think my ISO right now is around 1600. Yes. I could go higher, I could go lower. But again, it requires good light. So the reason I want this mirror here is because I know that I have light coming in this direction. So I want a light into her face through the body. Isn't that the best thing we can do? So we're going to come in close here and bring her in here and turn your face, and I want you to lean into the mirror. I want her right on top of the mirror. But where do you think I'm going to go? If I come here, do I have a great background? I have all of you. So I'm going to use the mirror because I want to try to highlight what's going on here and show things off a little bit. So what I'm going to do is come as close into the mirror as possible. Now look at her hand. Do you see how her hand, it looks timid? It's the top of the hand. Remember, I want to see the side of the hand. Okay, so everything I do, again, is about control. Look at my thumb here. And now I want to control it. The veil is my best friend. And I'm going to explain that in a little while because the veil is my cover. Can you lean forward to me a little bit, beautiful? Tilt your head to the mirror. Turn your head to me just a little bit. Now looking at me, leaning a little bit forward, and turn your head slightly to the left. Nope, turn. Okay, see how she's tilting? Now watch. Turn. Tilt. Do you see I'm not even touching her already? You have to be very descriptive. You have to know your left from right. That's key. So look right here. You're looking at me, beautiful. And you're smiling nice and happy. Turn your head a little bit to the left. I love it when you fake it like that. Smiling. Excellent, excellent. Don't move. Look at our first image. Look at the quality of it. Look at the depth to it. That's a beautiful, soft image, isn't it? We have a lot going on there. And that's different from a mirror than you're used to seeing, isn't it? Bring your hand down a little bit, beautiful. Nope, not that much. Good. Now, look down in the mirror. And look at where we go. Turn your head to me a little bit. Eyes down. Now, look at her mouth. Some people like this. I'm not a big fan of it. It's kind of, some people say it has that erotic look to it. I don't know if I want this in my bride alone photos. All right? I want something soft and sensual. So I wanted to close her mouth, turn her head to me, lean forward more and more. Head down, eyes down, chin down. Turn your head a little bit more. Look down with your eyes. Make sure that we focus on the subject. I'm going to focus right on her right eye. I'm going to lock in on her right eye with my exposure and take a look. Look at how simple this comes together. Going right from there. Pretty nice image, isn't it? Notice the cut, eye to eye, the bridge of the nose, and then notice right in there. If I go there, I have another soft image. So I'm working with these dynamics, setting it up. Okay, little things that obviously fix her hand. Now come off the mirror for a second, and what I'd like you to do is, can you grab your personal belongings over here? So we're going to come back. You guys could take a seat right over here, and we're going to talk about how to use that window. Matt, can I ask you just to take that mirror down so it doesn't fall? Again, now the one concern I have to have, you could put all of those on, beautiful. You don't have to worry about your shoes right now. One of the concerns that I always have is the window I choose, do I want sun flaring through? Not too much. I'd rather just have it bright, because if the sun flares through, it's not going to work as well. Now, you understand the concept, what we're doing with the mirror, obviously. And you see that has a unique entity, especially if I'm breaking it into color, black and white, and really softening it up. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create my own little posing guide. My own little sequence. I love the veil. But the thing is, most people, when you look at wedding photography and you look at veils, did you ever notice the veil looks very gray? It looks very boring and plain. Why is that happening? It's happening because there's nothing behind it. There's no light behind it. By using this window, I'm creating a beautiful, soft, high-key entity. Because when you walk into someone's home, you don't use the window light. You use flash, which is going to make the room generally, especially on camera, very what? One-dimensional. I want to try to avoid that. I want to show, in my initial images, I want to show the beauty of her face. I want to show the softness of her hands. I want to show the beauty of the veil. I want to start to take it into a glamour look. So watch how we do it. Can anybody, did we bring the reflector in from outside? If not, can we grab one right off my bag there? Because they're not going to stay in? Okay, no worries. We're going to bring you right here, beautiful. So look, this is a regular setup, isn't it? Perfect. So I'm going to bring these shoes over here, and everything's set just like that. Now my torchlight's probably going to become a little bit helpful here. I'm going to use, because what's our main light here? Daylight, unless I keep these on, I have to be careful. So if I'm in a bride's home, can I control that? I want these lights off then. So you're going to take a seat right there. You're going to wear them that long, or are you going to swing them over? Okay, so now we pull the veil here. So why is the veil such an important entity? The veil allows me to cover her arms. It becomes almost a beautiful, soft Gaussian blur over her arms, which is going to tremendously thin her out. So here's our posing table. Now I want you to lean forward to me on it. Come in nice and close. Bring your elbows down. And now watch how we control her hands. We're going to bring them up again. I just want to start with a couple soft, beautiful hand shots. And now take a look. Look at how I crack her hands. And now look at what the veil does. The veil comes over. It controls the look, and more importantly, when you have a high key look, what's going to happen? The veil's going to flow. Your chin up, tilt your head to the right. Now from here, I need to obviously fill it just a little bit, because when I look in her eyes, what are they? They're kind of dead, aren't they? So we're going to bring this in nice and soft. Is that too much? It's too much, because if I'm over what's existing, what's going to happen? It's going to be too powerful. So I'm going to dim it. You barely notice it. But what do you notice? The catch light, because the light should be set under what's existing. Now, if I screw up here on my metering, it's going to be a problem, because you're going to be underexposed. Could I have you I just need to turn your chair out. This is very important that the chair is out. You okay? Good. Why? I don't want to see the back of the chair. And look at how the hands go. Relax, sides, cover, and right in there. Chin up. Tilt your head to your right, into the face. Turn to me just a little bit. No. Turn your head this way a little bit. And you are doing spectacular. A little risky what I'm doing right now, isn't it? It may not work because the sun's kind of flaring through a little bit. So I'm going to meter right in here, and I'm exposing under the eyes. Looking right here, beautiful. Good, stay there. Smiling, gorgeous, nice and happy. Eyes up here. Come on, bigger, nice and happy. Don't move. Notice where her eyes are in relation to the lens. And what's happening is I'm starting to get beautiful flaring light. You don't know where you are anymore. That's a nice high key look, isn't it? And now, what else is happening? She has one distraction, which every bride does. Every subject does. It's right here, the bags under the eyes. You don't notice them as well, do you? Well, everybody has them. Good, so don't worry. You're stunning. But look at how beautiful, and look at the hair, look at the glow. Isn't a bride supposed to look angelic? Isn't she supposed to look translucent? And I got it going on. Now watch the hands. Everything is in the hands. Relax here, and then bring this elbow out. Here, here, don't let her. And I want you to look at her posture. Just watch if I do this. She's slouching. You see the difference? Her face to the light. Veil in, covering up, ring, tilt. Now again, these are just soft sequence. These are just beginning of a flow, just to get her used to it. They're not even at the creative point. Turn your head back to me a little bit, and you bring your hand in a little closer, and your eyes are up here, and your chin up a little bit. Turn your head back a tad. Chin down, smiling. That's fake. Come on, bigger, bigger. Yes. There we go. Don't move. Take a look. Simple sequencing. One pose leading to a next. Coming right in here. Looks pretty nice, doesn't it? Hand here, here, tilting, here. And now watch what I create around her. And remember we talked about mood swings and changes? It's amazing what that little light can do, isn't it? Gives you that beautiful look. Eyes out here, lean forward to me, beautiful. Chin down. Eyes here, smiling, yes. Don't move. Watch this change. Camera is tilted in the direction she's looking. Now, I'm just going to tilt the other direction. Look at me. Serious, no smile. Chin down. Look at how the mood changed. And this is one of the great things about having the grooves in the bracket. That's pretty good, isn't it? So, I've already accomplished 4 images. Not too hard, is it? Now, watch what we do. Now we start to get a little bit creative. I love using the veil. Bring your hands down. Hold, spread it out. Hold the veil out. And look up towards me and lean forward. You're going to come directly towards the camera. Beautiful. Chin down a little bit. Chin down. And I want you to smile with your eyes. Close your mouth. Soft. Eyes open. Chin down a little bit. Turn your head slightly. Don't move. Look at the glow that comes from it. Look at the detail. Now, watch what she does. Chin down. Eyes down. Chin down. Chin down. Eyes down. Now stretch out and lean forward. Eyes down, chin down, chin down. Don't move. Take a look. Look at the mood change. Look at the swing. Those are as serene, as surreal as you could get of a bride, isn't it? Now look at this. Eyes up to me. Turn your head slightly to your left. Not tilt. Turn. Tilt. Chin down. Lean forward. Hold it right there. You are doing wonderful. Stay there. Turn your head a little bit. And I'm right on top of her. And take a look. Look at how angles change. Look at how the image changed just with a crop. Look at the glow on the flowers behind her. Do we have any questions at home that I might be able to answer? And could I say one thing before you ask them?
Please do.
How's my temperament right now? It's soft and engaging, isn't it? My personality has changed. Because do I need to be hyper with her alone? I need to make her feel safe. I need to make her feel secure. I need to make her feel like I want to make her look beautiful. And one of the things that you start to look is, I look at you and I say, oh my God, light is great if I turn her head to the right. Perfect if I tilt your head the other way and turn. You have to start looking and seeing these little things and realizing anything can make someone look good. And last but not least, you have to find something glorious and beautiful in every subject. I remember being about 18 and my mother looking at one of my weddings and going, it's obvious she didn't like her because she was this or that or the other thing. Never forgot that. Always find something you could love. It's usually in the eyes, the mouth. What do we got, girls?
People are starting to ask about, this is from Yen from Montreal, what about time management for you when you're dealing with the bride and the groom, the preparations for both? Who do you do first and in what order?
Well, remember, most of my weddings, they're not seeing each other before. So I'm going to start probably at the bride's house about 2 hours before, do the bride's boudoir, her details. The whole process, bride alone, bride and her parents, bride and girls, is generally going to take me maybe half hour, 40 minutes. What I'm doing right now, how long do you think that takes me to shoot?
Well, that's questions have come up about that as well.
I could do everything I'm showing you now with the bride alone, I could do in under 5 to 10 minutes because I have it in my head. I see light, I know what poses I want to accomplish in a sequence. So the next question again is, doesn't that mean all of his weddings look alike? So tell them I said thank you, because that's a compliment. Nobody's ever come to me and said, oh my God, I love your work. Can you make sure my wedding looks nothing like that?
Good point.
All right? So yeah, my weddings do look alike, but that's why they hire me. They're not hiring me to be someone else. They're hiring me because they liked what I did.
I think it's just a good thing to clarify, you know, Doug is teaching here, so he is going slowly through all of these poses, but when he's on fire, the man's on fire.
As you can imagine, if you want, I'll blow through them, but you're going to learn absolutely nothing. You know, I can do all of these in a couple of seconds. Turn your head to your right. You're in a profile. Turn, 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 turn. Tilt the top of your head to me. Good. Turn just like that. Looking right there. Perfect. Good. Done. And I'll just keep moving her and adjusting, and I won't even think about it. This whole sequence will take me seconds, but you're not going to learn anything. We have a video. It's called The Real Wedding Day, where it actually does follow me around on a real wedding. If you watch that, you'll see when I do bride and groom flow posing, there's a clock ticking. And I was able to pull up, I think, 81 completely different images of the bride and groom in 4.5 minutes. It doesn't serve any purpose to teach that way. You're not going to learn that way. What other questions do we have?
All right, so we saw this earlier as well from Judy B. Photography. Do you use a tripod all the way through the shoot normally?
Yes.
Who says, I always end up getting tangled in the tripod when I try to do that.
You're going to see me use it in ceremony, you're going to use it in a reception. The main reason I use it is it gives me stability. It allows me to walk around, and I've learned to control it over time. Now, mind you, this isn't my tripod, but I could still walk in and do my things, move in, make it into a monopod, adjust, do what I need to do, lean back, lean forward, tilt, and I'm always balanced. That's the problem. People want to shoot handheld, and they don't realize that consistency-wise, if you were to go and try and crop this in a batch crop in Lightroom, you probably can't do it because you have no consistency. I can. All right, so I definitely work everything that way. Okay, so moving on. So let's take a look here. I already showed you this would be the profile image. So take a look. Turning, head down, chin up, make sure there's nothing in a profile, eyes down. Here's our image. Now take a look at the difference. If I light her here, I'm putting broad light closest to the camera. But if I go here, I now got perfect profile light. I'm in the stand, I'm ready to go. Eyes down, just like that. I want to make sure my camera height's low enough where I don't see the vertical horizontal lines in her face. And now I got my image, just like that. So now I set it up. My next images in sequence would be the details. It would be her earring. It would be her necklace. It would be her neckline, the things that she doesn't have. And then, of course, I'm going to have my classic views. So take a look right here. So what I'm going to do is turn her body this way. Slide forward to me, to the edge of the chair. Good. Keep this hand down. Keep this hand down. Turn her head here. Bring your hand to your leg. Good. And take a look. Keeping it simple, lighting into the face, just like that. But she's too close. So can you slide a little bit more to the edge? Good. You're not going to fall off, right? Good. And leaning forward there. And put your hand right on your leg. Good. And leaning down. This is a traditional boring pose. This was the pose that made me want to follow Monty Zucker. So very simple. Chin up. Turn your head to your right. Tilt. Tilt to the there. So this is the way Monty shot it. I don't really shoot it this way, especially in this environment. I won't. But take a look right there. So I'm here, eyes here, smiling, nice and happy. Take a look. The reason I don't shoot it is very traditional based. But how could I take what I learned from him and make it into my own? Watch how I crop it. Looking at me, tilt your head a tad to the left. A little bit more, turn your head to your right. Good, looking at me right here, beautiful. Looking right here, smiling, nice and happy. Good, keep those eyes open. Remember, I said I only shoot double when I know she closed, smiling. Now she looks down. Take a look. See the blink? Now look at the difference when her eye is completely open. You'll see. See those little things? Noticing the details. Chin down, eyes down, just like that. Stay right there. Tilt the top of your head to your left. Good, just like that. Good. Now look up again. I'm going to go horizontal and change the whole direction of the way I'm going. Smiling, nice and happy. Teeth, eyes up here. Excellent. I just created 3 images. How long did it take? Very simple and easy. And look at the crops. Beautiful color, beautiful highlights. Works out perfect. And again, when you see what these look like when they're finished, you're going to be blown away. Because somebody's sitting at home saying, wow, it's really blown out. Watch the difference. Yes?
Shoot with the 70 to 200?
I shoot with the 70 to 200 as much as I can. I love the compression. I love the beauty in it. I love the whole sequence of it. Okay? Keeping it simple, soft, and easy. Now, take a look. She's going to hop up 1 second. Okay? I love details. I love showing details, like the back of her gown. Spin around. Good. Bring your hands on your hips. Now, take a look. Now she looks like very full backside. There's nothing flattering about it. I need to change that, and how I do that is angle of the leg. So what you're going to do is take that front leg in, push it in, and do that. Looking up. Good. Now, she's given herself a little bit of a J-Lo backside. All right? And that works. But my camera angle is going to be what's important, because this is the detail that matters. Right there. Those details. You're looking at it, and it looks really odd to you right now. Okay? And it looks odd because I haven't done anything with it yet. So, again, it's about creating and shooting up and setting my sequence right there, focusing on the back of the gown, picking up the detail of the back of the gown. And if I don't get it to blow out like I want, then what I'm going to do is add the exposure compensation. But look at the detail in the gown. Look at the setup. Beautiful, soft detail of the gown, isn't it? There we go. So we have it here. Watch how this changes. I'm going to bring her left arm up over her head like this. Turn your head over your shoulder. Nope, turn your head to the shoulder here. Turn your head to me. Chin up. Turn your head a little bit. Now bring it down just a little bit soft. Nope, your chin up. Good. And look at the gap I'm creating, and look at how I use the veil. The screen right there. Just like that. So what's going to make this work is going to be the cropping. So I'm going to go right in here. Just like that. And if you look, you see right there. And I'm just using the window right now just for fun. If I shoot here, it's really easy, but I'm going to have the horizontal line of the mantle coming through her head. I'm going to have window reflections. Who wants that when I can just go there, look down with your eyes? I'm tilting the opposite way that she's looking. Stay right there. You are doing terrific, just like that. And take a look. I'm tilting the opposite way she's looking, which is camera right, which is ultimately blowing her out. And look at the hot flowing through. Beautiful, simple, and easy. Not so bad, right? So now let's move in and start to really change our angles. So let's bring this here. We're going to make this a part of the image, but not a main. You're going to come right over here in this corner. Okay? So I'm bringing it in. We're going to take right here. I'm going to turn her back to the wall, and I'm going to bring the veil up over her face. Nope, you're going to bring your back to the wall, honey. Good. Just like that. So come right in here. And what I want you to do is lean against the wall, but kick that leg in again and push that hip. Good. Now take a look right there. So now I have to make a decision. Turn your head to the right. Do I like that? Well, right now I have two different images. Let's take a look. What's the main light? It's still daylight at this point, isn't it? So look at how we change it up. We're coming through here, and we're working through, and watch how many different things we can do. Okay? Right through there, just like that. Stay there. And now I think I missed my focus. Let's take a look. Look at how I centered it, putting her in the right quadrant. I'm lighting against her, and look at the softness of it. Beautiful, isn't it? Nice and clean. Still daylight. Now watch what we do. We're going to change everything up based on camera angles. Turn, put your hands behind you for a second. Both of them. Good. Bring them up higher. Good. Turn your head to me a little bit. Down with your eyes. Turn your head to your right. No additive in terms of light, right? And we're shooting down to create a different angle. And look at how we go from here, just like that. And look at what I did. By tilting to her, if she's a plus-size bride, what am I eliminating? I've thinned her out, haven't I? Now bring your eyes up to me, beautiful. Turn your head to your right. Not so much. Good girl, stay there, soft, looking at me. You take a look. Now I'm horizontal, and I've set up a completely different look in terms of the image. There's not a lot of thought in it, is there?
When you tilt the camera, do you always do it to a certain angle, or does it vary for photos?
I'm tilting it in ways to eliminate things I don't want to see, to eliminate excess body, to eliminate background things that I don't want, to find little things in nothing. I'm always looking to find little things, whether it's shooting through a door or finding a sequence inside. That's what I'm looking to do. Use little things to create the story. There's not much going on in this room, but I've made it look a lot bigger and better than it really is, haven't I? Like that piano over there. There's a lot you can do with that piano. So let's move over in that direction over there, okay, beautiful? Excellent. Now, you're going to come on. You can actually come on this side over here. This way, you guys come around by the window again. One of the things that I hear about, you learn a lot about yourself when you put videos on YouTube, because as we know, the world is full of haters. So one of the things that I commonly hear is, oh, that's so sickening. He calls her beautiful and he calls her gorgeous and all that stuff. Am I offending you at all? No. Exactly. People like that. They like feeling special. They like feeling beautiful. They expect, like, hey, you look terrible. Come on over. That dress makes you look huge. Yeah, come over here. We'll do the best we can. You dress up better than I thought you would. It doesn't work. The idea is keeping it simple. Now, what I'm looking for here is right in here. I'm looking for that reflection. I'm looking for that connection in. So I know that right now I have too much distance. So come down for me. I may need to lower her. And what that means is I don't want her back to be at a setting where she's bending over so much. So what I may need to do is sit her. You come right in there. And the veil, again, is crucial. The more skin, the heavier she looks. Keep that in mind. Cross your arms over. You're doing great. I'll fix all that up. Now lean forward with your face. Now what I'm looking for is a reflection. This obviously is an old wood piano. Tilt your head to your right. Looking at me here. Turn your head slightly to the left. Turn. Tilt. Chin down a little bit. You are doing terrific. Now, why don't you guys come over here so you could see what I'm saying. Okay, and again, it's about softness. The veil softens the arms. Now, looking at this, if you look in your background, there is so much junk back there, it's not even funny. So, got to try to hide it again. Looking at me, beautiful? You stay right there. I absolutely love it. I couldn't ask for better. You're smiling. Stay right there. Looking at me here. Good. You're faking it. Smiling. Teeth. So let's take a look. I think I might be a tad underexposed in the eye because the cameraman blocked the window. But take a look. How does that look? That looks, I don't know, but I think that looks quite good. It works, doesn't it? It's about using what's there. Now take a look. This would be a great shot to add her husband. Looking at me here, look at the softness, look at the serene look to it. Now you start to use things. I look for things that I could create as a foreground. Now I'd love to have something to shoot through. Now I look like a pervert in a bush. But I'm going to try to find something through it. Looking down. Chin down, lean forward a little bit. Eyes down. Again, you try to find something in nothing. And obviously I'm having trouble focusing because look down with your eyes, lean forward. Not so much, don't force it. Turn your head to your left. Make sure the nose doesn't cross the cheek. I don't know what I'm getting. I'd love to have a little one of those things from a chandelier. That would work out great. And take a look. You got a beautiful color wrapped around her there, don't you? Keeping it, again, really, really simple. That's the whole idea. Moving around and creating. Now watch what we do here. You're going to hop up for a second, beautiful. I'm going to put this plant back, and now I'm going to open the piano because photographers really know how to jack up this piano stuff. Okay? They know how to do it. Let me layer on top. That's cool. Not since like the 70s. Okay? So we want to keep it simple. So I want to use the interior of the piano. So you come around the other side. Now again, you guys can come with me. What I want you to look at is there's so much information inside this piano if I have the right lens. So there's reflections here, aren't there? But where are they? I want you to take a seat for me real quick. Yep, let me see what happens if you sit and lean in. I'm looking at the top of the piano and the bottom of the piano, and now I'm looking and it's too low. So stand up again, and I want you to spread your arms wide on the keys. Up a little taller. Come down a little bit more, a little bit more. Now look down to your left. Does that work? No, it doesn't, because where's the light coming from? Turn your head to your right. See the difference? You now have a perfect 2/3 or profile. I turn your head more, beautiful. And now look at the difference. So I can use the whole interior of the piano to set myself up. Now, is the 70 to 200 the wisest choice here? I'd probably want to go with something a little bit wider. Perhaps I'll go with either my 24 to 70 or my 14 to 24. So I'll go with the 24 to 70 because that should give me enough right now. Okay, so I'm going to take this off, almost drop it, and go right here to the 70 to 200. Now, you notice I'm only taking the one image. It really is about speed, isn't it? You think she's ever going to stop me or feel, why would I take 10 of this? It doesn't work. So I have the reflector there, and if I want to increase it, I could use the torchlight if it's something I have. Okay? So now, come right in here. I'm going to break down to make it simple. Turn your head to your right, beautiful. Looking right in there. You are doing terrific. And in order to make this work, where do I need to expose for? The shadow side. Stay right there, tilting there. And let's take a look. I hope it comes out good, but if I miss my spot, she's going to be in a complete and total silhouette. That looks pretty good, doesn't it? Okay? The only thing I don't like is what? The bar in the middle of her head. It works really well and simplistic. Now watch what happens. This time I meet it on the outside. Watch what happens if that window blows out. So I change it, and I don't go by the face. What I do is I go and meet her on the darker skin underneath. Tilt the top of your head to me. Excellent. Hold it there. And now I hide the bar behind her head, let the background blow out, which opens up the piano, and you have a nice soft image there, don't you? Beautiful and simple. Now look at me, gorgeous. Now, how can I fill this? Could you imagine me trying to put a flash in here? What a nightmare it would be. So I'm going to take my torchlight. What's my balance? My white balance is daylight setting, right? So I'm going to bring it in here and make sure. Here's where you make your mistake. You can't put it right here. Why? Because of the bar. So I got to bring it in here. Is that too hot? It's too hot. So I'm going to soften it down. Turn your head. Not so much. Back to me. Back to me. Right there. And I make sure I have a 2/3 view looking at me. Chin down a little bit. Excellent. Stay there. Right into the shadow area again. Turn your head back to me a little bit. Turn your head to your right a little bit. So now I think she closed her eyes at the last second there. 2/3 view. Okay, her eyes went down. Let me get it right. Notice I hit the window and kept that bar out of her head. Turn your head to your right. Stay. Chin down, serious. Now notice the reflection in the top of the piano. Notice the reflection in the bottom of the piano. And look at how beautiful. Look up top as it's moving along, tethering, moving along. Did I knock the wire out? Yes, I did. Can you let them know I broke the wire? So this seems like a good time. I broke the wire. So, Kel, you guys come take a seat right on the couch. And now let's talk about questions that they may have, because we're going to get ready to move in sequence. Will, it's right over here. I broke that end. Any questions?
All right, well, first, just a basic one from Kostya. Can you tell us again, do you ever focus manually, or are you always
Sometimes
using
I do.
autofocus?
Sometimes I do.
Situation?
Sometimes during a reception, I pulled the cord. It's right over here, Kelly. Dropped it, I'm sorry. Sometimes I focus manually if I'm in dark situations, but people say all the time, why do you focus manually? You focus manually because you're having trouble focusing automatically. You're having trouble focusing automatically if you're not focusing on sharp edges. You look for a rim of the nose, you look for a piece of jewelry, you look for an earring, you look for eyeglasses. The reason I don't have that trouble focusing automatically is because I always have a rim. What's that rim? It's my light. I'm so precise with my light and everything else, it falls right into place, doesn't it? Okay?
Doug, Bryce had asked, do you usually direct the eyes away, noticing that in a lot of the shots they're looking down or looking away?
I direct the eyes away because, think about it this way. Can anybody take an image of you looking at the camera? But can anybody take an image of you looking away or setting yourself up and getting the eyes in the correct position so that the eyes aren't rolling out of the side of the head? I'm constantly looking because here's the thing. You can't look at my images in one. You need to look at them in totality, because right now, you don't realize it, there's a story unfolding. And at the end, I'm going to put it all together for you in a story. I'm thinking of the album. I'm not thinking of 20 pictures in an album or 30 or 40. I'm thinking of 200. So I'm always thinking of a story. If I have her eyes go to the right, I'm envisioning a picture on the other side of that page. If I have her eyes going to the left or looking down, I'm looking and thinking of a picture on the lower part of the page. So there's always that thought process. I am building the album in my head as I shoot, because any great storyteller doesn't see the one page. They see the whole story. And I see the whole story unfolding with minor variables.
So are you saving a 20% of the story at a certain point to make that eye contact with the camera?
I'm saying that other than family pictures, other than bridal party pictures and probably 6 to 8 photos of the bride and groom during the bride and groom segment, maybe 8 pictures during the bride alone segment. Most of them are in a different direction. Because how many candid photojournalistic images are looking at the camera? Next to none. So I don't want people to look at my work and see it posed. I want them to think it's candid. So I'm creating that emotion by having them look away, look down, changing it like, oh, he just captured it. Oh, look, she's off to the side laughing. You know, so that's kind of the sequence I'm building at this point.
Great, thank you.
Okay. Kenna?
Yeah, just looking through. Do we have any questions here? Great.
Yes.
Trina.
Just back to the day of scheduling. Do the planners or coordinators work with you or ever have issues with you setting up the schedule?
No, occasionally they question it, but I remind them that I kind of have to, because if they set it up and it doesn't work with what I'm doing, they're going to wind up, it's going to mess up their schedule. So I understand the importance of wedding planners, but I have and always will believe that in terms of the schedule, the photographer is the most important element. We're going to control the variables. If the schedule goes off and there's a problem, who has to fix it? You do. We always have to fix it. It's always our fault, and we always have to fix it. So if I'm going to take that responsibility, I want to be in charge. And when it comes to shooting, like I said, I'm very much a type A personality. I am in control because in the end, I'm responsible.
I'm wondering, so when you were talking to Kennedy, I heard you comment that you want it to look photojournalistic. Is there ever a point when you're not posing, when you do let any moments
I do,
happen?
but here's the thing. I notice things, like in her case, she's got one eye that's slightly smaller than the other. If I wait for her to get to the precise spot, the amount of images I take is going to go down completely. And like I said, everybody who picks up a camera thinks, I can do this. I'm just going to shoot 2,000 candidates and I'm going to find a good one, and they will. But not everybody could tell a story. I'm telling the story. I'm drawing the story from beginning to end and letting the natural events occur. That's always, and it has and always will be, my thought process in it. I believe that I tell the story. I cannot just wait for the moment to occur, because in 3,500 weddings, I can tell you, I've never seen a bride and groom say, hold hands and say, let's frolic. I've never seen it happen. I've never seen a bride pick up just, oh, look at the way the light's hitting me. It doesn't happen. And how many images could you have of someone going, can't get it? They're not going to make an album of that. They're going to make an album that tells a love story. Everything you do when you watch a movie, when you watch a production, is segment by segment by segment. And that's what I'm doing, as I almost broke something else. Okay?
Doug, can you let her know that we all have one eye that's smaller, just so she doesn't feel...
Sorry. If you look, everybody has one eye that's small. If you look at me, we're on main camera here. If you look at me directly, it becomes a lot more obvious when I do this, when I take that small eye, bring it away. But when I go here, the small eye becomes larger because it's closer to the camera. Everybody has it. In my case, it's extremely noticeable. A bend of a nose, you have a bump. You turn that bump away. You get rid of these things. Everybody has imperfections. Everybody. There's nobody who doesn't. Okay? Other than my wife. I hope you're watching, beautiful.
Aww. Lovely.
She's probably sitting going, oh. Yes.
You said that you do the boudoir on the day of. Is there a reason for that? I know a lot of brides want to give it as a gift, a groom's gift.
They do. We have a whole sequence of it, but not all of them have their gown. So even if they do it before, I'll usually do it again to try and get a second segment out of them. And we can only do so much boudoir in the studio because we have so many other things. Like I said, we're capped at about 250 boudoir sessions a year because each one's about an hour, and we try to put them with the female photographer at that point, because sometimes the day of, they know that it's going to happen. We've spoken to the groom about it, and if it's a male photographer, they're okay with it. Beforehand, some of them get a little antsy, and if it's a surprise, I'd rather be safe and say, okay, female's doing it, no questions, because some people are insecure and it may bother them, and I don't ever want to deal with that type of conflict. You photographed my wife in this position, and nothing's ever at that point, but people, you know, why make someone go through that?
Should we do one more question before we move on? Okay. You were talking to us about the story that you're trying to tell, which I find fascinating. And Tariq asked, can you tell us how to think about this story for your album?
It's very simple. It's really very simple. What makes you happy? What's your happy place? My happy place is thinking about the moment before the moment. Matt, can I have the two of you for a second? Give you an example. We asked them to kiss outside, and you're going to see this when we get to Friday with the bride and groom posing. I just want you to look at this. If you think of a love story right here on camera, Matt, give her a kiss. Give her a nice kiss. There's nothing passionate about that. There's nothing. There's no story. It's two people kissing. But if you get your heads close together, and I want you to kind of tilt your head to the right, Matt. You tilt your head to the right a little bit. Get there. And just open your mouths just a little bit. And I want you to feel each other's breath. Close your eyes. Nice and soft. Moment before the moment. Pull the veil up. Right in here. Take your hand, caress the back of his head. There's a lot more tenderness there. Then be like, all right, kiss her. You see what I mean? It's like there's a different moment. Do you feel a difference there? The only bad thing was I was here with you. Thank you, Matt. But you get the general point. It's about setting up the feeling. I love those movies. All those movies like The Notebook and The Bodyguard, all those romantic love stories, West Side Story, they all had one thing in common. You felt it. You felt it. So I feel it. I dream of the love story. I love Lionel Richie, and I love Broadway show tunes, and I love the love story. If you can do that, you're going to be in a great place. Think about what you'd want as a person. You'll be happy. And just deliver it.
Do you have a theme song in your head then when you are thinking about a particular couple's album?
When I think about which one, Lionel Richie?
A particular couple's album. Are you going with a theme song?
My favorite song would obviously be my wedding song. It was from The Mirror Has Two Faces. It was called I Finally Found Someone. There's not a day that goes by that I can't not cry when I feel that song. I love my wife so much, and I try to put that into it. And I know everybody loves her, but I really, really love her. Okay? You know, I feel her. I look at her, and I just stare at her and watch the way the light hits her face. And that's what I try to bring into my love story. You know, it's to last 15 years and to go through that, you have a lot of emotions you go through. But I can tell you now, without certainty, that I love her more today than I loved her then. And just looking at her, and that's what I want in my photos. I just don't want it to be a single moment. I want it to be a whole love story. And I look at my couples as though they're me. Okay?
That's
Such
really
romantic.
Cool. I know. But what a great insight.
It's too bad I'm away from home for 3 days.
Hopefully she's watching.
Exactly.
Good. So we ready to move on?
Yeah, let's move on.
All right,
Are we gonna move?
let's move on a little bit. I'm going to change lenses, and what we're going to do is we're going to make our move. We're going to start to make our move to the outside. I want to bring my beautiful bride out into the foyer area. So if I can have Will or someone just make sure I don't kill any of the videographers with my tether, okay? You are going to walk right out this door here. So we're moving along so I could have my cast and crew over there. You guys can go out and go into the foyer facing the main doorway, if you would, please. So the whole key here is I want to make my way outside because I've already done a lot in here, okay? I have a lot that I've accomplished in here. So what I want to try to do is go right through here. Just watch your foot for me. We are doing excellent. I'm going to pull my tether, and I'm going to bring my bride right into the doorway. And from here, we're going to start to set it up. Now that I'm out here, one of the things that happened, you could tell light is adjusted completely. But the fact is, I'm going to go towards this doorway. So what's going to happen is I'm going to set this doorway straight open, hope that it can hold on. And if not, I'm going to put something in front of it. Now, this doorway is interesting. It's got beautiful grills, it's got a grid, it's got all that sort of stuff. So I'm going to bring her right over here again. I'm going to be shooting with a 70 to 200. I'm going to, again, be looking to expose for the inside. So let me ask you, in this area here, what is my main light? It's daylight. So I'm still going to be in house with shade. So I'm just going to ask her to push open the door, swing her hip, and look up. And as I look out, I see beauty. So you're just going to push open for me. And I want it to look like it's natural. Oh, I'm sorry, honey. Good. Holding it open, bring your hands higher. Get out a little bit. And what I'm trying to do is get out, because obviously the last thing I want to see is this. Now, this is boring. There's nothing here. What needs to happen is her hip needs to swing. So she's got to push that hip. We got to use the arm and make it flow. Now, where am I exposing for? I'm going to expose for the inside, her back. In her case, she's got nice muscle tone. Am I going to worry about her arms getting large? Not as much, because what I'm going to do is I'm going to shoot up on her. So bringing it right in there, and we're working nice and simple, and I'm going to shoot from back here straight at me. So with that being said, we'll be nice and simple. Okay? And now I'm looking at it, and with this camera angle, I need to definitely blow it out. And the reason I'm blowing it out is because do I want to see the flagpoles or anything behind her? Not really. So I want to eliminate all of those things. So I'm going to make sure to come down low. And those people who asked about me using the tripod, it doesn't really, you could tell, it doesn't slow me down, does it? So I'm vertical at this point. I'm looking right in here. Now I'm hoping I blow that out, okay? Because if I don't, what's going to happen? I'm going to have a mess to deal with, all right, in terms of Photoshop with that flag right there. Now this would be one of the times where if I was ever going to do it, I'd blow right out. Will, can I just ask you to slide that TV a little bit? Thank you, fine sir. Looking right out there. Let's take a look. If I miss my spot, like I'm about to do, I just shot this at 1,000 at f/16. So if they're able to see it at home, what do you think happened? The background is in detail and she's in silhouette. It doesn't work as well. What I need to focus on is making sure that none of that happens. I don't want to be at 1,000. I want to be a lot slower than that. So now, okay, hold on one second. I want to get right in about there. So now let's take a look. I am all the way down. I'm going to go in at about, hold it, I got to find my focus like you said. The man jinxed me. Okay, looking right here. I'm going to go to a manual setting. And the reason I'm going to manual is I'm having a lot of trouble trying to go in a program there. So let's take a look. So right now, I'm at 160 at f11. And let's see, if I got it right, I should start to be able to blow it out. So let's take a look. You see the first one there is in silhouette, and now the second one is going to blow sky high. Completely different look, isn't it? So you have two different vantage points, two different angles, but look at the curve of a body, look at the simplicity behind it. Now from here, we're really starting to work, and we're going to push our way outside. I love this look. But first, let's bring her outside. You could walk straight out and you're going to close the door. Because what I'm going to try to do is do what? Shoot through that door. Okay? So let's go right here through the door and see what I can get. The key to this is going to be the way I pose her. Because I want to set up the emotion as though it's a candid moment. So I'm going to shoot through here, but what I'm going to do is set her up out here. I want you to just reach down real quick like you're grabbing your dress, looking down there, and you're going to stay there. So I've created this look as a foreground from inside here. And now I'm going to try to go, I'll go handheld because it'll be a tad easier to move around. And I'm looking through and I'm trying to find my spot. The hard part is going to be the metering. And now I'm looking and saying, okay, now I'm too slow. Okay? So right there. And let's take a look at what we get. So you notice the big thing that happened at this point is I'm shooting through, blowing out the background, creating the look from indoors to outdoors. So now that we're here, let's go outside. So we're going to go right here. If someone could just grab my tripod, and out we come. So again, we're setting up the depth here. Excellent. Just make sure that we don't get caught on the feed here. And what we're going to do is we have the opening here. So let's figure out how we're going to construct this. Thank you for the tripod. Can you grab that door? So I'm going to go straight up again with my tripod. Now, I'm obviously have my hot spot down here. I could use the solid wall behind the videographers, or I could shoot into an open area. But I want you to see what happens when we start to shoot into that open area. It works nowhere near as well. Let me lock in here. Whoops, I have my leg in. Excellent. So now, clearly, the first thing I'm going to change is my white balance is going to go to daylight. No, because I already had it at daylight. I'm going to go and change my aperture. Nope, I'm going to change my shutter speed. No, I'm going to change my ISO and adjust it. So let's take a look at what we start to create here. I'm going to use this simple white chair, and I'm going to put her right on the edge here. Okay, so I want her on the edge of the light. So look at, she already made herself look beautiful because just by the way she angled her body, created it. But what's happening is the dress isn't exactly form-fitting. She's crossing the front leg over, which in turn is spinning around. Bring your arm back to the other side of the chair and lift up your fanny 1 second. Excellent. Bring your arm back on the elbow of the chair there too. Good. No, just relax. Good. Now look at it. Turn your face to me. More, more. Now, what's going to happen with the background? It's going to do what? Blow out. Do I need it to do anything else? Is that flattering enough where I should keep it? I have to concentrate on one thing, keeping crap out of her head. If I do that, I'll be in good shape. Turning your head to the right. Doing great. We're going to bring this down nice and relaxed right there. Wonderful. Just relax the shoulder. Turning your head out just a little bit. And looking right here. I could get some reflective light in. I could use my pocket wizards and my speed light just to hit her with some light, but it would just be a fill. So that means I would meet her for the exposure on the face. So let me take a look and see if I'm getting the light that I like. Looking at me here, beautiful. Turn your head to your right. Tilt a little bit and turn. Now, if you look, I'm very, very hot on one side. Could I ask one person, if you don't mind, can we grab one of my flashes from the inside? I am going to fill it. So now I've made this decision to fill it because I need a little bit of pop. I can't bring a reflector in because if I want to use the reflector as a fill, but I'm doing a full length, I'm never going to get the bounce back that I need. So by taking the fill with the flash and setting it 2 stops under, I control it direct from camera. Now here's the key. Should the light go on this side? Should it go directly behind camera, or should it go on my left? Thank you. It should go on my left because we need to light into the face through the body of the female. So remember that, into the face through the body. So her face is turned to her right, isn't it? Her face is turned to her right, which means I need to come from this angle. So all I'm doing is setting it up. I'm raising the light above camera, and I'm keeping it really simple. Tilt a little bit. Drop that right arm down a little bit and just relax. There you go. Perfect. Stay there. Bring it back a little bit further. Nope, bring it back on the chair. That a girl, and looking at me. Beautiful. Tilting your head. Turn your head to your right. Absolutely gorgeous. Now I set up my angle. I'm going to go right here on my AC unit. I'm going to turn this down. I'm going to go down -2 stops. Looking at me, beautiful. I want to make sure I have no lines in her head. Turn your head back to me just a tad. Good. You are doing terrific. I'm obviously going to go to a manual mode here. So let me see where I'm at. At this point, I'm going to be at, hold it. I'm going to go to 5/6, and I'm going to go to 200th. Chin down a little bit. Your eyes are off here. Smiling a little bit. Beautiful. And let's take a look and see that we get it. So I have it set for 2 stops under, and if I get this right, it should be a beautiful, soft fill light. And let's take a look. I feel like I'm a tad hot, just a tad. So what I'm doing is the light is a little bit warmer than I want. I know this because I'm seeing a touch of shadow, so I'm going to pull the light down 1/3, and then on top of it, I'm going to pick up the shutter speed. And the reason for picking up the shutter speed is to let the background burn a little deeper. Relax that right arm. Drop the elbow. Perfect. Eyes up here. Smiling nice and happy. Teeth. And now I should be in pretty good shape. I'm at 2/50th of a second. I'm at 5/6. I got more background. I got good detail in the gown. I like what I'm seeing. And we're all set in terms of what we're doing. Again, keeping it soft and easy. Hop up 1 second, beautiful. We're going to bring her again to the edge of the light. You are going to come right in here. Let me see you. Bring your leg in here. We'll adjust your legs. Good. Lean against the wall there. Good. You can bring it up, holding. Okay? Down a little bit. Let me see what happens. Bring your hand down on the edge here. Get a little bit of separation from the body and turning the head here. Down, lean forward. And we're setting up because we're going to move and put her in a different position. Now, at this angle here, the great thing is bring your hand in down more like that and crack that leg. Turn your hand in so I don't see the top. Yeah, you see the difference in the hand? That little curve makes all the difference in the world. So now I'm going to kill the flash. Okay, I'm going to change my mode. I'll go into an aperture priority mode. Okay, let's stay right there. I'm even going to bring my ISO down. Looking down, beautiful. Eyes down, bring that hand down just a tad. Hold it just like that. Look at how I off-center it. So when I off-center it right there, let's take a look. We're seeing the right, left. Everything's blowing out at that point. Beautiful soft light, detail on the inside. I don't care about the background. Some of you may like that technique. Some of you may not. So from here, let's watch what we do. We're going to start to change it up a little bit with her. Watch how we bring her here. We want good light, so you're going to spin around. I'm going to ask her to take a seat on her backside. I like laying her down, but notice how I raise the dress, because one of the common questions I'm asked is she going to get dirty? So I'm bringing the dress here. I'm always talking to her, making eye contact, keeping my hands away. You're going to sit flat on your back. Okay? This way she never feels self-conscious of me touching her inappropriately or anything like that. So she's going to bring it down. We're going to cover here, and what I want her to do is take her arms and open them in a wide base behind her. As you can tell, her veil came out a little bit because she sat on it. I'm going to come right there and fix it because I also have that capability. Good, here we go. Now I want you to bring your head all the way back to me. Head all the way back. Open your base wider on your arms so I get more out of you. Excellent. And now you look. She looks quite sexy, doesn't she? But the key here is to turn her slightly to the light. Let the light go into her face. Let her hair fall back. And now, from there, we'll be able to create our image. So I'm back behind camera. Head back a little bit. Can you spread just a little bit wider with your arms? Excellent. And I'm going to move over just a tad. Can I have you slide back just a little bit? Got a little bit right there. Close your eyes, beautiful. And now, hold it there. Let me make sure I got what I want in terms of exposure. I do. Excellent. Make sure that it's not cutting through her. And through it, we're getting a deep, deep look at that. And now from here, we're going to lay her down flat on her back. Okay? And now here, this is important. Her face to the light, turning her head back. And now I'm going to start to cover her up just a little bit to make it soft and angelic. And camera angle is everything. I'm going to bring her hand back. Side there, covering her up. Bring your hand back just a little bit and relaxing. I will add the groom later on in this sequence, but right now, bride alone. And I know some of you here and some of you are sitting home saying, my bride would never ever do that. Do you think I'm asking her opinion or if she wants to do it? I'm telling her to do it because she saw it in the studio, she liked it, and I need to produce it. It's that simple. What they see is what they have to get. You have to explain it to her ahead of time. Look at her here. Depending on the angle you're at, can I ask you to slide to me on the side? Is that a big deal? Because I want you to see improper angle. I'm going to glorify your nose right now. Good. Oh, perfect. Can you come into me a little bit? I want to see shooting up her nose so they know the precise wrong angle. Good. Don't worry. It's clean. If you look, people love to take this angle here. Zoom in right on the nostrils. Okay, this is the wrong angle from no matter what. The angle should always be like any head and shoulder portrait. It's like, all right, we've had enough. You good now? We want it to be slightly above eye level. So if you come in from here, this would more be your better angle. Come up over here and take a look. And look at the difference in her from this angle. Makes a world of difference. Now from here, I'm going to get 2 shots. So we're going to pull our cameraman out so I can get in there. Again, there's no fill whatsoever here. other than the existing light. Head back, beautiful. Looking at me. You were doing so good. I could not ask for better. Maybe a little. Good. Stay right there. You're doing terrific. Absolutely beautiful. Looking at me here, smiling, nice and happy. Wonderful. Excellent. Look at how beautiful the light hits her face. So the first angle is above eye level, just like any typical head and shoulder portrait. The next angle, pretty nice, right? And if I have a dress under her without those lines, looks beautiful. And I'm going to crop in on that. Remember, my cropping is not going to have any background. Head back to me, beautiful. Now I'm going to get on the same level as her. But I want you to look. Smile. Do you see her forehead crease up? You need to relax her. No, you don't need Botox. You're beautiful. Eyes back. Close your eyes. Control it. Look at the softness in the face. This is one of those times I could close the eyes and it doesn't matter. So I'm going to focus in. Don't want to give everybody a treat. Look right there. Close your eyes. I'm going to focus in on the eyes. I'm going to have a soft background. And even at 70 to 200, take a look. My exposure's on the face. And look at how beautiful it is. What's happening is the eyebrows are in focus and everything else starts to soften behind it, unless I pulled out the tether and broke another one. Oh, there we go. Take a look. That's quite beautiful, isn't it? Now we're going to try to open our eyes up, but we got to control the forehead. Turn your head to me. Head back. Relax. Turn your head down. Soften, relax. Close your eyes. Open slowly. See the difference? Just those little things make all the difference because now no lines. Eyes on me. Turn your head to me a little bit. No, turn it down. Nice and relaxed. Good looking. Relax your forehead, soften, smile. I got a little bit of line in there, but I'm going to deal with it because I could very easily clean it up and take a look. She looks beautiful. Soft and easy. Now take a look. There are so many different poses that you can do in this sequence, but we are running out of time. So unfortunately, as all great days must come to an end, there's a lot of information here for you to see. How many different poses did we do of the bride alone today? How many different engagement sessions? It all starts with understanding the light. It all starts with understanding the sequencing. Everything you do is based on good light. Everything you do is based on type of light, direction of light, and most importantly, taking your subject to the light. Ladies?
What a great day. What an amazing day, Doug. You are packing in the information. Let's tell everybody at home what we're going to be doing tomorrow.
Well, tomorrow we have a ton of stuff going on. We're going to start off the day understanding the relationship between a bride and her family. And if I remember correctly, I think there's a divorce in there because it's one of the biggest challenges when photographing a wedding is wondering about divorce. Now, here's the thing. You could look at divorce and say, oh, what a pain, I got to do more pictures. Or you could look at it and say, thank you so much, I can make more money because now I have the opportunity to sell an extra album. You need to be able to take 3 different types of sets of family pictures. We're going to focus on that. Then we're going to focus on the groom alone. We're going to focus on all the little aspects of the groom alone, him and his family, him and his ushers, her and a bridal party. Then we're going to do some ceremony stuff because everybody's always curious about what I do at the ceremony. And I'm going to show you how to pose the family, bridal party, and all those different things. And I'm going to show you how to fake some ceremony pictures before we ever get near the ceremony, because everything is about telling a story. And I'm worried about that uncle with the iPad coming in or the iPhone and taking the image from me. So I'm going to have to fake some of it ahead of time, ladies.
That sounds great.
Great, that's great, because we did already get that question coming in about what happens when the people have the iPhones and the iPads. That's really bad. Taking photos.
A little bit larger than the iPhone. Actually, a lot of the things we're doing tomorrow, you've already addressed. People have been asking questions about today, so that'll be perfect.
Well, tell them the best advice for people with iPads is when they're in the aisle and they're holding it up like this, just smack them in the head with it. It works out great because they don't even know who hit them at that point.
That's fabulous advice. One to go out on, everyone. Thanks, Doug.
Maybe you can show everybody how to do that tomorrow.
Do you want to hold it up?
Sure. Right now.
You're going to be the one, Susan?
Not a problem.
Good. I love going to conventions. If I go to a convention one more time and see a person, a professional, with an iPad, hey, look here, I swear I'm going to do it. Right there. Get them. Is that bad?
I'll know who it is.
That's
that happens
true.
To me,
I just
Doug.
announced it to a whole bunch of people.
All right, we'll see what happens.
All right, Doug. Well, what I love about your teaching methodology is that it's not only so educational, but also fun.
Thank you.
Have a good time. That's what learning is all about, right?
Thank you. Yep.
Not to be super stressed out, but to focus on what you got to do, get it done with this man,
They learn
Doug
it
Gordon.
more when it's fun.
So thank you to everybody out there for joining us here today. It's been a magnificent day. We still have 2 more to go here with Doug Gordon. Thanks to all of you, our studio audience members, for being here with us. And a very special thank you to our beautiful couple for modeling for us today. Thank you. And of course, thank you, Mr. Doug Gordon.
You're welcome. Thank you.
So I just want to read off what some folks are saying online.
Thank you for the one person who clapped. I really appreciate it. It was you? Well, she's the one paying me, so I guess it's good that you're the one who likes me.
That's right. That's right. Deanne Brooks said, getting inspired and put in my place. This is a big help for me since I have been in a slump. Thank you, Doug, for sharing yourself.
Thank you.
And M. Word says, can I seriously come and mentor for like a week with you, Doug? You are fantastic, a true inspiration to up-and-coming photographers.
Yep.
And you did offer that,
Thank
didn't you?
Yes. Here's the thing. People are asking, and I know the phone lines at the studio are already lighting up. So my office is just, they're very thankful because I didn't tell anybody. It's very, very simple. You can come anytime. Now, obviously, I didn't use smarts and say, hey, you can come go out on a wedding with us because it's lighting up right now. But come at your convenience. You can come hang out in the studio. You could be our intern. You could be anything you want and learn. Now, the only problem is because of my traveling schedule, my shooting schedule, in terms of assistance for me, you won't be able to work with me most likely because I'm booked up for about 2 years in terms of people coming. But you have my whole team with all these weddings who are the absolute best. Come follow us around a wedding. Come sit in the studio if you want to sit in a sales consultation. It may take a little time because there's a lot of you. We're happy to do it because like I told you, if you learn the system, if you learn how to do it and you let me work with you and explain to you what you're doing wrong and take criticism well, I'm going to call you one day. So learn the system. Watch this video. $99, all this. You better watch it.
It's a very generous offer. And for all of you out there who live, we have, a global audience here, Doug. So there are many people who cannot make it to New Jersey to do that with you.
Long Island.
I knew that.
Northeast. It was close.
I knew that.
It's
I knew
new.
that. Sorry. I knew that was gonna. Anyway.
It's all right.
So for all of you at home that can't make it to Long Island, this is actually your course here. You're watching it from the comfort of your own home. For $149. Like Doug said, if you purchase it right this very minute, it is $99. So you can sit from wherever you are on the globe and learn everything Doug has to teach, almost everything Doug has to teach here from the Creative Live studio. So purchase the course now while you can. Get it at that $99 price. And I think that's a wrap for today. Yeah? Anything else you want to add, Kenna?
I did want to remind people about the photography contest. Again, could you just talk one more time a little bit about what we're doing and what the prize is?
Well, you guys know the contest. Submit your picture for me to kind of pick a winner. And remember, if I don't pick you, it's not about that the image isn't good. Photography is very subjective and personal taste. It's pretty simple. You have an opportunity to go to Disney World for 4 days, 3 nights, have your lodging paid for, have a 2-day park hopper for a family of 4. The only thing you need to do is get your airfare and pay for your food, probably over a $2,000 value. You are going to go to the place that I love more than anything in the world, is magical and as happy as can be, and you're going to have the time of your life, and it's all because I want to thank everybody for all the years of support and thank Creative Live for coming. So please, please enroll and go. And we've got a couple of more great prizes that I'm going to be giving you before the end of the week. I promise they're going to be spectacular. And to all the people who supported today with their prizes, thank you, because there's tons of great ones.
That's right. So everybody, for all those details on how to enter this photo contest, you can go to the blog or creativelive.com/blog or our Facebook page, which has, when you see the photo contest, all the details are on there about how you can enter. You have less than 2 days. We're going to be taking those entries through midday on Friday of this workshop, and we'll see you then. We'll see you tomorrow. And everyone now, please join me in a round of applause for Doug Gordon. Bye, everyone.